you'll all see that you're being told that we're recording if this is working.
Okay.
Okay,
Now
apologies
we are,
again, and thank you for catching that, Everett.
oh, that's Anthony. Thanks, Anthony.
Okay, so see, we're recording on my end, perfect. So the second case study that I'll be looking at is the death of Brianna Taylor, which is especially important for those of us who are living in Louisville. Right now, we're still experiencing the aftermath of this case, both politically and socially. And so in the conclusion, which is really more of just, a discussion about future applications of this work. So a lot of this work is coming from my book manuscript, which is in progress right now, and then from 2 articles that I'm working on, one which is already under review. So I'll sort of be talking at the end about where I see my work on insidious ignorance having applications outside of what I'm explicitly talking about with you all today. So when I started thinking about my work on insidious ignorance, one of the biggest influencers on this work was Charles Mills. And so particularly, I really focused in on Mills's work on white ignorance, especially in his essay in Race and Epistemologies of Ignorance, which was co-edited by Nancy Tuana and Shannon Sullivan. And so one of the really important pieces of that work is where Mills is expanding on his discussions of epistemologies of ignorance that he discussed in the racial contract. And in white ignorance explicitly, he's speaking about the ways in which ignorance, and in this case, again, white ignorance, a racialized form of ignorance, is able to essentially take on a life of its own. And it's able to manifest itself in such a form that even though those who are producing this form of ignorance know it to be ignorance in the sense that it is not a true form of knowledge, it's able to have an uptake in other groups that then actually take it as a genuine form of knowledge. And what happens as a byproduct of this is you have epistemic frameworks or ways of knowing that are then centered around this fallacious form of knowledge. And so what's really interesting about this process is that then what is counted as knowledge, at least what is counted as, for example, capital T truth for many people, is then discounted and maybe is regarded as, what is often called now as fake news, or it's something that is now seen as fallacious and it's only motivated by various political aspects or things of that nature. Now, I will argue that the second part in terms of being motivated by political facets is true, but part of my discussion, especially in my work in progress, is that this is not the only way that this happens, but particularly when we're looking at the construction of ignorance, we need to also think about how this ignorance has an ethical effect as well, as opposed to just political. So in terms of, the main arguments that I'm making in this project, the first is that I want to urge social epistemologists to consider the ways that knowledge production is entangled with ethical and political concerns. So in many works, at times, social epistemologists may want to consider 2 separate questions when it comes to knowing. So the first might be, did I fail as a knower in terms of just in the epistemic realm? In other words, have I failed in constructing forms of knowledge just in the case of, for example, maybe formal epistemology? And then they'll say that a second issue that we need to consider is, did I fail as a knower in a moral sense? And what I want to argue is that these questions are actually intertwined. And in many cases, we might want to consider them separately. But when we're looking at social epistemology as a whole, especially if you're looking at off branches of social epistemology that are entangled with philosophy of race, philosophy of gender, and so on, considering the issue of knowledge production and ethical and political concerns as 2 or 3 separate issues often leads to the continuation and creation of various forms of epistemic injustice and epistemic oppression. And so here I point to a lot of work from Miranda Fricker, Christy Dotson, Patricia Hill Collins, and other social epistemologists such as Jose Medina, who are looking at how epistemic injustice and epistemic oppression are operating within society. The second thesis that I want to put forward is that knowledge production, especially in the social sense, is a political project. It's not just that knowledge has political effects, but when we're looking at the production of knowledge in a social context, it is a political project, especially when we look at the many ways that knowledge is regarded often as a political concept. So one instance of this is seen in the many debates right now that we're witnessing with critical race theory. So besides the fact that many people will argue, right, that what's being regarded as critical race theory is not actually critical race theory, the main point in these discussions I would propose is that the disagreement is not really within the term or if the terminology is correct. Rather, it's about the fact that the knowledge that certain groups have, especially racially marginalized groups, it's being regarded as political in the ways that it attacks various forms of social and political hegemony in society. And in this case, with critical race theory, one of the main targets obviously is white supremacy, especially within the United States. The last main thesis in the project is that if we only consider ignorance as innocence, there are two primary effects that we're going to witness. First is that it's going to limit our understanding of ignorance, especially in terms of how ignorance can operate in an oppressive manner. So in many cases, especially in the work of Cynthia Townley, we'll observe the fact that some epistemologists, especially those who do work on race and gender, will push back on the idea that we need to constantly investigate ignorance, because they'll say that it creates something called epistemophilia, which is this obsession with knowledge and this idea that we constantly have to know and know about other people. And the byproduct of this is that we essentially create a form, or we're violating a form of opaqueness, which is or should be granted to subjects. In other words, I shouldn't aim to know everything about a certain person or group of people or a situation, because there might be instances where I should be ignorant. And so what ends up happening, according to Cynthia Townley, is that what's being violated in this relationship is epistemic trust, or this form of trust that is made between various agents, especially in the epistemic realm, where we're obligated, in Townley's words, to trust them, mainly because we're not always going to be able to know everything about their situation. So I do take that argument to be true in many instances, but my response to that would be, again, there are different forms of oppression that operate with ignorance. And if we only pursue our understanding of ignorance in terms of, as a form of naivete, for example, or what Robert Proctor calls simple ignorance, then we essentially risk being able to understand how oppression often utilizes forms of ignorance, which are very prevalent in our current society. And this ties in with the second effect of looking at ignorance only in terms of innocence, which is the fact that not every subject can be innocent. And I'm going to discuss this more clearly with the two studies of George Floyd and Brianna Taylor, right? When we consider those cases especially, those subjects were never innocent, and they never were thought of innocent, even in a system that arguably in a legal manner is supposed to presume that they are innocent. But oftentimes when epistemic agents, in this case, the officers involved, are engaging with this.
Just a minute, please. We're getting some background of noise here. Let us please check your microphone to see if you are not speaking now, to see that it is muted.
I believe that is Adefalakunmi.
I'm sorry?
Please mute your mic. Adefalakunmi, I believe, is the open mic. Please mute your mic. Then go about Adefalakunmi. Thank you. Sorry about that, Bailey. Please continue. Very sorry.
No worries. No problem at all. I thought it was me for a minute. I have a dog in here, so I thought, oh gosh, she's making a mess.
Lovely.
The second effect that I was just speaking about is mainly the idea that, again, when we're looking at innocence, this has a racial component. It's not the case that all subjects are often seen on the surface as innocent. So in the case of Brianna Taylor and George Floyd, obviously the epistemic agents that I'll be examining in that case are going to be the police officers. And so what we sort of see, as I'll argue towards the end of this talk, is that another component that is working with ignorance, as well as with our conception or our connection rather of innocence with ignorance, is identity prejudice and credibility status. In other words, your credibility, especially your credibility as an epistemic subject, is based on the identity that you have. If you have a social identity that is deemed less than in society, then your credibility is also going to go down. Likewise, if you have a social identity that is regarded highly in society, then you're often able to get a higher credibility status. It's important to note here, right, that these are not about any earned sense of credibility or any earned sense of, notion of trust, but it's our sort of assumption that if someone is in a certain position, then I should trust them more. So an example of this that is sort of in the inverse is often in Black families, right? Everyone has the talk with their children about the police, right? That as a Black child, you are taught in many instances not to trust the police, especially because in this instance, right, when it comes to, for example, the credibility status of a white police officer and a Black man, more often than not, the dominant society is going to trust the police officer, even if in many cases, right, the Black man is telling the truth. And this is something that we've seen time and time again. So as a whole, right, my main goal in this project is to consider what role, if any, ignorance has in oppressive systems, institutions, and communities. And so ultimately in this project, I want to argue that we need to examine ignorance very closely, especially if we want to have the goal of having healthy political, social, and ethical communities. And so this is sort of my connection with the work that many of you all are talking about, right? I'm not specifically looking at futurism, perhaps in the canonical sense, or in the popularly conceived sense, but I am concerned about what sort of future we are going to have if we still examine ignorance in the commonly perceived way, and if we continue to deny or ignore the connection between race, ignorance, and oppression. So when I'm sort of looking at insidious ignorance as a whole, the definition in many ways, it's both complex and very simple. It's simple in the definition. The complexity is really in terms of looking at the relationship between the two groups involved. In some instances, there might be more than two, but for the focus of this talk, I'll just look at two. And so the first, defining insidious ignorance, I'm mainly looking at it as a parasitic relationship between two groups, those who are willfully ignorant and those who knowingly lie. So in terms of the latter group, those who knowingly lie, they can be composed of a multitude of people, or it can just be one person. But I want to say those who knowingly lie because I want to push social epistemology, especially in works about epistemic injustice, from just looking at individuals or small communities to also looking at how epistemic injustice and oppression is operating within systems and institutions. And those are composed of multitudes of people, or in cases, multitudes of systems. And so I want to, again, create a framework that is acknowledging how this ignorance can operate on both the personal, communal, and then larger political level. Now, when it comes to the willfully ignorant, they're a very interesting group. Now, it's not always the case that they're fully cognizant of what's occurring. In other words, they're not always fully cognizant, perhaps, that they're being lied to, but it's not the case that they're completely unaware that the facts that they're getting from this lying entity are false. And in many cases, what I'm observing here, especially within this parasitic relationship, is sort of the gaining of power on both sides. And so what sort of happens as a result of this is that we have the creation of fraudulent epistemic frameworks, primarily because they are being supported by the willfully ignorant. And those who are willfully ignorant, they're not just a small group of people, especially if we consider Charles Mills's discussion on white ignorance. This is a very large population, especially again, if we pay attention to his argument within the racial contract, that it's not the case that only those who are raised as white can be engaged in white ignorance. And so when we're looking at this construction and implementation of fraudulent epistemic frameworks, what we ultimately want to consider is how these frameworks permit the perpetuation of oppression, and they also permit what is eventually called the killing of knowledge, or epistemicide. So with that, again, looking a little bit more closely at these components of insidious ignorance, again, when we look at this lying entity, part of what they're seeking to gain in terms of their control over the willfully ignorant is that mainly they're seeking to gain some sort of power, especially political power, over marginalized groups. And so their effort is not to just gain control over the willfully ignorant, but their gain is to also gain control over those who are already in precarious situations in society. And so by sort of maintaining control over the willfully ignorant, they're essentially able to create a support base that will believe these lies that are espoused as knowledge, because the willfully ignorant are also gaining something in this exchange as well. So in the case of Brianna Taylor and George Floyd, what I'm going to discuss more specifically is how often discussions around the police and their engagement with those who are raised as Black is primarily based on, assumptions, not just about trust, but also assumptions that the white community and those who are invested in white supremacy have in the police, which is primarily also rooted in their desire to not be treated as those who are deemed as lesser than, or those in this case, right, who are Black. And so again, right, the willfully ignorant are in the state of ignorance, not because they're unable to know, but because they're unwilling to know. And in his work, Charles Mills calls this as a form of effective ignorance. So in many cases, the willfully ignorant are motivated not to know based on maybe feelings of discomfort or guilt that they have, but also in the sense of insidious ignorance. What I want to do is expand this and say that they're also motivated by external factors, sometimes social, sometimes political factors, to intentionally not know. And in some cases, this might be a form of protection. In other cases, this is because they might know that if they do acknowledge that the truths that they have been led to believe by the lying entity, if they acknowledge rather that these truths that they have gotten from this lying entity are false, then in many cases, they would be obligated to act. And so this is something I'll return to in the conclusion of this talk. And so the willfully ignorant are very important in this operation, primarily because due to identity prejudice, the willfully ignorant will often believe those who lie and discount the testimony of those who are in socially marginalized positions, again, primarily because if they believe in the lies that are given by those in this higher social status, that also gives them a form of protection, and it also elevates their own social status, again, creating the separation between those who are deemed as other and those who are in dominant and hegemonic positions. And all of this is sort of relying on this notion of trust, which is something I'm still trying to consider in my future work, and how trust is not only epistemically motivated, but also racially and politically motivated as well. And so in sort of connecting insidious ignorance to epistemicide, again, this was coined by Bonaventura de Sousa Santos. And in his work, he refers to this term as talking about the destruction of existing knowledge, especially due to issues of colonialism. And so I tie this into my work, especially with my discussion of Charles Mills, when we're looking at the racial contract and the construction of the racial contract within the United States and examining how this contract is applied to various instances of the treatment against those who are racially marginalized, especially Black Americans, we can see a direct connection between colonialism and the creation and perpetuation of various aspects and systems of white supremacy within the United States. And so I want to propose that insidious ignorance is an ethical and political form of epistemicide in two ways. One, it essentially destroys our ways of authentic knowing about the world. And this comes with ethical consequences in many ways, but one, primarily due to the fact that, based on my previous argument in this project, when we're looking at the construction of knowledge and by proxy, the destruction of knowledge, this is not without ethical consequences. So it's not the case I want to propose that I can create a social framework about knowing about those who are different than myself or those who are similar to myself without also creating simultaneously and sort of ethical framework in terms of how it is that I ought to treat those people, whether they be similar to me or different than me. And the second way that I am connecting epistemicide and insidious ignorance is that insidious ignorance results in the destruction of marginalized ways of knowing, explicitly in my work as I am exploring with Black epistemologies. So along with insidious ignorance and epistemicide, I'm also trying again to further connect and this work to Charles Mills's discussions in the racial contract and even further it. So one particularly important passage in the racial contract for me is where Mills says, quote, "My suggestion is that by looking at the actual historically dominant / political consciousness and the actual historically dominant moral / political ideals, we are better enabled to prescribe for society than by starting from a historical dominant abstractions. We want to know what went wrong in the past, what is going wrong now, and is likely to continue to go wrong in the future if we do not guard against it." So in this way, I'm trying to look at insidious ignorance as an extension of what Mills is speaking about in the racial contract, especially when he's talking about these epistemologies of ignorance. So if we look at white ignorance as a form or a sort of manifestation of one of these epistemologies of ignorance, what I'm hoping to do in my work is expand on this, and specifically with insidious ignorance, offer an explanation for how white ignorance is able to not only manifest itself, but why it's often able to stay in power for so long. Because if we look at discussions of white ignorance within Africana philosophy broadly, it's not the case that this is a new discussion. James Baldwin, for example, in The Fire Next Time speaks about this, throughout the entirety of the text, not just in the letter to his nephew, but also in the entire structure of the text as a Jeremiad, where he's warning of this imminent doom of American society if they do not fix their current ways, especially with regarding to how white Americans are intentionally seeking not to know about Black Americans. In fact, Baldwin continues this by stating that in the letter to his nephew, that it's not the case that white Americans don't know about the damage that they're doing to Black Americans, but they intentionally are seeking not to know. And he says something akin to that white Americans are responsible for the destruction of hundreds of thousands of lives and do not know it and do not want to know it. And so if we can look at the ways in which Africana epistemology and Black American epistemology especially have been examining this issue of insidious ignorance, this parasitic relationship between those who are willfully ignorant and those who are knowingly lying in order to manipulate the willfully ignorant, My argument is that, especially if we look at insidious ignorance in a racial form, we can again see this connection between white ignorance and especially how white ignorance is operating both epistemically, socially, ethically, and politically. And my second connection to the racial contract is looking at the ways in which this form of ignorance, again, insidious ignorance, is able to explain some of the ways that Black American genocide has become so prevalent, and again, speak about the destruction of Black epistemologies broadly. So connecting this not just to epistemicide, but also a future project of mine is aimed at looking at Africana epistemologies broadly construed, especially when it comes to resisting, if any way possible, against these various forms of oppressive ignorance. And another person who comes to mind here is Aimé Césaire, who speaks about this in Discourse and Colonialism, especially in his discussions about how the Western world is constantly destroying various communities, destroying epistemologies that are created by these communities, and they are guilty of doing so. And he speaks about this in his discussions about how the result is a sick civilization. So now I'm going to touch a little bit more specifically on two case studies that I think highlight the prevalence of insidious ignorance, especially within American society. So on the left here is George Floyd, on the right is Brianna Taylor. So starting off with George Floyd, I'm not going to speak so much about the process of his arrest and murder, more than I'm going to focus on the argument that the defense on behalf of Derek Chauvin gave in terms of why Floyd's death was, one, not even racially motivated, but secondly, was permitted. So in the defense, Chauvin's defense attorney argued that George Floyd's death was permitted primarily on the basis of arguing various, some outright lies, but also arguing various claims based on many racially motivated conceptions that American society has about Black men in particular. One of which was that the physical structure or the physical stature of George Floyd was intimidating. So again, this idea that Floyd is a large Black man, and because of that, Chauvin had a right to fear for his life because of this idea that Floyd would at some point physically overpower him. Then, despite the fact that there were already two officers on the scene before Chauvin got there. And the second was this idea that Floyd was resisting arrest mainly because he had drugs in his system. Now, the drugs in the system was obviously proved to be false. There were two autopsies done, one by the state and one by Floyd's family, both which proved this to be false and also proved that Floyd's death was ruled a homicide. But primarily what I want to focus on here is the ways in which these claims by both Derek Chauvin and by his defense team were taken up by predominant white American society. And so if any of you were on social media, especially at the time that this case was being tried, you may very well be familiar with the arguments and discussions that those who are, proponents of the police and the policing, especially of Black communities, gave. And many of these are rooted, again, in these various lies that are taken up to be truths by those who have a investment not only in the institution of policing, but also in the subjugation of Black lives as a whole. In many ways, again, right, these ideas that Black men are somehow, physically superior because of their stature, thus are threats, are not only, again, lies, especially in terms of various scientific manners, but more so in my connection to insidious ignorance, I want to focus on how these lies are intentionally proliferated, not just to cause some sort of political or social destabilization, but also rooted in this idea, again, that there are going to be people who will take up these lies as truths. And there will be people who will maintain these falsehoods as truth, primarily because it offers them some sort of political protection. Now, this is not always the case. As we've just seen, there was the case of a white man, a deaf white man who was attacked by the police because the police alleged he didn't respond to their commands, which obviously he did not hear them, and they did not pay attention to his signing that he was deaf. And so some cases we can see that, again, there's sort of a rupture of this insidious ignorance, or rather than a rupture, perhaps it might be more apt to say that we're seeing a sort of transformation here, where it's not just stopping in terms of oppressing those who are in socially marginalized positions, but those who are knowingly espousing these lies are able to expand their role of influence and also impact the lives of those who often are still investing in these lies that they're espousing. And so in the second case, I want to focus on Brianna Taylor. And her case is especially important, again, one, not just because I'm currently living in Louisville, but also in both the incidents before her murder, and then also in the various accounts that were given after. And so Brianna Taylor's house had been under watch for many weeks. There were allegations that there was some sort of drug dealing going on. And in the body cam footage that was eventually released, officers admitted that they knew that they were at the wrong house, but insisted that they should continue under this idea that because of the neighborhood that Brianna Taylor was living in, there would obviously be some sort of crime that would be going on, which would then, in the process, justify their violation of her civil rights. And so in the end, Taylor is killed in the crossfire between the police officers. And what ends up happening afterwards is a discussion, one, not just about no knock warrants, but secondly, about whether or not officers were justified in, one, their surveillance of Taylor's home, but also, again, in the very act of their, in the act of how they justified their actions after they had already committed them. So it wasn't the case that they had actual justification for going there. Again, they admitted on audio that they knew that they were at the wrong house, which in many cases would propose, right, that they no longer had reason to even approach Taylor's home. But because of this idea that's often proliferated, one, not just by police, but in dominant white supremacist societies as a whole, there's this idea that Black Americans are inherently criminal. And so they continued with the action, not just because, again, not because they believed that there were actually drugs in this home, but it was this idea that if they did so, they would likely, they claimed, find something that would still authorize their search of Taylor's home. And what I want to propose here is that cases like this and many others, including Sandra Bland, right, who was pulled over by a very common method used by police, where they will pull you over for very minor traffic violations and insist on searching your vehicles and things of that nature, are based on various lies that are taken up by those who are white and willfully ignorant. Again, because these lies are geared at the subjugation of certain marginalized people in society, and in this case, Black Americans and Black people as a whole. And so what I'm arguing later in this, both this manuscript and a future article, is that this destruction doesn't just stop in an epistemic sense. And this is why I want to again argue for the connection between epistemology, ethics, and politics, primarily because if we look at the various instances of Black genocide, especially in the United States, my argument is that we can see the ways that insidious ignorance is influencing these various moments of injustice, sometimes on the forefront and other times behind the scenes, especially because it is a very complicated form of ignorance. So lastly, I just want to talk very briefly about 3 sort of future considerations I have for this work. So one area is explicitly looking at moral responsibility and epistemic resistance. Primarily here, I'm trying to see if there is any way to incorporate a form of moral responsibility that those who are engaged in insidious ignorance have in terms of resisting against it, and perhaps offering some sort of form of reparations to those that were harmed by it. In an instance of epistemic resistance, I also want to include those who are bystanders or those who are sort of in the gray area in this case. So instead of just looking at those who are directly oppressors or those who are oppressed, I also want to implicate a moral responsibility on behalf of those who may not be oppressors and may not be targeted by this oppressive form of ignorance, but nevertheless still have a moral responsibility to combat it. In the second area, I'm looking at insidious ignorance, especially in the cases of political propaganda. So a current article that I have in progress is looking at how insidious ignorance was operating, especially in the political system, ultimately leading up to the January 6th insurrection that happened at the US Capitol, especially surrounding former President Donald Trump's idea, right, that the election was rigged, thus sort of offering some sort of separate construction of facts around the 2020 election, and thus sort of propelling those who are, taking up these lies as a basis of knowledge, thus propelling them to argue that one, not only was the election rigged, but also sort of implicating that they had a responsibility to then respond to this, which results in this insurrection. And then the final consideration I have is in a piece that's under review right now, where I'm looking at a form of resistance, especially on behalf of Black Americans, in terms of how it is that they can resist against insidious ignorance, both one in the conduction of resistant imaginations, and then secondly, using something that Allison Bailey calls strategic ignorance, which is sort of the manipulation of ignorance on behalf of those who are being targeted by it in a way that then flips this ignorance back on the oppressors and allows those who would otherwise be in an oppressive situation to then use this ignorance to their advantage. And so in this project specifically, I'm looking at something that I call knowing while Black, which is this idea that there are not only racially ways of knowing, but specifically there is an epistemic methodology that is created by those who are Black, specifically when it comes to resisting forms of oppressive racial epistemologies, such as the ones that Charles Mills speaks about within the racial contract and other areas of his work, and also in conversations that people like Patricia Hill Collins and Christy Dotson have in their work on epistemic oppression and epistemic injustice. So thank you all very much for tuning in. That's my email there. If you would like to contact me, I'm very happy to continue discussions about this work. I think we have about 15 minutes or so if anyone has.
It seems as if you are cutting out.
Yeah, she's frozen, isn't it?
Yeah, she's frozen.
I didn't know if it was on my end or not, but she is frozen.
Yes.
Okay, I will call her and tell her. I'll tell them, excuse me. I will call them and tell them. They're probably aware of it.
Maybe a message, because
Okay.
she may, or they may still be getting messages.
Okay.
And I'm going to do that right now.
Okay.
Trying to find the right one to send it to.
Okay.
I'm not sure which is the one that they were actually speaking from in the end.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I
Oh,
think
there
I
we
got
go.
kicked out.
I was gonna say just restart the whole thing. Yeah. Okay. So yes. Questions? Anyone? Questions? Thank you so much, Bailey, for that wonderful presentation. Again, I knew you would come with it. Rigorous, insightful. The references are very timely. Obviously, great deal of tragedy that we have to process as well, but incredibly prescient. So thank you very much. And we should open the floors to questions.
Can I ask a question?
Please.
So let's see, the issue of willful ignorance, it's a new concept to me, or you, what was the exact term you used? Insidious ignorance, because it goes beyond willful ignorance. It sounds to me like a very useful concept. I've written on fake news and extremist organizations and how they create ideological monads and bubbles for themselves. But let me ask you this, this raises an interesting question. What can we reasonably expect people to know? If you look at theories about democratic discourse, okay, so you have the idea of Habermas and the ideal speech situation. And the problem with his ideal speech situation is he doesn't say anywhere that ideally people ought to know what they're talking about, right? Then there's, Sidney Hook wrote an essay on the ethics of controversy, and where he does specifically say all people involved in a discussion have an obligation to know the relevant facts. But what? This raises a question. I mean, I guess what the relevant facts are, I guess, depends on the nature of the discussion. But is there any way we can delineate what a citizen of a democracy can reasonably be expected to know, so that we can say, well, if you don't know that, that constitutes a form of insidious ignorance, or however you might want to put it. Does that make any kind of sense to you?
Yes, it does. So in that, I sort of hear two questions. So one is the question of what can we reasonably expect people to know? And then the second question I hear is, how does this issue, especially, if we want to take fake news as an example, sort of manifest perhaps into insidious ignorance? So taking the first question of what we can expect people to know, I mean, this is a dominant debate in social epistemology. So I don't think I can hope to answer that. Yeah. But what I can say is that when it comes to what is reasonably expected of people in terms of knowledge, what I would propose is that one way that insidious ignorance is able to manifest is because people avoid something that's called epistemic friction. In other words, they avoid the challenging of their own epistemic frameworks. Yes. Now, this might be this might be an effective reason. Again, they maybe want to avoid guilt. They maybe don't want to be uncomfortable. Or in other instances, for example, such as, folks like Jose Medina, who are doing work on epistemic resistance, perhaps they want to avoid this because they want to avoid some sense of responsibility for having they want to avoid some sort of responsibility that might come if they acknowledge these other ways of knowing, or these other knowledge claims that challenge their ways of knowing. That said, I think what is sort of at stake here in this discussion of what we can reasonably expect people to know is really why they are not seeking out epistemic resources or epistemic claims that are different than their own. So if I, as an epistemic subject, am coming across a claim given to me by someone else that contradicts my ways of knowing or challenges my epistemic frameworks, in many ways, I would say you're obligated to research that source. That doesn't mean that you're obligated to take it on as your own, nor are you obligated to integrate it into your epistemic resources. But part of the problem, I would say, again, expanding this issue to discussions about fake news, is many people who say that something's fake news, they don't know anything about it.
Yeah.
So if we take, the issue with the coronavirus, for example, many people often say that this is fake news. They're not, biologists. They haven't, taken any sort of classes or research or have conducted any form of investigation into these claims that they're saying are false. They're just deeming it's false because they're trying to avoid this sense of epistemic friction, which might require that in the end, they do need to revise their epistemic frameworks because they might be confronted with the fact that what they're holding as true is false. So that doesn't fully answer your question about what we can reasonably expect people to know, but I hope that that sort of puts into picture the idea that perhaps instead of expecting, or perhaps instead of, making a, methodology of how we can reasonably expect people to know something, I would say the focus is really on why are people not knowing and what is prohibiting them from engaging in epistemic conversations with other people. Just
very briefly, that's a good answer. I think another answer might be, whoever makes a claim, the burden is on him or her to be able to back up the claim. So we can say that people should reasonably know the evidence that is relevant to backing up any claims they care to make.
Okay.
Lehman, after you look at the chat, because there's some people like Eileen would like something in the chat. I don't know.
Yes, I saw. I sent her a direct message, and I mentioned that I would read that out to her. I'll read that out for her. She's driving. But first, actually, there's a question in the chat from Joseph Mendoza. Joseph Mendoza would like to ask you, Professor Thomas, in 20 years of classroom research, criminal justice majors, students aspiring to police department, they rarely achieve excellence, in quotes, in my philosophy courses. Typically, they barely pass with low average competence. Police, prison, corrections, border patrol may all be, quote, woefully ignorant, as you mentioned in your talk. What empirical validation of a representative sample do you propose? That's the question. I'm not sure how clear it is for you, but I believe that's what empirical validation in terms of your claim of a representative sample for, I believe, the insidiously ignorant or the woefully ignorant, I believe is what the question is, trying to sharpen it a bit.
Okay. So perhaps I should elaborate a little bit on my methodology. So in epistemology, there are sort of two main branches. One is formal epistemology, and those are folks mainly invested in philosophy of science, whether they've been hard science or social scientists. A lot of them do a lot of empirical data. They'll do many case studies or studies in labs. As a social epistemologist, I'm more geared at looking at our current social relations and how we can look at the production of knowledge, suppression of knowledge, so on and so forth from those relations. So I'm not quite sure about the empirical validation that you're mentioning, but more so my example in this case with the police is not so much of an empirical study, but more of a reference to the fact that if we look at how identity, prejudice, and social credibility are constructed, in American society, police officers, especially in white communities, have a very high social credibility. And this is, again, because of the position that they have as law enforcement officers in American society, especially in childhood. Many children, with the exception perhaps of those who are racially marginalized, they're taught to trust the police and they're taught to call the police if they have an issue, right? I remember as a child, before I had the talk, right, I was taught to call the police if I had an issue. If there was any trouble, call the police. In other cases, when we're looking at identity prejudice, the way that this relates to social credibility is that if you have an identity that is regarded as less than in society, then your credibility goes down. And even in the case of police, we can see this. If you're interested in a study, there is one that comes to mind from 2 Black sociologists that I can send you if you put your email in the chat, where they spoke about how not only are there differences in trust in terms of racial identities, but they even speak about how a Black officer in their studies had a lower level of credibility and trust than a white male police officer. So if that's sort of the empirical study that you're talking about, then I can definitely send that to you.
Okay. I believe Eileen would like that empirical study. I'm sure that Mendoza would like that as well. But my lead has put their email in the chat. And in terms of Eileen's questions, she's driving again, Texas. She says, recent laws passed in Texas and the implication of education. What are your thoughts on the legal promotion of insidious ignorance? Here are excerpts of what the law prohibits. A little bit long, but I'll try to read it quickly. Meritocracy or traits such as hard work, ethic, or racist or sexist, or were created by members of a particular race to oppress members of another race. The advent of slavery in the territory that is now the United States constituted the true founding of the United States, or with respect to the relationship to American values. Slavery and racism are anything other than deviations from, betrayals of, or failures to live up to the authentic founding principles of the United States, which include liberty and equality. The above statements were sent to me as things that are prohibited in curriculum, books, and teaching. And I believe that she would like you to comment on these specific examples of the perpetuation of insidious ignorance within a curriculum or an education system.
So I would say that this supports my claim, right, that the construction of knowledge is a political project. And when we're looking at systems and institutions where this is the case, we would be remiss to ignore the fact that the education system is one way, right, that everyone, not just children, are exposed to the various false constructions of knowledge. In this case, it might be a symptom of insidious ignorance. But in terms of what you specifically have mentioned here, it reminds me of the 1776 report that was released by the former administration, which supports, one, not many of these examples that you've given, but is also based on this idea, right, that, you know, even outside of looking at issues of race and even discussions of colonialism and gender and things of that nature, there's this idea that in order to maintain control over a group of people, you have to maintain the narrative. And so those who are, you know, espousing a lot of these, I mean, frankly, lies, right? We can point in many historical examples of how they're lies, but they're taken up as truths for many groups of people, primarily because they're also gaining some sort of byproduct in this relationship between those who are knowingly lying. So in terms of this, I would say it's a pretty good example of how insidious ignorance is operating, both in institutions outside of just, you know, the legal system, but also, again, I think it highlights the need to pay attention to the ways that the education system is often, or the education system is often implicated in this issue of insidious ignorance.
Well, thank you. I really have a question for you, Dr. Thomas, but first, Anthony Dandridge. Hopefully we'll have some time to get to mine or others, but Dandridge, please feel free.
Peace, family. I'll make mine short just so we can get other people in there. Professor Thomas, thank you so much for this presentation. I thought it was powerful on a variety of different levels. All right, so my short question. I think it's less of a gently pushing back, but I think it's more of a gently pushing forward. And I guess that will be determined how you answer the question. You talk about the construction of knowledge. Matter of fact, I'll just piggyback on your last response. The construction of knowledge is a political project, right? As it relates to this particular presentation. So I would like to ask the question like this. Are there any kinds of projects that the construction of knowledge is not?
Oh, you're going to be putting me against a lot of my colleagues here with this answer. I'm pushed to say yes, right? Because this is still a work in progress. And I'm still considering, conversations about why we want to keep areas of epistemology separate from many, perhaps, issues of political theory. So in some ways, I might be pushed to say yes, they might be separate. There might be cases where they are two separate entities. But in the instance of social epistemology, particularly, I would caution against this idea that perhaps they're not political. What I might say in response is perhaps on the surface, they're not politically motivated, but there are still political consequences to the construction of knowledge. For example, if I say that something, for example, right, let's think about the ways in which we think about race and how our knowledge of race might be constructed socially in some ways. As soon as I say race is this, in many instances, people will automatically say, well, you're saying race is also not this because it's not included in this definition of how you're structuring race. And that has political consequences because if I say race is this, and I'm thinking about constructions of race or, definitions of racism rather, then a consequence, and this might very well be political, is I say, well, racism can't be this. So that's sort of one instance. Again, it's not too specific, but I'm teaching a race and racism class right now, and that's the discussion that I'm having with my students. But I would love to continue this discussion with you after this event too.
A comment in the chat while we're at 12:30. Jen Chapman, I would argue that at least in the USA, it is problematic to speak of the educational system. For instance, the curricula I develop and deliver every day in my 10th grade global history classes would be banned as, quote, CRT in multiple states. Similar comment to what you discussed earlier. I'm not sure if we have time for a comment on that. Everet, Brittany, we are at 12:30. I guess I could table my question unless, Ray is not even here yet. Ronaldo, are you here? Ronaldo has not logged in yet.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment, if I may. Thank you very much for that brilliant presentation. But I just wondered, are we getting down right to some nitty-gritty here? That fundamentally there is a view of Black people as inherently immoral, and that goes way back. And so we keep on ever so often, you have Du Bois writing, then we have after the emancipation, there is hope. And then after that, with Reconstruction, then after that, there was hope. And then that was matched with Jim Crow. And then after that, you have the Civil Rights Movement, and then there's hope. So there's this constant thing that, but I think, have we really addressed the fundamental issue, which I think Joseph was bringing out, that Black people are inherently immoral and they have to be policed all the time. And, I'm going to go to a basic thing with religion, because Blacks, when whites encountered Blacks in Africa, Blacks were heathen and savages, pagans, etc. And what would transform them was the Christian religion. And there's still that perception that has not changed. Over 400 years, that has not changed. That Blacks are inherently immoral and they have to be policed. And 100, 200 years from now, if we don't address that issue, basically, we will still be discussing this.
So my audio cut in and out, unfortunately. But could you just repeat the last part of your question for me?
Fundamentally, from whites' encounter with Blacks, fundamentally it was established by whites that Blacks are inherently immoral. And what would transform Blacks would be Christianity and Western civilization tied together. And that that belief has not changed over 400 years. There's still the perception that Blacks are inherently immoral, and this is driven by religion. So we have the segregated churches, right, and on Sunday, and this goes on during the week. So to me, we have not, as Black people, addressed that fundamental belief of whites, that Blacks are inherently immoral.
Professor Thomas?
Okay, sorry, I thought someone else was speaking.
Yeah, no, I was going to simply say for Everet and Brittany and everyone, the good thing about the schedule of today is Professor Anderson's talk will precede a panel talk with myself, Mark Derry, and Professor Anderson. So if it goes into that time, obviously, Professor Anderson would have plenty of time to complete all of his specific comments in his presentation and have an individual Q&A. And I'm happy, Mark and I will be very happy to concede as much time as we need to Ronaldo Anderson. So I just wanted to say that. So Everett, if you want to make the call, we have several things to read in the chat. I believe a few other people might have questions for Dr. Thomas, so I don't know how you'd like us to proceed. But again, I believe we should have plenty of time for Professor Anderson's talk, which is scheduled at 12:30. We're now at 12:36.
Let's do it for the maximum of 5 minutes, then we'll have to move on.
Okay. All right. So we have a few comments. I'll read them quickly. Jen Chappert again. Thank you. Sure. So far this year, we have talked about industrial revolution, and we are starting a new unit on imperialism. While the topic of industrial revolution in Great Britain is traditionally taught as emerging from England's advantage of natural resources like coal, stable government, and culture of producing innovations like the steam engine, we also start with excerpts from Trinidadian historian Erik Williams on how the slave trade and the sugar economy fueled finance and formatted in. I'm not sure what the question is, Chapman, but I think that you were providing examples of what Dr. Thomas had discussed in her presentation. Thank you so much.
Yes, sorry, I was responding to Eileen's request that I explain deeper. I was just wanting to give my own humble example of how I'm a 10th grade history teacher, and at my school in Brooklyn, we are absolutely committed, which is a very diverse school. We're absolutely committed toward infusing questions, well, just the framework of white supremacy as something that has constructed our world, and doing critical inquiry in that through our curriculum day after day. So when we talk about the education system, I'm just saying it's many, many systems, and what we do would be banned in Florida, for instance.
Yes, thank you so much for that. It's sure. Look, we have Mark Christian. Thank you, Bailey Thomas, for an insightful presentation. Could your work with the term philosophical racism, whereby there is a hierarchy of knowledge?
Just a second, could you ask Professor Thomas to respond to Jay's question, like for a minute or two?
I'm sorry. I thought that Professor Thomas, the question of the unchanging perception of Blacks or African Americans and or African Americans in American culture as being immoral. What you have a response to that specific question?
I think my only response to that would be often in my research, what I've seen in response to this, especially in Africana epistemology, is the construction of oppositional knowledge. And this is a term coined by Patricia Hill Collins, where she essentially states that because of these many assumptions that especially, the dominant white society has about those who are raised as Black, we're no longer going to engage with these dominant ways of knowing. And, in response to that, rather, we're going to create our own epistemic structures that are going to support the creation of our own social and political societies. So this doesn't, the consequence of this is that it doesn't explicitly address or redress the fact that many white people are often constantly thinking that Black people are inherently immoral. Rather, it's sort of an attitude of what Zora Neale Hurston calls refusal, right? We're just not going to engage with it. in many ways, right, as you've stated in your commentary, right, we've been engaging with this idea for hundreds of years. And in many ways, it's still not being taken up by white society. And part of this, I would argue, is due to the fact that, right, there are political gains from having this idea of Black people as being inherently immoral. And as a result of this, there are many even Black political activists who are saying we're just not going to engage with white society anymore. So there might have to be obviously some physical coexistence, but that doesn't mean that we have to engage with the epistemic, political, and social structures that are, composing dominant white society.
Yeah. And on that point, this kind of leads to my question. So since that's the answer, and thank you so much for that, I'll just go and ask it very quickly. In terms of oppositional knowledge, I mean, some of us are raised, in highly, Black empowered households. And, I remember as a teenager, certain ideas about, white devils, certain ideas about, how the white man was grafted, 10 billion years ago from the hip bone, by a mad scientist, you understand, in the 7% nation. So I wanted to ask you about warrant, because a lot of what your talk had to do today was in terms of failure of justification or willful ignorance, not to even engage in the justificational process. But before the sense of possibly justifying one of these claims, which might bear out to be true, it might bear out to be false, and especially if it's going to be maintained as false by power structures, what about the sense of warrant, where there might be a useful distinction between willful ignorance and just hopeless stupidity, in terms of the inability to just have the warrant to ask the question in the first place. So would you say that warrant, which is just a kind of, immediate sense of, should I question this, yes or no? Should I even begin to think about this and justify it, yes or no? Is that a phenomenological matter of subjective gut feeling, or is that a pragmatic matter of shared social utility that's communicated? Phenomenology or pragmatism, and at the level of warrant, not justification?
Ooh, so this is my philosophical escape by saying I am not a phenomenologist or a pragmatist, but what,
as you know,
what I will say is that I think what your question is hinting to, and this is something I speak about in the larger manuscript, is that part of this work is also to systematize the different levels of ignorance. So I think in this question of whether or not something warrants investigation, or whether or not you're positioned to know if you should further investigate an epistemic claim, really has to do with what sort of level of ignorance we're talking about. And part of the time, when we're talking about ignorance as a whole, some people associate it with a form of naivete or childlike ignorance. Many instances, right, children believe a lot of things you say. Right? A lot of adults, for example, if you have children, my mother even used to say, I need to test your food for poison. She just wanted to eat my food. There was obviously no poison there, but I was a child. I believed her. She's my mother, right? And so that's a simple form of ignorance that you have. Whereas, in other states of ignorance, what needs to be evaluated there is this idea that you're at a certain place in your epistemic journey, right? You have certain epistemic components, especially in social knowledge, that ought to warrant further explanation. And so I think the issue there is, one, thinking about, what particular epistemic subject are we speaking about here? And secondly, when it comes to this issue of warrant, what might be going on, especially in the social context, that might be actively prohibiting you to seek more?
I see.
So this might be an instance of like hermeneutic injustice, right? You don't have access to the social resources that would then allow you to know that you should seek more knowledge. But, as we like to say in philosophy, it's complicated. So I think sometimes it might be contextual.
It is complicated. It sounds a bit more, you're leading towards social utility than pure subjectivity. One more, we have to, I'm sure Everett would agree. Again, I'll read out. Thank you, Bailey Thomas, for an insightful presentation. Could you work with the term philosophical racism, whereby there is a hierarchy of knowledge in the universities, colleges, and even Africana philosophy is denied an equal platform? I believe Charles Mills spoke about the dominant white faces in philosophical meetings. Does this impact the dissemination of knowledge and the denial of Black epistemologies?
Just to say that we are actually exceeding our time now. I know philosophers will go on forever. Yes. And Brittany is waiting in the wings to take over.
Christian, perhaps, address you individually.
If Professor Thomas can answer in 2 sentences, that's okay. Then we'll move on to Brittany to take charge.
Yes, philosophical racism does impact the proliferation of Africana philosophy. If you would like to know more about that, send me an email or send me a chat. 2 sentences.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thomas. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Brittany, are you there?
Yeah, Brittany is here.
Yes.
Okay.
I am here.
Well,
And that was a brilliant conversation. Very enlightening, brought up some important concepts, and I'm glad you also included Charles Mills in your analysis. And hopefully we can continue this conversation, because our next speaker is Ronaldo Anderson from Temple University down the way there in West Philly. He is going to be presenting a paper on Afrofuturism 2.0 and the Black speculative arts movement. And if I remember correctly, yesterday, you had a lot to say about this new 2.0 version of Afrofuturism. So Professor Anderson, you have the floor.
Okay, can I share screen?
yes.
Is Mary still present? I only have co-hosting ability, so I can only mute people.
I need to add you as a co-host. I'm sorry that I'm a little
No,
behind.
You have me as a co-host, but
No,
a co-host.
to add Ronaldo as a co-host.
Oh,
I'm speaking
yes.
to
I
Ronaldo.
think everyone can share screen.
No, you have to.
Everyone has that capacity.
Unfortunately, we haven't been able to
Oh.
make that possible.
Actually, I have that. Yeah. But,
Oh,
yeah.
okay, that's great. Well, then, see
Wait,
if you
see at the
are
bottom
able
next
to
to
see it
chat.
at this point.
And also, very quickly, Ronaldo, I had your full information. I don't know if you'd like me to read that out in terms of your introduction, if that was fine.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
Actually, can we have Damion read that full introduction? Because all I have is what is on the program, and I feel like that is not giving you your full credit.
I don't think you got my private message, Brittany, earlier where I said I would be happy to introduce Ray.
I did not know,
Okay,
but please
sorry.
go ahead.
Okay, so my friend Dr. Ronaldo Anderson is an associate professor and director of graduate studies at Temple University in the Department of Africology and African American Studies. As many of you are aware, the Africology department is unique in the United States. Africology and African American Studies. Ronaldo is currently the executive director and co-founder of the Black Speculative Arts Movement, an international network of artists, intellectuals, creatives, and activists. He is the co-editor of the following anthologies and journals: Afrofuturism 2.0, The Rise of Astro-Blackness, and his Black Speculative Arts Movement, Black Futurity, Art and Design, Lexington Books. Cosmic Underground, A Grimoire of Black Speculative Discontent, Cedar Grove Publishing. Black Lives, Black Politics, Black Futures, a special issue of Topia, Canadian Journal of Cultural Studies. And When is Wakanda? Afrofuturism and Dark Speculative Futuricity, the Journal of Future Studies. He's also the author of numerous articles on Africana studies and communication studies, and helped conceive the joint BSAM and New York Live Arts curating the End of the World online exhibitions 2020 and 2021. Ronaldo is a co-editor of the Lovecraft Country Reader, forthcoming in 2022. Finally, Dr. Anderson is a member of the Curatorial Council for the Carnegie Hall Afrofuturism Festival in New York City in February and March 2022. He has presented papers in areas of communications, Africana studies, Afrofuturism, and critical theory in the US and abroad. There you are, Professor Anderson. The floor is yours.
Okay, well, thank you for that introduction. And when I heard you philosophers talking to each other, going over time, it reminded me why the rhetoricians remain in charge when it comes to organizing. But thank you for inviting me to your conference. I entitled this presentation, Revisualizing Black Futurity, How African People Are Taking Charge of Their Future. Welcome to the second race for theory. If I, for one, believe that if you give people a thorough understanding of what confronts them and the basic causes that produce it, they'll create their own program. And when the people create a program, you get action. which is why a lot of times people can't wait on academics to figure things out. And that was one of the things that led to the Ferguson Rebellion, which a lot of people who I think get TV shows now take credit for, but that rebellion, when I was living in St. Louis, was really started and led at the beginning by poor people. Basically underemployed Black youth, poor people, were at the galvanizing spirit before that, before a bunch of other kind of ideological groups came in to take credit because they had a little bit more money and social media sophistication. When we're talking about the future, I like what the sociologist Ellis Boulding talks about, the 200-year present. At any point in time, you are sharing the present with someone who might have been born 100 years ago and a baby born this second who will live on 100 years in the future. One of the things that's become popular in the last year or two, people reflecting on what happened in the wake of the last pandemic, which was right after World War I, the last great pandemic. And in the wake of that pandemic, you get the return of some extreme nationalism, the hygiene movement, and a growth of a lot of other movements that came in the wake of World War I, artistic, political, and otherwise. In particular, to what we're talking about, the last 100 plus years of transnational struggle. Early at the beginning of the 20th century, you had what they called the Encyclopedia Africana Project, which was an intellectual project organized by people like Du Bois and other thinkers and writers from the Caribbean and Africa around this project, because they were not the only group at that time thinking about this. I believe the Jewish diaspora and other diasporas were undertaking similar efforts. And then by the 60s, you get the Black Studies movement. And then following that, in the last 30 years, you get the emergence of what people now call Africology and Africana philosophy. I think germane important influences on my own body of work, and I've shared this with Damion and others before, when I was exposed to Africana extensia and the work of Charles Mills and Lewis Gordon were important to me. I'd say I look at Charles Mills's work on the racial contract. I look at it as, from a communication theorist, I look at it as the United States of America, the Constitution and the laws are like the software that run the country. And the software or operating system that runs the country needs to be updated because the doctrine of white supremacy is the virus that hinders that operating system, which is why they're afraid of critical race theory, which comes from Derek Brooks to a certain extent, who I think brilliantly illustrates that in his work that he was doing in the early 90s, also in his book, Gospel Choirs and Faces from the Bottom of the Well. And then I think when I read Lewis's work on related to Fanon and others, that kind of gave, it kind of helps create a good argumentative structure in terms of how certain ideas ought to be structured in terms of moving things forward. And so let me move on to my next slide here. The first race for theory, which comes from a paper done by the feminist Barbara Christian in 1987. It's and what she's talking about is toward the end of the Cold War and by the fall of apartheid, a new generation of theorists emerged to identify or critique the moment between 87 and roughly 93 into 95. And what she's talking about is that in her field of literary theory was too increasingly abstract, disconnected, and expressed in mystifying language. And I believe in the philosophy discipline, there's a book called Time in the Ditch, something to that effect, where philosophy, because of McCarthyism, had really moved away from social philosophy for a generation or two. And so, but you had prominent thinkers of this time that emerged, like the work of Bell Hooks, Cornel West, Molefi Asante, Paul Gilroy, and these thoughts were kind of going into what people thought of what we now call Web 1.0 by the mid-90s. And however, by 2005, Web 2.0 breaks out, where in 95 or 6, you had about 250,000 sites and then 80 million within a decade. Now, where we are now is this challenge, or what we would call for Africology and Africana philosophy in the 21st century, a second race for theory, and the age of acceleration, as some people now call it, or Moore's Law plus. Moore's Law being a concept formulated in the 60s around transistors in terms of how they relate to how knowledge doubles 18 months. But as been talked about recently, we're kind of now, it's accelerated to the point of Moore's Law plus because of COVID. So much work and information shifted onto online platforms in the last 18 months. Information doesn't double every 18 months. Now you could say it literally doubles every 6 to 8 months now. So it's really, so what, as people like now using the term platform capitalism, a lot of our colleagues that could work remotely, live off of DoorDash, Uber Eats, and so forth, are kind of remote from some of the conditions that regular working class people that had to go and work and maintain the plants, our food supplies and supply chains that had to go to work at that time. And these forces are impacting on terms of the pull of the future, the push of the present, and the weight of history in terms of how people are going to operate across disciplines to kind of formulate which way people should go moving forward. I know within the movement now, there has different threads of thought that kind of influence the way Afrofuturists and people in the movement that are thinking about humanity. One of the ones that I'm very much a fan of is that concept of shifting the geography of reason, or moving beyond Euro-modernity to the global South, which came out of the Caribbean philosophers back in the 90s largely. And also, even though I don't agree with them, I believe Frank Walderson are hitting certain points when they talk about Afro-pessimism. In terms of where he quotes in his book, Blacks do not function as political subjects. Our flesh energies are instrumentalized by, I say, word salad of other identity formulations like communists, labor groups, sexual orientation groups, and others for other agendas not authorized by Black agendas or ethical dilemmas. Influenced also by queer temporalities in relation to speculative cultural production and racial capitalism, and the writer Kara Keeling writes more on that. I think maybe one thing related to that work that she put out is primarily in dialogue in reference to the global North. And then the term Afropolitan, transnational formation primarily of African expats that is a product of 20th century neoliberal globalization and the collapse of the African Liberation Project. And so these are some of the debates within the Afrofuturism movement with some of these select thinkers around what Black futurity would look like in relation to what does it mean to be human, a question of freedom and liberation and justification. And of course, I could probably add somebody like Sylvia Wynter also to this list, but I don't think her thoughts are having as big an impact on the Afrofuturists yet, even though I know she's popular among certain critical theorists. Okay. Theory and praxis, the structure of artistic revolutions. I remember when we were kind of in the formative stages in the last 10 years of thinking about an artistic movement that would displace ideas like neoliberal art ideas like post-Blackness and others that kind of became popular in the 90s with Thelma Golden and other Black creatives. It was when I was exposed to the work of Gianni Vattimo's book In the End of Modernity, talking about the emergence of a paradigm requires much more than its imposition by force. You have to use a system of persuasion, rhetoric, active participation, interpretations, and answers that are never exclusively nor principally the effects of force and violence, but involve a kind of aesthetic, hermeneutic, or a framework of interpretation or rhetorical assimilation. And some of the select legacies that inform what the Black speculative arts movement does are some of the stuff we looked at in the past, like the Harlem Renaissance period and W.B. Du Bois's famous essay, The Criteria for Negro Art, Langston Hughes's The Negro and the Racial Mountain, the Negritude movement with Leopold Senghor and others, the Black Arts movement of the 60s with Amiri Baraka and others, and the Association for the Advancement of Creative Musicians, which emerged out of Chicago in the middle of the 20th century. And there were a series of meetings, such as the Astro Blackness meetings that were held at Loyola Marymount, and some other conferences that we had leading up to kind of like the Big Bang moment that we had, that you can easily find this online. It was called Unveiling Visions, The Alchemy of the Black Imagination, that John Jennings and I co-curated, that had over 80 artists, almost 100 artists and writers and contributors to that event in Harlem back in the fall of 2015. And that was probably the first major Afrofuturist exhibition held in the United States. A lot of it was coordinated and organized online. And it was done something that would have normally taken a year and a half to organize. We put it together in 90 days and had it in the Schomburg Center for the Study of Black Life in Harlem. Africology and or African speculative imagination, I argue, is to the left of the left, because it emanates from a condition in which there is no strategy for redress, narrative, and this is from Wilderson's argument, and this is where I borrow from that geography of reason, like that concept of the left really comes out of the French Revolution, but our philosophical inspiration comes out of Haiti. And that is something that the leftists have never been able to really come to grips with, that idea of the left, because in most graduate programs, when they talk about Black theory and social change, it is reduced to the word militant, because that is a way of people saying that Blacks have never produced a revolutionary theory. You know, if you go with the Pan-European Academy. And so that is where some of this formulation comes from. And so the movement is largely characterized around concepts like the idea of an Afrocentric meta theory, around agency, location, and dislocation. And then what we call what I called Afrofuturism 2.0, which is related to the emergence of the technology of the last decade that allowed us to organize across all of these social platforms and engage in monetary and economic exchange using cryptocurrency. And now some of the younger members are engaged in artificial intelligence development and looking at things like biotechnical augmentation, which then leads us to read other things about, you know, I guess somebody like Granny Nanny or whether it's Granny Nanny or Zumbi or Denmark Vesey now would probably advise us to be augmented in terms to fight some of these people. Afrofuturism 2.0 is characterized by 5 dimensions that include metaphysics, aesthetics, theoretical and applied science, social science, and pragmatic spaces. And the concept of astro-Blackness is the emergence of a global Black identity framework that transcends the nation state, maintained by digital networks and software platforms. And when at the end, if you want, you know, a breakdown of those dimensions, I can read it to you. Okay. The leadership of our local collective are largely organized and led as 70% Black women, ranging from some that have college hours up to doctorates. Our primary scholarly texts that kind of inform that we've published and participated in are 2.0, which came out in December of 2015. And then the second one that came out a few years later, the Black Speculative Arts Movement, Black Futurity, Art Plus Design. And then the special issue that was done with the Futures Society, When is Wakanda? Art, Afrofuturism, and Dark Speculative Futurity. There are allies of the movement where we talk about non-hegemonic European sources. The Topia magazine is not, that is put out by Canadian, but is based around cultural studies. And that was co-edited by Tobias Van Veen and myself. And I say non-hegemonic because as some scholars do talk, there are European sources of scholarship which are not hegemonic in nature. And plus, Erik Steinskog's book, Afrofuturism and Black Sound Studies. And Dr. Scott, is Erik Steinskog here with us?
Erik was on earlier. I know
I'm
these.
gonna share a funny story in his absence. You know, he'd probably be embarrassed. And Erik he's a quiet guy.
He's here.
Huh?
He's here. Erik's here. He's
Okay,
there.
good. Erik Steinskog is a good guy. And I'll tell you a funny story about him. We were at an Afrofuturist conference in Athens. And this dude stood up in front of like 1,000 white folks in Athens and proceeded to tell them that, you know, you all got all your stuff from the Egyptians. And I'll never forget how in my seat, my butt cheeks clenched up. And I said, man, this dude here. And I remember we were laughing and the audience, they didn't respond to him, but I guess Erik was inspired because he was on the stage before the Sun Ra Orchestra came on and felt like spitting some truth. And his book is an example of what I would call non-hegemonic European sources, where he really brings in African-American sources in dialogue with European philosophy around this idea of Black sound studies. And then we have the items of what I would call message from the grassroots. And these are where the artists and writers put out essays, art. I think in a couple of these volumes here, we even have some magic spells and curses or whatever. The first one was Cosmic Underground, a grimoire of Black speculative discontent. And then the Afro-Canadians put out Cosmic Underground Northside because for some reason, the Afro-Caribbeans always feel the need to outdo us. And then from Germany, Dr. Natasha Kelly organized the Comet edition for where the work is in German and in English for people's consumption on the European continent. And finally, this is what we're kind of grappling with at the moment, this idea that I talked about in on the West Bank a few years ago, this idea of dark speculative futurity and post-apocalyptic civilization. For example, there's an article you can put up online where in the Arab world or Palestinians were starting to look at Afrofuturism in relation to their own futures and their own cultures and what they're talking about. And I remember telling him at the time, and it's probably why they kind of hassled me on the airport on the way out of the country. I think at the time I told him, I said that a big old stupid wall would not keep out zombies or a virus. And so I did not know that the pandemic was going to hit a couple of years later. But I mean, I remember, I'll never forget going on the West Bank and walking and visiting Bethlehem and seeing all the Western Christian tourists walk past the Palestinian hunger strike on the side of the road, ignoring all of the lessons that are contained in the gospel. So I remember I had a smirk at the time looking at all of this stuff, you know, and then the Palestinians did try to sneak me up to the mount or whatever, because I had the right complexion, but I guess I wasn't moving the right way. So the Israeli soldiers stopped me from going with the Muslims up to the mount to visit the temple. And so one of the things I remember, I parted with him and I told him at the time in Tel Aviv, where we had the conference, I said, look, Americans and Westerners are tired of sending their young people over here to deal with your squabbles. And the West has a history of being anti-Islamic and anti-Semitic. And at the end of the day, they want to really wash their hands of this region. And this is before Trump and them had said anything. I think I turned out to be right. Basically, they're tired of Afghanistan, Iraq, and so forth. And they need to figure out how to solve their problems before issues around climate change and resource depletion overtake the entire region. Now, those pictures that I have down there below are related to those green dots there are representing all of the shipping containers floating out in the ocean now with supplies, which is now leading to indirectly to inflation and supply shortages, which a month ago, I noticed when I went to the local store here in the neighborhood, I noticed two things. I saw middle-class white people shopping in the dollar store that wouldn't normally be there. And then there were certain items that were missing, because I remember the clerk told me that, you know, for some reason, the trucks didn't come last week bringing the supplies, you know, because it took me 2 weeks to buy an iron. And so the supplies were slow, and then middle-class whites were shopping there. That told me prices are going up on a lot of items. And as a lot of economists and I will tell you, inflation and energy prices will lead to social instability quicker than anything else. That middle picture there, when I had a presentation in Ghana a few years ago, I was telling the Africans, and I've still informed them, they cannot look at the change that we're having now like a 100-year thing, more of a 500-year thing. The climatologists will tell you North Africa will be largely uninhabitable within a generation or two. And where are all those people going? Are they going to go west or are they going to go south? So are they going? And so they have to worry about, Black Africa has to worry about jihad. And in a talk that I had with some of my friends from Trinidad and the Caribbean, climate change may put some of their islands underwater. So I have a picture there of Drexia, where maybe the Caribbeans form an underwater civilization to survive climate change. In case some countries don't take them in, they just build an underwater civilization and where some of their islands used to be. And so these are all things that are going to be, that are kind of being discussed now within the context of the movement. And I guess you all will be the first to announce today in terms of what is to be done. Here at Temple, that's going to be announced shortly. We've started the Initiative for Afrofuturist Studies here within the Department of Africology. That is our new logo. They're designed by the artist Stacy Robinson. And to my left or your right or so forth, that is a picture of what Stacy, our concept we worked on called the Black Angel of History, in terms of an avatar to inspire us from the ancestors to look for new ways of survival in our future, looking to, along with that, the cosmogram there to draw inspiration from the ancestors seeking solutions for the future. And I want to play for you. Let me see if I can take this down. And can you all see this part where it says character concept?
No.
Oh man, okay, all right. I was hoping I could share a video with you from something that we were doing on the Google Arts platform. Right now, we have an ongoing Curating the End of the World program that we've done with Google Arts and New York Live Arts with artists of African descent all around the world the last 18 months, using AI to create art and other animation and soundscapes that we're using to put up on the Google Arts platform as a way of kind of critiquing how do digital artists interact in this age of platform capitalism. And you have some of the people from the movement like Natrice Gaskins, because also in the movement, we're talking about how does an artist earn a living in the context of this? So they're looking at using blockchain to create non-fungible tokens in terms of really creating their own economy around cryptocurrency and NFTs, even though that becomes a problem around certain issues related to Ethereum that some people have an issue with. And so right now we're kind of picking up steam going into the next year. We just finished doing an event over in Yaoundé, Cameroon. We'll be doing an activity in Cape Town, South Africa next month, and we will wrap up the year in Lagos, Nigeria. And then rolling on to the next year, we'll have several other events around both sides of the Atlantic. And thank you for your time, and I'm open to questions at this time.
Thank you, Ronaldo, for your insightful paper. Again, the 2.0 version of Afrofuturism, and it sounds like Temple University is leading the way in this scholarship, similar to the way they did back in the day with Afrocentricity and looking at notions of centering the Black experience. And now you guys are taking it to the future, it sounds like. So at this point, I want to open up the floor to questions. And let me double check the chat box here. All right. Do we have any questions?
Yes, if you don't mind, thank you very much. Am I free to go?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Wonderful presentation, Professor Anderson.
Thank you.
It's you covered a lot going back to the future, so to speak. And so it's highly informative. Just have one or two queries. First one, you briefly mentioned the whole question of a philosophical anthropology, but did not go into any detail when you talk about what does it mean to be human, which is a highly contested, has always been a highly contested term. And I would very much appreciate if you could go into some detail about that, and along with
Okay. I'll look at it as this. I wrestle with that because I'm not. I have a dark side and a light side. Now, my initial impulse, I think, and you all know philosophy, me, but I studied the Black Panther Party.
Oh, but that's good enough for me. And I'm just trying to relate to.
If I have a fascistic person, there's going to be a contradiction, and I'm going to get my gun and resolve the contradiction and get to a synthesis. And that is how I will establish my humanity. So there will be. That's how we'll get to the new. We will resolve the contradiction.
Okay.
I do not believe in nonviolence as a philosophy of life. It's simply a tactic, a means to an end. Okay, because there are 400 years of evidence from Columbus up to now that say otherwise, which is why I mentioned in one of the notes. I said, look, about redress or whatever, and I draw it from facts. Forbes magazine said last year, Black Americans bought more guns and ammunition than any other ethnic group in America. And that's why online I was making fun of my Black academic bourgeoisie. They're talking about yoga online, and people in my neighborhood, and me too, we went to go get guns and ammo because I was living in Missouri, and food. And while they were talking about namaste and yoga. And so, that's what this kind of gap between, I guess, the philosophers deal with what ought to be, and the rhetoricians deal with what is. And so that's why about the Haitian Revolution, they knew they were human. That's why I'm a big fan of Saint Dessalines in terms of what he had to do to eliminate some of the opposition in Haiti. They knew they were human, and they did not draw upon a pan-European modernity to establish their humanity. And so I'm a big hero of the philosophy and religion of Nat Turner and Denmark Vesey, and now that's where I'm coming from. Now, I'd rather it be in a peaceful way, but that's why I use Malcolm X. You establish your humanity by whatever means necessary.
Beautiful. Yeah. Next, because it's related to the whole question of AI.
Yes.
And how, because that's related to the first question too.
The AI?
Yeah. And
okay.
I'm putting them together as to how you're going to utilize that.
I know Dr. Philip Butler, who was on here yesterday, he has a project where he's talking about using AI as a means of kind of mapping certain aspects of Black culture around social services. And I know he can talk about it better than I can. And so that's where I'm very much interested in AI and augmentation in terms of what does that mean for self-defense and survival and technology. And then I wish if I'd had more time, I'd have brought up nanotechnology. And we already do augmentation at a low level anyway. When I was in the Marine Corps, they gave us special shots when we went down and did what we had to do over in Southeast Asia during the Cold War, we would take 4 and 5 shots to go and survive in an environment that we were not from. And we were trained to fight, even if we were outnumbered, because we had better technology. And that was one of the things in the 80s we concluded then. I remember when we ended up out in the jungle with some people that were probably friends with Filipino guerrillas or whatever, that the only thing that kept Americans from being conquered was the technological gap. But parts of the world have closed the technological gap now. And so that's why they're looking at augmentation, because we were augmented with certain chemicals or whatever to survive in that environment to fight. And so the next level of that is now on the horizon. I know the French are looking at augmenting their military in combination with AI. The Japanese are going to use technology to overcome their numerical superiority to the Chinese to fight. And as you know, a lot of military science stuff bleeds over into consumer products later on the market. I was using a desktop computer in the military on the USS, the flagship Blue Ridge in the 80s before people even knew what a desktop was or whatever. And later it becomes a consumer item. And so if the philosophers want to see what's going to come with AI and these other kind of things, just go and look at what's happening with military science. That's why it was called the military industrial complex. They're going to find a way to make it cheap and affordable for African Americans to have AI. And also religious denominations. Think of the Roman Catholic Church or using a strategic AI to figure out how to proselytize to more people strategically based upon geographics, region, and temporality. And they are all, and also people in the Gulf states are using this also. And there are also corporations where an AI is already a voting member in terms of having a voting member. So that reality is already here. I mean, you already have a very low level. If you got a smart house, what doesn't the house talk to you now if something is shortage or whatever? So it's already here. It just hasn't made that next leap yet to where it could maybe babysit for you and some other things.
Okay, Mary, you have the floor, and then in the end, when you go to the discussion question, I'll ask you about global Black identity. But Mary, and
No, Anthony's had his hand up long before I put mine up. So please, Anthony should go before I would go.
Anthony, we cannot hear you in case you are speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was trying to unmute myself. I had my screen minimized. My apologies to everybody. And I appreciate you guys going and let me jump in real quick. I'm gonna ask my question, put it in the context, and then I'm gonna restate my question. All right, I'm gonna try to make it as short as possible. 30, 45 seconds. What role do you see philosophy playing? Oh yeah, and thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. You're killing it. I've learned so much from you. I'm actually newly introduced to you, but I was actually in a conference with you a couple of weeks ago. And thank you very much for the contributions that you are making. What role do you see philosophy playing as it relates to issues of freedom, liberation, and social change? That's the question.
Right now, what you
I came out of Temple University. I got my bachelor's in philosophy in the Temple University department of philosophy. When I was there, they told me that Africans didn't philosophize. So I went to war with them. For 4 years, I went to war with them. I thought I was going to be the first African philosopher, literally. I thought I was going to be the first one. And then I found out, whoa, right. I went to war with them, and then I left that program and I went to the Africana department for graduate school. While I was over there, they sent me an email one day and said, Anthony, I wasn't even taking classes with them anymore, but they would always see me on campus. We're going to make you an offer you can't refuse. We want you to teach African-American philosophy in our department. I wasn't even looking for the job. I didn't know what I was going to do in my life. They sent me that. They hired me. I started teaching African-American philosophy in the same classroom where the person told me that Africans don't philosophize. But I wasn't just teaching African-American philosophy because I'm an Afrocentrist. We prioritize culture over race. We talk about race, but we prioritize culture. right? So I'm teaching African and Africana and African American philosophy within that particular context, right? So to that extent, I used to always, you get a lot of hate about as it relates to the idea of philosophy and the role that it plays in social change. Kwame Nkrumah once said, he said, practice without thought is blind. Thought without practice is empty. I would always add to that, thought is itself practice. I am changing the world by thinking about the world. My thoughts are part of the world. So we can't minimize the impact that these ideas about the world and how they shape the world. That being said, I'll restate my question. What role do you see philosophy playing as it relates to issues of freedom, liberation, and social change? Because I heard you 3 or 4 times, not only today, but yesterday, talking about the rhetoricians. And I'm like, sometimes that can be pejorative.
I know.
Go.
Okay, now if you want my honest opinion what's getting ready to happen, I think you all are going to be ignored over the next several years because the world is growing more totalitarian and nationalistic. And for an entire generation in the Pan-European Academy, the study of nationalism was poo-poo. Okay, for example, I always tease my French friends that France hasn't produced anything worthy of note since Napoleon except post-structuralism. Okay, and that's why, and I kind of include my cultural studies people. Nationalism has been growing in the 90s ever since the GATT and all of that, when Scotland decided to break away from England, and they haven't trained any ethical people with a background of really understanding the relationship of nationalism to freedom and liberation. So you got the philosophers that are over here talking about stuff that most people don't care about. For example, when Damion said earlier where he was raised about the Elijah Muhammad stuff, if I went into a Black church now, I would beat any philosopher here in front of that congregation. If you got up and you want to talk about analytical philosophy, I could just stand up and say, God is good, Donald Trump is the devil. Now let's go church and kick some ass. And they all cheer. Whereas Barbara Christian talked about a generation ago that too many theorists have made it so mystifying and jargonistic that people can read it. And that's why I make fun of people that want to cite Deleuze and Guattari. Anybody that can understand 1,000 plateaus and explain it in one paragraph deserves a MacArthur Genius Award. Okay, so it's not translatable. And then a lot of things I would say philosophers got to be honest. Foucault obviously gets some of his ideas from the Black Panther Party. Heidegger is trash when you talk about being in time, subjecting his own autobiography for facticity, and people will still want to cite and then won't talk about, that's why it's easy to shred this stuff when you just cross-reference the fingerprints of everything. And that's why they're easily going to be routed because they're not dealing with what people care about. How many philosophers live in the same neighborhood with these people that want an explanation of why can't I buy an iron for 2 weeks? Why am I paying more for gas? Like the people at the dollar store down on Broad Street from it, they listened to me. I went in there, I told them, look, save a little bit of cryptocurrency, do this, that, and the other. And when they see me now, Doc, that was real. What happened? I bought it and now I'm worth $100 more now in crypto or whatever. Because there's not whatever philosophers do now, it has to be something that's very practical because change is happening so fast. They do not have time to wait for you to come down from Mount Olympus or Mount Kilimanjaro to tell them what needs to happen. They need it like right now because it's happening so fast. Teachers, schools, people, the trauma, the society's literally hanging by a thread. And I think as a colleague was telling me, the fact that philosophers really abandoned in large numbers social philosophy for a generation. Why are so many young people going back and listening to Malcolm X and you can look at the clicks on YouTube. So it's kind of like philosophers for an entire generation abandoned social philosophy because of all the stuff related to the Cold War. And that's why Black Lives Matter, all these young people, it's almost back to the point, man, you can't listen to anybody over 35. Most of the movement, they look at me like a grandfather. I said, look, most of the people I work with are under 35. because I told most people under 40, a lot of them are never coming out again. They're going to work remotely or they're going to be scared. So it's going to be the 18 to 35-year-olds that's going to drive change soon as the pandemic is over. So if I was going to do any philosophy now, it'd be something that a young person is attracted to, that it has nothing to do with Europe at all, and is dealing with decolonization, and even some of the decolonial jargon that I hear they're borrowing from the guys out of Latin America, and they don't look at Ngugi Wathonga, who talked about decolonizing the mind a generation ago, or Kwame Nkrumah with conscientism. I mean, they're not even being basic in a lot of instances. And so it's all about just selling books, getting a couple of plaques and awards at rubber chicken dinners. And so that's why I think, that's why I put on one of my slides that we're kind of like in an imagined survival program now to batten down the hatches for what's coming. I mean, they already know. I mean, yeah.
She's
Rovati Gonzalez, please mute your mic. Thank you. Sorry about that, Professor Anderson. Hello, Ray? Are you,
I had some other questions. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I mean, that was a lot, and I can't really let some of that go, Ray, as you know. But hey, let me hold
Come
my
at
tongue.
it, you know. Come on, I'm gonna dunk on
Because,
you.
like, come on, man, we've had this conversation. I mean, it's a caricature
Oh,
of
Mary's
a
question.
based on a stereotype. But hey, let others go ahead, because we have a long, plenty of time to speak on the panel. But again, I mean, even very quickly, 15 seconds, the absence of social contextualization in analytic philosophy. We just heard Professor Thomas give a talk in social epistemology, referring to all kinds of issues that are purely exclusively
of course
relevant to the Black experience in America. And I don't see how.
I understand, but I'm just telling you, as a person who's been a political consultant, you have to treat the average American as though they have a 9th grade education. Okay, that's why so many people still voted for Trump, even though he's an idiot. And he's barely, I don't even understand how he got a bachelor's degree. But the thing is, we operate in these areas of exclusive whatever. Like, I never saw white poverty until I was in the Midwest, and I'm driving to the University of Nebraska, and I'm driving through these small towns and seeing people missing their teeth and all this other kind of stuff. And I'm like, that was shocking to me about, oh my God, why are they voting for this stuff? And I mean, they're out there. I mean, that part of America has been wiped out. They're ridden with drugs. I mean, the country's falling apart, which is why that president's arguing for the infrastructure bill. And yes, I didn't say Dr. Thomas wasn't right. She's right. But I'm just saying, she's right, but it's too late. Okay, because you don't have a program that can deliver it fast enough. They won't spend enough money to support what she's doing, because they're going to spend more time arguing with her, even when she's right, than fixing the problem. They would rather, that's what ignorance would be. They would rather see the country burn down than to do what's right.
Understood. But Ray, are you making the equivalence of the average American with the quote philosophers?
No, I'm saying the average American has about a 9th grade level political education.
Okay.
And that's how you win. That's how you win a race. And I've advised Democrats. I've been paid. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I have been paid by Republicans for advice, Democrats. I've even tried to talk to some stupid Green Party people, you know, and so they
understood. But did Marcus Garvey?
Okay, excuse me.
Question.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
We have to move on to the next
Other questions. We have the panel. Other questions. How about
But is there any
come
way
back later? We have a whole time during the discussion, the next program, to hash out some of these things.
Okay.
So, Brittany, if you go on to Mary and others who might want to ask
chat.
questions, when we go to the panel, then we're going to be cussing and discussing.
All right.
Well said, in very Jonesian terms. So there was a question from one of my students that hopefully we can get to on the next panel, because it's all it's directed to you, Dr. Anderson. But to keep the momentum going, our next panel is an esteemed panel of Mark Deary, who is an independent scholar, Ronaldo Anderson.
Brittany, could we go to Mary's question before we go to the next panel? Because we have time.
Why don't I
Oh.
just put it in the chat? I think maybe, or I could say it aloud, but I don't think it.
Oh,
it
go ahead,
warrants
go ahead.
time
answer
taken
your
now.
question.
Maybe it could be built into the discussion later if interesting.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
So I was just thinking about Ronaldo, what you were saying about technology, and I kind of wanted to ask a question about when you're thinking about Afrofuturism and speculation, whether we might also think in terms of technology, something like the kind of evolution of Cooperation Jackson's work. You know, if you go back to the New Republic of Africa and a kind of transformation into cooperation, also because I was thinking about the question of climate change and migration and so on, and their current project up north to hold land for climate migrants. And so I guess, you know, it's a very different kind of question of technology here, right? The technology of cooperation, the possibility to produce food and livelihood for people, a kind of social reproductive technology. But I guess I just wanted to put that in there and ask you maybe to reflect on that at some point.
It's really happening right now. The technology exists and that could happen and that would be the right thing to do. But in reality, what's happening, look at what you think about, regardless of the politics of Afghanistan. They evacuated, what, a couple 100,000 people. They did it within days. So they show you that they got the wherewithal to move large numbers of people rapidly. But one of the leaders back in the Midwest where I come from said, there's no plan of what to do with them when they get here. So these people are going to probably be dropped off in Black and brown underserved communities. And within 24 months, they'll be fighting over resources in the public schools because you got linguistic differences. They're not going to give those public school districts enough the resources to deal with a large number of immigrants in their community, you know, and so they're not even prepared to absorb them. And it goes back to what I talked about. The law is kind of like the software of the country or the operating system on a phone. They don't even want to update the operating system to absorb all of these different people. And so it's like they want the system to fail because then they feel, see what they actually are dealing with. Like I haven't seen anyone the last couple of days deal with replacement theory. There are significant numbers of people in the white community that are operating off of this time replacement theory because as it's being promulgated by Fox News, you know, bordering on almost back what Francis Cress Welsing was talking about, genetic annihilation and all this stuff. And because I came from a red state, and this is the kind of things they talk about now, this idea of replacement theory. And so that's why Dr. Thomas's ideas, I just don't know if they can be implemented fast enough to avoid some of the worst or the less desirable choices that's going to happen here over the next 3 to 5 years pretty swiftly.
Okay, there are some questions in the chat. Should we do that or?
Brittany, you can move on.
Brittany, you wanna?
All right, so are we ready to move on to the next panel or next question? Because there is one more question in the chat box, if we have time for that.
Is a question you can take on the panel?
It's a question from one of my students in regard to the military and imperialism, and I can actually read it here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we will take it because we have
take
to,
it.
from a student, we have to take it. We have no choice.
Yes, I love their participation. So I'll give a shout out to Jen, who is here and will be presenting, hopefully, if she has time in a moment. And Saquon asked a question, Dr. Anderson, do you think it's possible to join the military and be against imperialism? And how has the military made you a better person or not?
I would say yes. My moment of transformation came when around a couple of instances, probably in 1986 and 87. I have family members that were in the civil rights movement. My father was one of the last 5 young men that was going to be selected to integrate Ole Miss And James Meredith was picked because he was a Korean War veteran. And my stepfather was friends with Medgar Evers in Mississippi. And then until I got older and more mature, I used to, you know, when you're a teenager, you're thinking, oh, that voting rights stuff, man, I would have been with Malcolm and them. But then when I got older and realized they would kill you for registering people to vote in Mississippi, I'm like, okay, you had to be pretty tough to do that. So I would say the moment I experienced that, it was in at Subic Bay in the Philippines, and I had just left the ship, and I'm crossing this ditch of open sewage, and the locals called it Shit River. And at the time, I saw a group of white sailors taking the change in their pocket and throwing it in the raw sewage and making the Filipino kids jump in the raw sewage to get the coins. And that was the first time I was ashamed to be in the American military. And then from traveling around Asia, where you see the effects of the military presence there and why sometimes the locals don't want us there, you begin to get a deeper understanding, around that. And also, I would say where one of the good things out of the military experience is that what they do basically, because I was third generation, they teach you how to fight. And a lot of people that organized the civil rights and Black Power movements were veterans, like Geronimo Pratt was a Vietnam veteran that was with the Black Panther Party. Other people, they were military veterans that give you basic organization skills. I was friends with a member of the Tuskegee Airmen back in the 90s who was a local military veteran. And what the military teaches you, I mean, like after I remember when I went and had to do something near the 38th parallel near North Korea. Now, after I've trained with British Royal Commandos and Marines and looked across the 38th parallel at the Korean military and all that, I'm not as scared of no fat redneck Klansman or whatever. I mean, so that's what I like about the military. I mean, or Sheriff Pig Nose or whatever, you know, once you get that type of advanced training, it gives you a certain type of attitude towards getting things done. And so that's what I'd say is useful to do. And plus what it does, it gets people out of neighborhood thinking, because most Americans never leave the region they grow up in. And so for them, that becomes their cosmopolitan experience, going to 2 or 3 different countries, getting a passport for the first time and seeing other cultures. And that's why they talk about, I believe there's a certain cosmopolitanism that comes from the military experience when you're allowed to travel abroad and see other cultures when you're not engaged in a conflict. And then it makes you reflect on the limitations of the neighborhood that you grew up in.
Thank you for that response, Ronaldo. I'm sure Saquon takes your information to heart. Yes, thank you. So as we proceed, we will continue, and Damion asked very graciously if he would be able to introduce Mark,
Yes.
given their professional relationship. And then I guess I'll go ahead and introduce the other speakers, and then you can introduce Mark. Will that work?
Well, again, Brittany, it's myself and Ray and Mark, I believe.
Okay. All right. So Tobias Van Veen is not present.
You did not get to update it. I'm so sorry. I tried to email that to you a couple of days back, but no.
Okay, sorry.
No.
I'm looking here. All right. So
That's my fault. Sorry.
I will just offer a brief introduction, and then Damion can go a bit more in detail with the particulars of each of these esteemed presenters. So Mark Deary is an independent scholar. Ronaldo Anderson, who we were just pleasantly engaging with from Temple University, and Damion Scott from City College of New York. And I will pass the floor over to Damion.
Thank you very much, Brittany. And again, I would like to thank everyone here. We are in the company of greatness, I believe, especially on the theme of this conference, where, as you heard, the brilliance of Professor Ronaldo Anderson previously, and all the work that he has done in terms of carrying the flag for our field, in terms of increasing representation of Afrofuturistic, Black futuristic scholarship, art, literature, criticism, and disseminating it, around the world, especially in a way that can be engaged in a more popular fashion. Dr. Anderson of Temple University, new appointment, by the way, and congrats on that. First year at Temple. Previously at Harris-Stowe University, a historically Black college in Missouri, as you also heard. Also, we have Mr. Mark Derry. As many of you know or have heard in the last couple of days, Mark is the author that came up with the word Afrofuturism in the 90s. And his work goes far beyond only just work in Afrofuturistic scholarship. Mark also is he's obviously an author, a journalist, a historian, and a cultural critic. Mark has taught in the departments of journalism. He has taught at the Department of Journalism at New York University. He has also taught at the University of California, Irvine. He was a fellow in residence at the American Academy in Rome. And also Mark has taught at Yale University. Mark is a person who is, again, if the term ally means anything, we have it in Mark Derry, everyone, okay? So I intend just to moderate. I'm gonna pull back and I'm going to pose some questions to Ronaldo Anderson and to Mark Derry. I believe I'll contribute a little bit if appropriate, although I am indeed chomping at the bit, right, to revisit this conversation with Ronaldo Anderson in terms of the role of philosophy, and especially academic philosophy in Afrofuturism. But maybe I can table that a little bit, or maybe we can kind of start with that. I'm not sure, whatever. But Ray and Mark, you two tell me how you like to start. But I certainly would like to address that because I have certain things I would love to say, given what you said, Ray. And I know that other people would also want to follow up on that, given that we mentioned that we ought to allow for the previous conversation to go ahead and move into our panel, given that, really it was your time and, we can go ahead and incorporate that now. So Mark and Ray, how would you like to proceed?
I don't know, Mark, you want to go with some topics like, shake a hat and let a word come out or something, man?
Well, I'd like to begin by thanking Damion for his extraordinary curation of this colloquium, this harmonic meeting of the minds. I'm immensely flattered to be here. And I fear that I'm getting the better end of the stick in terms of enlightenment. Yesterday was absolutely enthralling, and I hope Dr. Thomas will forgive me for the unpardonable rudeness of missing the beginning of her talk, but what I heard of it was galvanizing. I'll quickly just say I can't resist waving a red flag to an old bull and saying that as a great fan of Edgar Allan Poe's Imp of the Perverse, I'm always much amused by Reynaldo's passion to settle the score of the drubbing that Plato gave the rhetoricians in his Socratic dialogue Gorgias. And they say elephants have long memories, but apparently rhetoricians have far longer ones.
Oh, yeah.
And I love the fact that Reynaldo performs the paradoxical kind of bullfighter's Veronica of being a vociferous anti-intellectual intellectual. But I will say that one of the things that jumped out at me in Reynaldo's lecture was this sort of false binary between praxis and theory. And I really don't think, respectfully, Reynaldo, I don't think it serves you well, because if Afrofuturism is about anything, to my mind, and my mind is only one of countless minds, re-theorizing, problematizing, contesting, and opposing the original formulation of Afrofuturism. So in a sense, I have no skin in the game, and I'm delighted to see this open source formulation hacked by new generations of theorists. But to my mind, if it's anything, it's about the politics of representation, and it's about perverse polyvalencies. It's about radical rereadings. It's about Henry Louis Gates's signifying monkey. It's about Umberto Eco's towards a semiological guerrilla warfare. Those were some of the formulations that were percolating in my mind when I coined the term. And it's about insurgent appropriations of dominant tropes. It very much inverts Audre Lorde's notion that the master's tools cannot dismantle his house. And in fact, that's precisely the point made, as I understand it, by Henry Louis Gates in The Signifying Monkey, that Black and brown folk have always been guerrilla, Guerrilla, guerrilla semioticians, just as women have had to read the male affect, have had to read between the lines of male utterances and male social signaling and the male presentation of self. So Black folk, Pace, Henry Louis Gates, have always had to be born insurgent, if you will, guerrilla semioticians. Their lives often depended upon it. And so radical rereadings is not some effete, extended pinky, crumpet dunking, philosophical indulgence. It is truly a radical strategy. I completely agree with you, to use the military metaphors that come so readily to your tongue, that boots on the ground and a kind of a pugnacious pragmatism is a very useful and bracing correction to the Olympian disengagement in the academy, which is very much inscribed in the use of willfully obscurantist jargon. And that's all about class and power and roping off discourse and determining where the hoi polloi end and the cognoscenti begin. I absolutely take that point, but I don't think that we get to utopia without visions of things to come and visions of Black people in the future. And if Afrofuturism is anything, it's absolutely that. So you'll forgive that torrent of verbiage, but I'm on my 6th heart-stopping jolt of Bustelo, and I may undergo a catastrophic grand mal seizure in the middle of this. So enjoy me while you have me.
Okay, I would say when you're talking about it, I actually do have a utopian vision, but I often tell people that, like, for example, the movement and the theorizing are kind of, and then I always have to remind people, you know, Marxism has been around 150 years and they don't even agree on what Marxism is. And so I'm kind of at that point where, as we would say this as an emerging generative idea in the academy, I would say the pugnacious pragmatism interacts with theory that is dependent on the geography. For example, if we're talking about theory in South Africa, and the ideas I pointed out, the dimensions of Afrofuturism being guided by metaphysics and so forth, then from a South African Zulu context, then we're talking about Credo Mutwa. We wouldn't be talking about Henry Louis Gates, because that's a Black American context. Or when I am building with the Afro-Caribbean community, and we'll tie in stuff like Garveyism, you know, and the aesthetics that are familiar with that are Lee Scratch Perry. So the way the theory would look, and I think I said it in my introduction with the book somewhere, I said it's kind of geographically contextual, and that's why I talk about this being kind of polytemporal in terms of where people receive it in time. I think the pugnacious part comes in, it's pugnacious in relation to sweeping aside the institutional stuff, okay? Because a lot of academics and theorists try to act like they're not protecting their class status when they're putting arguments together. It's kind of like something I read about the movie The Prestige, like a magic trick. You know, they're saying it's one thing, and then it's really, what it is really protecting their class status and social status and selling some books. Okay, and that's the part where you talk about breaking through that obscure kind of argument that we have to deal with. So on a day-to-day interactional kind of level is very pragmatic. You know, so that's why I don't have the luxury of being in terms of being amongst the people that coordinate things. There is an ultimate utopian vision, but the programs and we're kind of in that phase now where we've built an international network, and I'm glad to see one of the people that have joined us, Bebel, she's translating my work into Portuguese for the Afro-Brazilian community, and always certain types of, and we haven't had time to talk about Afrofuturism has been largely an Anglo-led movement in terms of language. You know, it has been the English-speaking diaspora that is spearheaded. And so some of the concepts don't translate the same way when it goes into French or Portuguese or in other languages or in German, because when the manifesto I wrote was translated into German, I was told there were certain words that had to be left out because it was not legal for them to be mentioned in German in print because of the legacy of some of the other things that happened there in Germany. So that's why I'd say organizationally, I'm a pragmatist. Privately, I'm a utopian, but but pragmatically, I'm just have to deal with what's ever in front of me, you know? And a lot of times, a pragmatist, I can't operate the entity like it's a utopian project in terms of its day-to-day activity, you know, in terms of how stuff gets paid for, how, I mean, we're building a headquarters in Accra, Ghana. And for example, if an local organizer I have in Accra, Ghana, because we don't trust the local MoneyGram or the Western Union, I have to send them some Bitcoin to pay the laborer who's waiting for me to come out of class so he can transform the cryptocurrency into the local currency so he can then go and buy food for his family. And so those are kind of like the pragmatic things that we have to deal with because certain countries have problems with kleptocracy. Other countries have a better support system in support of the arts. And so that's why I talk about this kind of polytemporal way of getting things done from a very pragmatic approach. There are certain things, and depending on the country, I have to the other thing I always have to tell Americans who are into this kind of stuff, not to colonialize or project your sense of utopia on another culture, because it might not be the same thing. And then when you go into that culture or society, there are certain things that you need to observe so you don't get kicked out of the country. And you have to find a different way to get certain tasks done. So that's where I kind of get that pugnacious pragmatism to navigate around either certain bureaucratic issues or kleptocracy, or sometimes, I guess, when you talk about utopia, I guess in the church, they would say somebody who's so heavenly minded, they're no earthly good, you know, when you got to get certain type of things accomplished.
Well, I appreciate that. And Damion, did you want to move in? Because my tendency is to lunge immediately and respond to what Professor Anderson, some of the points he's raised. But did you want to intervene?
I did, and I'll try to be brief. Same tendency, and the issue that I'm worried about is forgetting some of the things that I would want to say later after. So if I could very quickly, you know, I absolutely can. And I've said this before to my esteemed colleague, Ronaldo Anderson, and we've had these conversations before. I understand the sentiments. I feel you, absolutely. You know, there is that element of, you know, ivory tower, you know, interdisciplinary policing, and a tendency to not be pragmatic enough, especially if the work is in so-called moral or political or social philosophy. I would say this though, and I've said it before, if we think in terms of, specifically in our context, many of us are, you know, philosophers or interested in philosophy, or many of us are interested, you know, in humanities in general. You know, Marcus Garvey did his degree in philosophy at Birkbeck College, University of London. W.B. Du Bois did his degree. Now, it's at that time, it was philosophy, and I think they were saying something about, I forget what the name of it was, some kind of history, I believe. And then they refused to allow him to sit in the philosophy grad courses. He went to Germany and came back, and William James supervised him. And I believe the actual degree was in some kind of, I think it was applied history or something. He was trained in philosophy by William James, the pragmatist.
Of course.
Dr. King did his undergraduate degree at Morehouse in philosophy and religious studies, and as you know, the PhD in theology, excuse me. Cornell West is a trained philosopher. Now, my point here is not to kind of just stick up, kind of reflexively for one particular, major or one field. My point here is to remind us and my esteemed colleague of the intrinsic interdisciplinary nature of any kind of approaches that want to take highly rigorous, complicated, difficult types of arguments and positions and translate them into things that are more easily understandable, and then further translate that into operational, actionable, language for motivating political initiatives and motivating social activism. And I would simply say that in line with Professor Anderson's endorsement and engagement with Lewis Gordon. Lewis Gordon himself is very clear in terms of his work on so-called disciplinary decadence, right? Which is the idea that there's something special about my field, and therefore, I have to, devalue something about your field, even if it's a similar topic, a similar argument, a similar contextual, thing. I think that there was absolutely some stereotyping of the philosophers as being up on Mount Olympus. Pragmatism comes out of academic philosophy.
Of course.
Pragmatism, and me as a pragmatist who works in pragmatic philosophy, who's working on a dissertation supervised by a Black Harvard-trained pragmatist, Harvey Cormier, right? The whole point is an initial theory of truth, which is not correspondence to reality, and in our case, correspondence to the white or the brown or the red or the yellow agreement in terms of this particular social ill, this particular instance of racism. It's not about correspondence, or also opposed to a coherentist position, although closer, which is, well, it seems like it makes sense for us to claim that act as racist, for us to cite this as a futuristic phenomena, right? Both of those theories of truth are rejected. And what you get in pragmatism is, well, if it's true, let's see what practical ramifications come by claiming that X is racist or that Y is futuristic. It's built into what we do, So even you see logical formalism, you see, oh my God, they went to Mount Olympus again. What were the practical applications? They're always, now you have some ways to think about it as artists. Now you have some ways to think about it as writers. Now you have some ways to think about it as activists in terms of not being frozen or feeling embarrassed that you must toe the line in terms of using color spectrum terms of people. That's just one example. So I respect the work that's done in all the fields: sociology, communication studies, English, comparative literature. I teach in the Department of Africana Studies, Black Studies here at City College as well, all right? I have a degree also in African-American Studies, separate from my other degrees. I respect interdisciplinary interaction. And I know that my colleague Ray does too, right? He just wanted to kind of do what he does, which is kind of tease us philosophers and claim how the philosophers can, translate into political activism. But again, that's my pushback. And I'm sure that he would agree with some of that stuff.
Oh man, I was just pulling your leg, man. I mean, you all right. I mean, what they used to look, when I was at the University of Nebraska, because I was the first African-American male to get a doctorate in comm studies there, because most Blacks couldn't last more than a year there. And the joke was, hey, don't go upstairs to the philosophy department because you might not make it back or whatever. And I remember they invited a philosopher there, and I totally I don't like his philosophy at all. When they invited Kwame Appiah to speak,
yeah,
I think I kept my lunch down when I heard him talk, but that was one of the reasons I think I ignored a lot of what he talks about. Like, for instance, his book is In His Father's House, even though it seems more of a reflection of his mama actually than his father, because in Ghana, Kwame Appiah's father is considered a traitor because he betrayed Kwame Nkrumah. And that is why they had to revise. There was a time when the Ashanti, because the Ashanti generals, whatever, they stabbed Kwame Nkrumah in the back. And even the Ghanaians, until recently, did not lift up Kwame Nkrumah until the rest of Africa told them that Kwame Nkrumah was the greatest African leader of the 20th century there. And so now, you know, because Kwame Nkrumah was from a small tribe that was considered kind of engaged in witchcraft and these other things. And so that's why sometimes, as Mark alluded to earlier, there are certain philosophers like I think of Kwame Appiah and people like Hegel who substitute their autobiography, even though it has no relationship to external validity in terms of when they're trying to make certain points. And yeah, but I very much appreciate philosophers because one time, what I appreciate philosophers more is that they insist on some type of rigor in terms of how you're going to promote an argument. And so, yeah, as a person who uses communication, because man is a symbol using creature, I will frequently use the structure and logic of philosophy to drive my points home of why I have to go and get my rifle and do what I have to do to, you know, whatever, to support what I'm going to do, which is why I think out of the philosophers, I tend to be attracted to the existentialists. I think something was it Jean-Paul Sartre that said, can a man, will he ever tell the truth on himself? You know, so some of the existentialists, and I often ask my friends, I was like, and no one's really giving me a good question on that. Why do a lot of the best Black philosophers tend to be existentialists in terms of their ability to reach the Black community? You know, and I've never really gotten a really good answer for that because I believe Stokely Carmichael very much is attracted to existentialism. And so I would say out of the philosophers I read, whether it's Fanon or Stokely Carmichael's concept, or I tell people I'm very much influenced when it came to international organizing and this around culture, Claudia Jones, in terms of that book that was written on her being to the left of Marx, because Marx does not do a good job of accounting for culture. And I would say at the movement right now, we've only produced something that's the equivalent of maybe the manifesto, but we have not gotten to the equivalent of Das Kapital yet. And so right now it's been just a generative kind of thing like, okay, we've put the movement together. We understand what's facing us. Now we got to start kind of through theory and practice and based upon our own particular geography, how are we going to respond to these type of things? Based upon this collection of ideas that we loosely call Afrofuturism.
Well, you've put your finger, Reynaldo, on a kind of a lacuna in this whole discussion, which is, and I was present for all of yesterday's lectures, and yet there's an absent presence that has haunted this conference, which is, to my mind, a precise definition of Afrofuturism. And I think it's felicitous that there is no precise definition at this moment. It's highly contested, and that's all to the good. But I do think it might be useful to return to the primal scene, to the scene of the crime, to the moment in 1993 in the South Atlantic Quarterly version of what would later be the trade paperback Flame Wars in 1994, in which I coined the term. And I say this because I worry, this is highly amusing and useful, but I worry that we're going to weary everyone with what might look, viewed from a less charitable perspective, like turf wars, like policing disciplinary or discursive boundaries. I will say in all seriousness, Reynaldo, and also very respectfully, that one of the reasons I bridle a little bit at some of your critiques of philosophy is, and I don't believe for an instant you're doing this, but that sort of critique, I think, needs to be problematized because it's too often the stalking horse for anti-intellectualism, which in America is deep in the American grain. We don't need Hofstadter to tell us that, and is a way of policing the boundaries of permissible thought, but also of closing off avenues to utopia. And it's highly instructive that in online discussions of Afrofuturism in the popular arena, out in the mosh pit of forums like YouTube, the comment thread is almost inevitably overrun by trolls who problematize the very notion of sharpening the point on one's pointy head, the very idea of philosophical discourse. And so what I want to restore is if you'll allow me to thump my tub for just a moment, I want to restore the lost historical context of my coinage of this term. And so what I was in opposition to within the so-called intelligentsia, both public intellectuals, soi-disant, and also academic intellectuals, was on the one hand, you had the academic tradition of the Frankfurt Marxists of Horkheimer and Adorno, who, to put it in Claude Shannon information theory terms, you, Reynaldo, as a communication scholar would appreciate, they fetishize the transmitter of information and then and as Mackenzie Wark, the cultural theorist, would say, they make an ornament of power. So they fetishize power in a way that is consonant with or recalls Foucault at his most extreme. Now, I love Foucault, but I'm also much amused by Donna Haraway's quote in an interview with Andrew Ross and Constance Penley in their early seminal volume Technocultures, in which they ask her about Foucault in the wake of her canonical essay, The Cyborg Manifesto. And she rolls her eyes quite literally and wearily says, paranoids are a burden to their friends and everyone around them, right? So I don't think that Foucault is a raving paranoiac. She's caricaturing him to rhetorical effect, right? But the point is that Horkheimer and Adorno make too much of the transmitters of power. Theirs is a very hegemonic vision. It's a sort of an Weberian iron cage of rationalism, of instrumental rationale. So I, at that historical moment, was thrilled to discover postmodernism, as it was then called, but specifically cultural studies. Now, cultural studies excess is that it inverts that chain of transmission and fetishizes the receiver. And so it sees transgression and insurgency under the bed. And it has its own discursive and theoretical myopia, which is to say, it locates, and here your critique is very apposite, it locates political agency entirely in the symbolic realm. So its idea of revolution is Midwestern stay-at-home mothers writing Star Trek pornography, right? That's the locus classicus at that moment, you know, in Constance Penley's research, in Henry Jenkins's work with fan cultures, right? They look to the liberatory impulses. I like my favorite formulation is the clash is lost in the supermarket, right? And Stuart Ewan, the historian of advertising culture, talks about a marketplace culture in which sort of consumer bricoleur style, if we're going to confabulate or construct in an ad hocist way a language of rebellion, countervailing the totalitarian mentality of consumer culture, we must do it from oddments and fragments and curiosa of consumer culture. We must do it with what's available on the supermarket shelves. And so that's the social actor that cultural studies valorizes. So in that moment, I'm pushing against both of those discourses, but what's in my crosshairs is what I see at that moment as the emerging ideology of libertarian bros in Silicon Valley, whose house organ is Wired magazine. And it is laying the monorail at that formative moment for our visions of things to come. And it is caging the mass imagination and the popular unconscious with its white, libertarian, Peter Drucker approved, George Gilbert approved, Nicholas Negroponte embossed vision of the liberatory potential of technology, which is overwhelmingly a white, masculinist, libertarian ideology. And so I'm with Stuart Ewan when he talks about culture as a bundle of narratives that serve as a social adhesive and either barricade or open our sense of avenues of escape and utopian possibility. I view culture as a war of stories and a contest of narratives. And so Afrofuturism, to my mind, in my formulation, was intended both to be a cultural studies style version of radical reading, a way to reread the present, the past, and the future, but also a weaponized narrative that would contest the white libertarian masculinist narrative that was being used to erect in that formative moment a ring of steel around notions of possibility and notions of futurity. So my apologies for hogging the talking stick for so long, but I really did want to get that out.
All right, here's what I heard you say. I would say at the 90s, when you formulated this, I was a graduate student at the time and would later address it years later. But what I do remember at that moment in the academy, they were trying to tell young African-American scholars to engage Black British cultural studies more, thinking that they had something important to say and so on. And of course, and I think years later that some of the limitations of that have emerged, like for instance, Paul Gilroy's limited formulation of the Black Atlantic, which leaves out Black Latin America as a limitation in the Black Atlantic. And at the time, I remember it was Bell Hooks at that time who talked about the narratives that had kind of held Black America together for a long time were coming apart in the 90s. And her and Cornel West had a discussion around the crack epidemic and Black intellectualism at that time. I think when you bring in Mackenzie Ward, because Mackenzie Ward, she is basically a Marxist, even though she pretty much lets you know that in her analysis of Capital. When I would say during this time also a thread where I slowly came to reject hegemonic pan-European academic thought. And I distinguish it, that's why I pointed out in my presentation, there were examples of non-hegemonic European scholarship that I thought engaged with Afrofuturism. And I always tell people who are in the field of study now, who some people want to outright reject your earlier formulation, and I think it still has a lot of valuable information in there and you're correct about the Silicon Valley moment. The only thing I was critiquing was like the lenses you're using to look at it seem to have like the fingerprints of like a Gadamer and that goes back to some of Heidegger's stuff in terms of Black people and communities whose history something is no longer there. And so that's where I started looking at a more complete revision of what you were trying to do at that time in terms of a Black American context where this can be kind of really in a literary format be traced back to the ideas of Martin Delany. And so there is, as with any kind of philosophical tradition that emerges, there is going to be some anti-intellectualism because they've known about that since the 19th century about Americans appeared around certain type of ideas. And so if there was like an anthropology of African-American Afrofuturism, it would start with Delany. And that's why I'd say, but however, if I'm in South Africa, I might deal with Credo Mutwa, or if I'm in Brazil, deal with another type of tradition in terms of how these people theorize about their future. And I just didn't think that a lot of the ideas of the Pan-European Academy would be useful for formulating a future of Black humanity. because of some of the problems with German Romanticism and those kind of concepts. And so, and as in anytime you have a movement, social movements, because that's what my dissertation was around, social movements are messy. And so so you're going to have an external condition that you're critiquing, plus you're dealing with an internal condition at the same time. For example, the internal discussion over this version of, like, say, African futurity. When you're talking about the social media troll realm, I would say that Nnedi Okorafor's term of African futurism in one word as a blog spot is not a really good defensible term to describe what's going on in Africa. For example, Juju is not a metaphysical or religious term for all of Africa. It's primarily a small part of West Africa that has no application in Southern Africa, East Africa, or Central Africa. And then it ignores the work that was done by Pamela Fasimo Sudstrom, who wrote a piece dealing with African mythology, African space futurism, and is juxtaposing it in terms of what you were attempting to do, which is really, a scholar really should look at Dr. Sundstrom's work rather than some of the social media stuff around the other stuff around African futurism. And then going back to the early, some of the pugnacious stuff around Afrofuturism and the way it's trying to be branded in the media. And I think you and I agree on this, that the media does a terrible job of trying to explain what this is. When I was in South Africa, before one of our events, a paper tried to hire a local person of African descent to try and write an article saying Afrofuturism was not for Africans, which I thought was one of the dumbest pieces that I'd ever seen. And the person was obviously not qualified to write the article, but it was a political, I saw it as a political act to attack what we were doing down in South Africa with the Black population in Johannesburg. So it kind of reminded me of how a white Southern governor would say, quit coming down here messing with our Negroes or stirring them up, in terms of the students that we met down there for a couple of days for the conference. And so one of the longest standing and most consistent philosophical traditions where you can reach the entire African diaspora and the continent at the same time is Pan-Africanism. And so that's why I talked about this alternate geography of reason accompanied with dealing with Afrofuturism to build the movement. And I think that's now quantifiable. Now, after the movement has gone on 5 years, there is no other organized Afrofuturist movement other than what we're doing, beyond nation boundaries at the moment. And so it's still in certain parts of it's still in its infancy in terms of where it's going theoretically. But, the thread of the context of what you wrote about that will survive from the 90s is that idea of that libertarian thing from the Silicon Valley. And I can't remember the gentleman's name because we're very much talking about among ourselves this idea of the dark enlightenment, which you and I both know. Peter Thiel, the guy who has PayPal, are very much invested in this dark enlightenment, which is basically going back to a form of American democracy without civil rights. Going back to like pre-1965, where you can see now the think tanks are trying to eliminate voting rights and all of these other issues. And so even if they don't openly say that, the dark enlightenment seems to be what's driving, it seems to be the impulse influenced by this Silicon Valley money by people like Thiel and others that's the external thing that the Afrofuturists are really looking at right now, this concept of the dark enlightenment, as well as at the same time internally dealing with these other definitions around this idea of African futurity or Afrofuturism, the second wave that we're in the middle of now. And some of the ideas around philosophy now, like Sheila Bemba's work in Afropolitanism, looking at Frank Wilderson and what he has to say, because there seems to be a serious cult of Afro pessimism at the moment. I prefer the term Afro positive, which other people have written about. And so there's an internal and an external debate going on at the same time simultaneously around some of the things that you outlined.
There's so much to say in response to that. Damion, do you want me to respond or do you want to make an intervention?
Just very quickly, fantastic. I think that it's very important to understand some of the original motivational impetus behind Mark's formulation, behind Mark's work, behind Mark's engagement with cyberculture, and very specifically in that chapter of Flame Wars with Black science fiction. I think that Ronaldo's, again, carrying the flag forward in terms of the engagement with Pan-Africanism, in terms of the engagement with other Black subjectivities, perspectives, and then taking that into the realm of the kind of political and the economic, in terms of controlling a narrative, in terms of disseminating information, in terms of popularizing certain things that will then help us to kind of broaden the message, are incredibly important. I'd say very quickly, both of what you're saying touches upon possible roles for the public intellectual. In one sense, we have just pure activism. So the academic, the philosopher if you want, but whatever, the academic should be in the business of constantly thinking about the political ramifications of the work. Another model might be, which is the model that you get in a certain sense with Du Bois, another model that you get in a certain sense with Cormier, for example, informed by someone like Richard Rorty, is the academic or the philosopher is involved in reducing excessive abstraction and clarifying certain things into an idiom that would allow for the real politicians or the real activists who have the charisma, who have that kind of ability to attract, who have that kind of base and infrastructure of social networking to then do what they do, and not for us to pretend that we are both the theorist and the person who's going to be applying theory, and on top of it, going to be the best at communicating to the broader public. I personally think I will leave that to people better suited. I have no shame in the game in terms of being quite formal, in terms of being, my vocabulary is a little bit complicated. You know what? Because this stuff is really hard to do, because the stuff needs honing. You know what I mean? As you heard from Professor Thomas, right? That the presentation was fairly jargon-free, but yet you did have to engage in rigorous thinking to be able to understand certain things about social epistemology, and ain't nothing wrong with that at all. And so I think there's no real argument here, just to say, highlight what both Mark and Ronaldo are saying and doing in terms of different roles or complementary roles that we might be thinking about in terms of the public engagement with Afrofuturism and Black Futurism. So I'll stop and I'll go ahead.
Well, Damion, because here's the thing. So here's the thing, because going back to the anti-intellectual thing, for instance, you and I both know there are people in the community simply because Mark is not African-American that say, or they're from Africa that say, well, I have a problem with that. And then I remember a lecture I sat in with Lucius Outlaw said one. Yeah, Lucius Outlaw said, if the person who invented the light bulb didn't look like you and was against you, does that mean you're not going to turn the light on and read the book that you need to read? And so, and that's why, I mean, I remember hearing that lecture in the 90s. Yeah. Now, I don't know what kind of light, I like fluorescent light bulbs or whatever, but I'm just saying, though, that kind of stuff that people use in terms of the social media trolling kind of stuff. And then you get trolling from the left, like I guess it's become popular to deal with, when I hear people call other people, where they casually use the term hotep or whatever like that. Yeah. And, and so I just look at them both kind of sides as knuckleheads, trying to get their points across sometimes. Because as an organizer, I can find a use for anybody. They can have a larger role or a minimal role. And in terms of you meet them where they are, if we have something to get accomplished. I would say, as I said a little while ago, I look for the ultimate stuff written around the work is yet to come. I always tell people what I'm doing now is just dealing with the transitionary period, okay? And after the transitionary period's over with, my work is done. You know, in terms of, I will leave that to some young graduate student or whatever. And you've heard me say before, I think some of the best theorists, they're probably in graduate programs now working on this stuff. Because I think Cherie Renee Thomas, who's many of you know her, who writes for the Journal of Science Fiction and Fantasy. Without her work, we wouldn't be talking about this anyway, because all the work she did with dark matter by herself for years in the Schomburg. Yeah. And she talks about the distinction of the way it was talked about during the 90s versus now, in terms of some of the objectives involved. And she frequently talks about how scholars will write about certain things in a certain way that the artists never intended, okay, in terms of, and so there's that discussion that goes on now. And one of the things that I always try to remember to say, that Afrofuturism is not science fiction, that when we talk about Black speculative ideas and thought, there's scholarship, whether it's Lisa Yazek and others have shown that the Black speculative worldview emerges separately from that of European science fiction. You know, whereas I say the Black speculative perspective in its, I guess you might say its modern sense, emerges out of, in response to scientific racism, colonialism, imperialism, and those environment, whereas the European science fiction project emerges out of a different set of circumstances.
Yes.
And so that's why I would say Afrofuturism is not a subset of science fiction. Like, for instance, you know, even though there are some people who are Afrofuturists who write science fiction, you know, they're not this, you know, that's where I think that debate will probably happen at one of the writers' conferences in the next year or so, because a lot of times people, and this goes back to the media, because they get somebody who probably just saw something on Wikipedia to get a byline a lot of times, and it doesn't get the discussion that it deserves in some of the articles, because they want it packaged a certain way.
Yes. And Mark, I would like you to go ahead and continue. I would like just 15 seconds of qualification here. This is reminding me, which I should have said at the beginning of this panel, in terms of representation. I had tried hard, and I did indeed have Cherie Renee Thomas and Letitia Womack, a famous an author, Afrofuturist author and journalist, who were slated to be on today's panel. Cherie is recently married, and they had some slight difference, slight change in travel plans, that she couldn't make it. And Letitia, I believe, had a conflict, but I certainly would have liked to have our particular panels today, be represented, in terms of, full spectrum when it comes to gender identity as well. I'll stop, and Mark, if you would like to go ahead and please continue. And also, we're at 2:30, so Everet and Brittany, you're going to have to let us know what you think would be fine in terms of continuing for another 5, 10, 15, up to you. But Mark, please do go ahead.
Well, thank you, Damion. And I'll quickly say that I would be happy to yield any excess time we have to the Q&A. In other words, I'd rather err on the side of enabling everyone who's indulged us so patiently and graciously for so long to intervene and contest and comment in whatever way they'd like. So just bear that in mind. I'm happy to yield my time. But great. There's a lot to hold in one's head. I'm going to very quickly say that I really appreciate Reynaldo's italicization and underscoring of the point that whatever it is, Afrofuturism is not a subset of science fiction. And there's nothing worse than an author who quotes himself, but I hope you'll indulge me nonetheless. I have at hand the original definition, and I say speculative fiction that treats African-American themes and addresses African-American concerns in the context of 20th century technoculture might, for want of a better term, be called Afrofuturism. But that sentence is interrupted, right, by a phrase set off with M dashes. And the interstitial thought is and I complexify and nuance this point, I say, and more generally, African-American signification that appropriates images of technology and a prosthetically enhanced future. Now, when you pair that with a comment I make later in the essay in which I say, whatever it is, Afrofuturism will have to be constellated from far-flung points. And then I'm paraphrasing now, doing this from memory, found in nooks and crannies in the culture where we would least expect to find them. What I was trying to do there was contest and countervail the Academy's tendency to look for it in all of the usual places, in all of the conventional discourses, whether public intellectualism or philosophy or theory so-called. But I'm also in that instant broadening it out far beyond mere science fiction. And as J.G. Ballard would say, myths of the near future or a science fiction of the next 5 minutes. And that's precisely why. And please don't hear this as an attempt to defend my own position or to valorize retrospectively this essay that, be it said, is now part of the Burgess Shale of popular culture. It's part of the fossil record, right? I'm not trying to rehabilitate, my oracular prescience, but my point is simply that it was never intended to be a subgenre of science fiction. It was intended to look at Blacks and African-American signification more generally, which is what dovetails with this notion of a semiological guerrilla warfare. And that was precisely intended because paired with the libertarian white Silicon Valley discourse we spoke about a moment ago, in-house organs like Wired magazine was what Rashida Phillips has called a sort of a confining of Blackness in a primordial past. So Wired magazine loved Nicholas Negroponte, it loved George Gilder, the architect of Reaganomics, it loved Peter Drucker, it loved Milton Friedman and the Chicago School of Economics, but it also loved third world bricoleurs, colorful savages who were, and I use that term dripping irony, I hope I shouldn't have to say, who in an ad hocist way that is very much what Claude Lévi-Strauss had in mind in Tris Tropique when he coins the term bricoleur, right? Who uses the ready to hand, right, in a kind of a cargo cult way to construct adorable third world, jury-rigged, rattle-trap versions of first world technology, the tin can telephone with kite string, metaphorically speaking. And so I wanted to pry loose that notion of the bricoleur from this McLuhan-esque notion of the capering witch doctor around the global village campfire, right? Because those two ideologies were very much dovetailed, and it was those spokes that, or whatever the term is, that made those two cogwheels of ideology turn. The one relied on the other. And going also to your point, Reynaldo, springboarding sort of very elliptically off what I just said, I think we need to think about the fact that Nick Land, who is the architect of the Dark Enlightenment and accelerationism, both philosophies dearly beloved of the alt-right, emerges out of the University of Birmingham's cyber culture theory project with Sadie Plant, and I believe Kojo Eshan was affiliated with that. Now, I'm not for an instant tarring Kojo with that association. His work is obviously canonical and vitally important to Afrofuturist theory. But I do think it's instructive that Land comes out of the Birmingham unit, which is to a very large degree in the shadow, and I say that in a felicitous sense, happily in the shadow of Stuart Hall. So he comes out of cultural studies, he comes out of cyber theory, and he ends up as the darling of the very brown shirts chanting, "You will not replace us" in Charlottesville. And "You will not replace us," let's remember, is a science fiction theory. The Great Replacement, the myth of the Great Replacement and the fear of a black planet is dystopian, right? And nowhere is it written that science fictions have to be liberatory and felicitous. They can be pernicious. And the Third Reich was built on a science fiction. I mean, robot armies, eugenics, the aesthetics of genocide. You cannot get more science fiction. I know you want to jump in, Reynolds.
I think one of the writers who I like, I think she's a brilliant young writer around, whose work is in opposition to somebody like Nick Land. I like her name is Aria Dean. And she wrote a piece, Notes on Blood Acceleration, talking about, because a lot of the accelerationists and they, in terms of how they think about capitalism and democracy, but Aria Dean in her notes on Blood Acceleration talks about how capitalism was built on black flesh in terms of how it gets established. And I think, and so we've been able now through the movement to kind of marshal the collective scholarly resources to critique Nick Land in terms of what the alt-right is talking about. And so that's why in the movement now, when we talk about the work of Aria Dean or the work of, who else comes to mind that's real, or what, even what Natrice Gaskins is doing with AI and visual art at the moment, as a critique of what the accelerations we're talking about. But it's Aria's work that has a critique of the left version of accelerationism and versus the right-wing aspect of accelerationism. And so I think that, let me see where we're going this. And before we do wrap up, I do want to say, for those of you that some of this dialogue may have been hard to follow. A lot of this kind of rough and tumble dialogue, as Mark elegantly kind of lays out, the last several years for it to get to this point, went through a whole bunch of stuff, where until recently, because I was a educator at a small HBCU in St. Louis, I frequently had to be pugnacious towards people because they were quote unquote at a more elite school, in terms of some of the politics in the hierarchy of higher education. And that's probably where some of my pugnaciousness would just come from, having to let people know, because you're not necessarily, because you're at an elite school does not necessarily mean thus and so. And so, so yeah, and now that it's, and then when we were talking about the philosophical piece, 5 years ago, you could not get tenure writing about this stuff in higher education, and that is why, and plus I think the person who's the primary bridge between Mark's work and my own is Alondra Nelson, who works with the Biden administration now, as a member of his Science and Society Council. Alondra's work that she puts in social text is the bridge between, I think, what Mark was initially thinking about and then what I do now, because the term Afrofuturism 2.0 emerged out of a dialogue between myself and Alondra Nelson at Emory in 2013, when we were talking with each other in terms of where it was moving beyond how people used to think about it before the emergence of social media. And right now, I suspect that people like the work that Natrice Gaskins is doing and the work that Dr. Butler is doing now with Critical Black Futures, and plus with Aria Dean, I think those three people, their work is going to probably really kind of resemble what goes on more in relation to what people some call Web 3.0. But one of the arguments I've made that there will not be an Afrofuturism 3.0 until the decolonization project reaches a certain type of conclusion, because African Americans in the diaspora by itself cannot take the paradigm to the next level without the power of a nation state supporting it. Okay, and so that's why even amongst the philosophical perspective of Pan-Africanism, there is tension between the Pan-Africanism of the streets and the Pan-Africanism of the elites. And so those who have two different types of goals in mind in relation to how capital works. And so we're kind of like with the Pan-Africanism of the streets, because we are using cryptocurrency, subverting some of these interests of the elites in some of these countries in terms of dealing directly with the people on the ground. And as part of projects, building some libraries and getting some other things done. And so, and that's, I guess, what you say, kind of the state of the field at the moment. And I'm kind of ready for some questions. Something that I might have missed. I'm interested in fielding some questions for whatever work we're doing.
I'd be very interested in questions for Mark Terry and Ronaldo Anderson. Anyone? That'd be great. I'm asking Everet and Brittany, will we do the student panel at 3? Is that appropriate? Or please let me know.
I think that would be good. I was just looking at the participants and I am not seeing the names that are supposed to be there for the student panel. So
my students who I added later. I don't know if you see that either.
actually, Paul, one of the students just joined, and I'm not sure if Jen is going to be able to log back in because I know she had a previous engagement, but
Okay.
I do see one of my students.
But
That's,
Bella's here, my Afrofuturism student from City College, and as mentioned, translating Ronaldo's work into Portuguese, and my student Maisha Tanzan is here. So both my students are here. So I think if a few people dropped out, perhaps 3 o'clock would be appropriate.
I think that would be perfect. Yes. Yeah. So why don't we have about 15 minutes for questions and answers? Do I have any questions? I see someone just unmuted. Yes, Everet, please go ahead.
Well, this has been a very interesting discussion, and we can't take for granted because of people silent. They have not been, digesting a lot of information, and hopefully we'll move forward to work on that. I just have a query, and it is going back to the first panel, and the whole question of in relationship to Afrofuturism, the whole question of a global Black identity, and what would that mean? And also, Ronaldo was talking about the Afrofuturism of the elite and the street.
Mm-hmm.
But there is always the possibility of vanguardism, whether it is coming from the street or coming from the elite.
Okay. I know. Okay, let me see whether you all are interested in truth, right? All right, BSAM does kind of function as a vanguardism to a certain extent. And it is comprised of, like I mentioned earlier in the discussion, from people from different backgrounds. Most of our local organizers are women. But I don't think of it as vanguardism in the way of, like, say, something like Leninism, because we have people who are local organizers that only have college hours. They don't even have a bachelor's degree, but they've just simply read everything's out there. They are strongly tied to their local community. And so your degree or your money does not determine who gets heard or not. It's based upon who's doing the work. And that's probably kind of like the meritocracy that we operate off of. And also to make sure that it's not an American-centric perspective. Because I would say, actually, if I had to go by country right now, probably the second largest formation that we have in terms of sheer numbers is probably Brazil, which is why, as one of Damion's student people are now translating our work into Portuguese at the moment. And some has already been translated into German And I think there's some that's already in French. And a friend of mine is trying to figure out a way to get it translated into Kiswahili for some of the things they want to do in East Africa. So it's a decentralized, we try to keep it as a decentralized local process for strategic reasons, because just my knowledge of history, anytime you have a centralized movement, if you get rid of the few people who seem to be in charge, the movement seems to stop. And that's probably why I've invested a lot of trust into the younger people. I said, look, even if I don't survive the pandemic or whatever, I want the stuff to go forward. So no, I'm not going to hold your hand. No, I'm not going to tell you everything to do. Open a book, read, and figure it out. And take ownership for your local destiny. Don't wait to hear from me in New York or somebody else, because the rest of the world is not coming to save you in Soweto or in Yaoundé or Douala or whatever. It's going to have to start from where you are in terms of how to get things going. But we just operate as it's a truly interesting thing, I guess, in terms of how all of this is emerging in this global discussion. Like, for example, when we have our meetings, we kind of function like a UN. The Afro-Caribbeans are in charge of the communication so that the Americans cannot dominate. And so I learned that from in Africa. The thing that'll make the Caribbeans or Latin Americans and North American Blacks and Africans all be quiet is Saint Bob Marley. And so that is a way of how we maintain democracy inside of these different time zones and temporal imaginations, and support each other. And so that's where I guess it wouldn't be like a typical vanguardist thing where everybody does everything the same way. I think it goes back into what Mark talked about, that guerrilla kind of thing, where a guerrilla war is going to look different depending on where you were, depending on where your geography is. In America, the urban guerrilla is in a city, and other places it might be out in the countryside somewhere. So, and then in different places, churches, schoolhouse basements, community centers, and because that was the thing we liked the most that we discovered, and that was with Cherie Renee Thomas's insight. A lot of our people don't like coming up on college campuses because they're seen as being hostile towards Blackness. And so that's why we try to have our places out in community spaces that are in their community, whether it's a church, a community center, or some Black gallery, so that they don't have to come up on the campus, be hassled by campus security, or sitting in a classroom and reminded why they don't like higher education. I think one of the more amazing activists, and I'm glad Damion mentioned her, probably one of the best ones that combines her knowledge of the law and housing, and that is Rashida Phillips with their Metropolarity and Black Quantum Futurist Collective that they have here in Philadelphia. And so, so we're trying to keep it decentralized. So if something or whatever happens, it's not going to go away.
Thank you for your response.
Dr. Green? Did I answer your question, Dr. Green, about vanguardism?
Yeah, I see you're getting formal here. But anyway, no, let's the first part of the question, as in terms of a global Black identity.
Oh, okay. That is the harder part.
Yeah.
Because you're dealing with linguistic barriers. But what the postmodernists used to call space-time compression is made it much easier to communicate certain ideas and concepts, because using some of Malcolm X rhetoric, we're all catching hell, but in different ways, and so that becomes the baseline. You got to figure out, what does hell look like in Accra versus, right now, I'd say right now, when you talk about this global Black identity, for example, Black studies in Germany, the pillars of their work come from, they would say, Audre Lorde and Du Bois, based upon his work there. Now in Europe, the Black Europeans are about to take an L, take a loss, because Germany, now that Merkel is out, and France have already adjusted their constitutions to eliminate references to race, because the white Europeans believe if we take race out of this, whatever, then racism will go away. And so they kind of took a political L there recently. And as a lot of you know, that fascism and right wing, whatever, is on the rise in Europe. The last time I was there, they would not let me travel by myself, except in the capitals, because out in the rural area, suburban areas, a lot more hostile towards Black and brown or Muslim people in a lot of those areas when you travel Europe. So that's where the this global Black identity is emerging. I don't want to say strictly in reaction to the global rise in fascism, because you have anti-Blackness in Asia, and just say it's a white thing. That's where with some of the Afro-pessimist thing, I do agree with them in terms of how I remember how some of my colleagues were treated in China, or in response to Hindu nationalism, and or aspects of Islam. And I've made it very clear in the movement, I generally have no sympathy towards Hinduism, Islam, Western Christianity, or Orthodox Judaism, because they're all anti-Black, in terms of how they historically treat people. And so that is very, and I, as the young people, I stand all 10 toes down and say that. And so it's not just a white thing in terms of how Black people are treated around the world. And so this global formation is in response to a lot of those things. So, yeah.
Unless there's another question, I'd like to leap in and ask Damion and Reynaldo a question that is a bit of a hairpin turn from the question of a global Black identity, but does relate to the question of internationalism. I mean, the Marxian specter of internationalist sentiment sort of haunts or trails behind that discussion. Reynaldo, specifically to you, but Damion, you as well, if you have any thoughts on this. I'm very curious to hear an Afrofuturist theorist take up the question of Germany's relationship to Afrofuturism. The Germans were early adopters, to use the Steve Jobsian term of art, of what I will superciliously call Afrofuturist chic. Sort of riffing on Tom Wolfe's notion of radical chic. Loving the Alien was a very early conference about Afrofuturism that was held in Berlin. It was there that I met Paul Gilroy and Kojo Eshun. And in his recent essay, Kalahari Hopscotch, Greg Tate wonders briefly, almost as a sort of voce or under his breath aside, what is it with the Germans and Afrofuturism? Now, my style of thinking is often highly discursive, and I tend to have a series of thoughts that form a kind of an asteroid belt around the central theme, rather than being a linear cause and effect chain of reasoning. But I will just say, when I think about the German relationship to the technological imaginary, but also to Blackness, I think of the lost historiography of Blacks under the iron boot heel of the Third Reich, which is obviously not a pretty one, but has only recently come to light. We know what happened, obviously, to the Jews. We know what happened to LGBTQ people. For God's sakes, we even know what happened to Scientologists, but we know little about what happened to Black people. We know about Leni Riefenstahl's film about the Nuba.
Where it comes from, it goes back into the Middle Ages around the Moors and alchemy. Most of the dominant European alchemists from Europe were German. When you talk about I believe Paracelsus and all of them. It goes back to some of the secret societies that were popular in Germany in the 1920s that were fans of Aleister Crowley. I believe there's a book that talks about Noble Drew Ali, Aleister Crowley, and other people being roughly around in Egypt the same time when they get their visions for what they want to do. And this is why in the Black speculative arts, when we talk about the idea of esoteric, Okay, the esoteric being the academic term that has become popular the last decade, since now it's kind of worthy of study in the academy. Esotericism meaning the occult. And as we know that a lot of German society and other high society has an aspect to it that deals with the occult, in terms of how now modern scholars now concede that the occult also was a feature of modernity in terms of its influences around art, culture, music, and so forth. And in Germany, one of the longest running secret societies, I believe, was called the Brotherhood of the Fraternity of the Saturni. So when Sun Ra shows up and said he's really from Saturn, you have these secret societies that are like responding to what Sun Ra is talking about, saying he's from Saturn. And so that is that tradition of the esoteric and the occult in Germany that ties them to this fascination with Sun Ra and Afrofuturism, I believe, because in European thought, if you Google the term father of pure Masonic thought, it leads you to a Black man who was from Africa, who was a part of the royal court in Austria, who really, I believe he's a part of Harmony Lodge, who really reformulates contemporary Freemasonry. Because, and as a person who was raised as a Black Freemason, most white Freemasons will tell you, and its higher lodge degrees and all that stuff goes back to ideas and concepts from Nile Valley civilization that end up kind of influencing speculative thought in Europe in the Middle Ages. And so that's where that fascination comes from, I believe. And plus, when I think I was only the second Black person to be allowed into the oldest lodge in Germany, when I saw some of the artifacts in there, I understood a whole lot of stuff about European Americans in terms of some of their fascinations. And that's why I tell people when it comes to the occult, the Euro-American, they're basically kind of knockoffs from what they're doing in France and Germany. And in the American tradition of esoteric tradition, you've got to look at people like Pascal Beverly Randolph, who was basically an opponent of Helen Blavatsky. You know, Pascal Beverly Randolph, you know, Black man, largest importer of hashish in the country in the mid-19th century, anti-abolitionist. And so that's why scholars now acknowledge Pascal Beverly Randolph as really the father or founder of modern American esoteric tradition in this country. And so a lot of stuff is now coming out in the last decade acknowledging this, this aspect of the occult and how it accompanies science and so forth, and then an aspects and features of modernity.
I would like to quickly, go ahead, Brittany. Time.
Oh, I was just gonna kind of give us a time frame because I do have a student that has another engagement. So I told her at 3 o'clock, she would be able to offer her her piece, but I hate to cut the conversation short, but I do think we'll have time to get into or to continue this conversation a little bit later in the program. So any last minute, 30 seconds to the three panelists here. Yes, Mark.
Thank you, Brittany, and thank you, Reynaldo, for that really illuminating, as always, and fascinating sort of tour de force of European occultism and Blackness and Germanic thought. Brittany, very quickly, I may have to step away for an hour or two. So if you'd like to email me at markdeary@gmail.com and let me know when you'd like me back, I'll make a point to be back.
Okay, well, the student panel is going to go to about 4:15. Okay. And so maybe I have then the floor from 4:15 to 5. I will not need the entire 45 minutes. So okay. 4:45-ish and.
Perfect. So,
yes.
and I may be back well before then. I wanted to append very quickly in my allotted 30 seconds to what Reynaldo just said. I find all of that useful and, as I said, really illuminating. I would also add that there is a deep strain of Wagnerian mysticism, of Teutonic mysticism in Germanic thought that is profoundly essentialist and would locate Blackness under the sign of the essential. I associate that with Heideggerian notions of the forest, the black forest, the forest clearing. All of his metaphors are arboreal and not in the Deleuzian sense, but in the literal sense. You also have Carl Gustav Jung and Rudolf Steiner and their sympathy for certain sort of Wagnerian crypto-racist and overtly racist notions. So it really problematizes the German relationship with Blackness. And then you look at Susan Sontag's essay on Leni Riefenstahl's photo album on the Nuba, and you see that they're doing something very peculiar with notions of Blackness. So I suppose I'm a bit skeptical, and I'm a rather always wary of the sort of history that trails behind the German infatuation with Afrofuturism.
One of the things I would tell you, this is an interesting book. I would say read. It's called Esotericism in African American Experience. They got a chapter on mathematical theology and all kinds of stuff related to what we were just talking about. Techno-hermeneutics and mechanical wizardry and the material culture of African American folk magic, because a lot of this gets incorporated into like the Black speculative tradition. Short, quick story, and I'll stop. Erik remembers when we first, I think when we were in Bayreuth, Germany, because you could say, I think Mark would attest this, Bavaria is like the heartland of German mysticism. And while we were there, Erik's got a heart up. I was invited to this lodge that was established by a German prince. They found out I was this guy coming talking about Afrofuturism at Sun Ra. And when I saw where it was and what I would have to do to gain entrance, I told Erik, I said, Erik, if I don't come back tonight, this is the last place I was seen at in there. And Erik looked at me like, man, what's going on? And so anyway, I went in there and I'm just saying, as Mark talks about, I understood after that trip to Bavaria, a lot of the impulses behind, what's the guy who made the movies, The Lost Ark and all of them?
Werner Herzog?
No, the movies, Raiders of the Lost Ark.
That's Raiders is
who's the guy that makes those movies?
That's George Lucas.
Luke, not Luke, I think it's other, where they always show those movies where the Nazi people are looking for Egyptian and artifacts to get power.
Yeah, that's.
When I went in this facility, I understood that archaeological connection and that drive of why there's this fascination with between German intelligentsia, these artifacts, and how those give them a certain psychic power in relation to some philosophies that they come up with. And they just asked me to never talk about them when I leave there. So I got a real good understanding once they let me come in there when I was presenting at one of their universities in Bayreuth. So yeah.
Jen Chapman has
Brittany, you need to take over now.
Jen Chapman.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And then you can come back to this.
We can come back.
30 seconds turns into 5 minutes, huh?
Yeah. I mean, look, it's gonna stick in my throat not to make reference to Nietzsche's anti-racist arguments in the 19th century. It will stick in my throat if I don't at least get that out. But Jen Chapman, as mentioned, is on a tight timetable. We need to stop.
Well, thank you. So again, you could tell that this was a very engaging and provocative discussion that brought out not only personal stories, but emotion and intellectual rigor. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, to all of you. So as we continue, there will be a student panel with several of my past students, as well as Professor Scott's students from City College. And I believe they're coming specifically from a class on Afrofuturism. My students, not so much, but they will be able to, hold their own. So I am going to introduce the students that are present. The first student is Jennifer Kappen, and she's made herself known in these proceedings already. She is a student at the Graduate Center at the City University of New York. We have Paul Ambrose, who is a student at Lehman College, Malik Mozeb, who is a student at Lehman College, and also Christopher Wu, who is a student at Hunter College. And Damion, I will pass the floor over to you, and you can introduce your students.
Yes, as mentioned, being that I teach philosophy and Afrofuturism every other semester at City College, and I believe that I'm the only person in the philosophy department to have a regular Afrofuturism class here in North America. Of course, other people do teach it. I'm very, very proud to introduce two of the students from my last Afrofuturism class, Babel Danilo and Maisha Tanshin, who are excellent, excellent, excellent students and incredibly insightful young people.
Perfect, thank you. So I spoke with one of my students before this proceeding, and they wanted me to share. Let me see, hold on. This is the first time I'm using this feature of sharing my screen. Oh, perfect, thank you. Jen, you want to go ahead? And it looks like you have a PowerPoint of all of my favorite people.
Thank you, Professor. So I was a student with Professor O'Neill this summer at Lehman. As she mentioned, I'm at the Grad Center. I'm doing in the MALS program, Master of Liberal Studies with the Africana concentration. And I've been very energized by their program because I'm directly applying so much of what I'm studying to my curricula. As earlier mentioned, I'm a high school history teacher of global history. And I have a lot of autonomy and encouragement from my school to engage with questions of equity, social justice, and well, frankly, white supremacy as a driving force in global history. So I'm going to our class with Professor O'Neill. I mean, given we were doing African philosophical thought, but so much of it was, of course, African-American theology and Williams and Holmes and Locke and Banner and Mays and Dr. King and Malcolm X and Marcus Garvey. I'm a history nerd, so I really, I'm going to especially focus these few minutes that I have on, especially Nkrumah and Du Bois as really being historical figures, although the theologians, Roy Morrison and William R. Jones, were greatly inspiring for me to learn about. I'm going to start, and apologies that this is not a very spectacularly visual, beautiful PowerPoint, but I'm just going to read this introduction that in the paper that I wrote for this summer. After spending a chapter surveying philosophy in retrospect in the book Conscientism, Pan-African leader and polymath Kwame Nkrumah memorably complains of a 20th century academic discipline that has become so abstract and removed from concerns of actual living that philosophers might be accused of being mere taxidermists of concepts. And I had the pleasure of checking in with the conference earlier when Professor Dandridge was asking, you know, what role do we see philosophy playing in issues of liberation and social change? So I've never been really into philosophy myself. I've never really known much about it. And I think in studying this topic with Professor O'Neill, I realized how much it's because what resonates with me is philosophy as a tool for social justice, which is so vital in the Black philosophical tradition. So to continue, the realm of Black philosophy, in contrast, is true to what Nkrumah maintains are the discipline's ancient living roots in human life and society. In this paper, I will discuss 4 philosophers of African origin who closely, in some cases methodically, observed the myriad ongoing crises afflicting Black peoples and seemingly saw no choice but to engage deeply in philosophical questions of how to liberate themselves and all oppressed people. W.E.B. Du Bois, Kwame Nkrumah, Roy D. Morrison, and William R. Jones. Each of these men, having been educated at elite universities in a classical Western philosophical canon that in many instances questioned their humanity and basic worth, take this violent epistemological inheritance and use their depth and breadth of historical and philosophical knowledge to offer varieties of a stinging critique of the omissions, lapses of logic, and romantic delusions found among the revered philosophers upon whose ideas Western Christian capitalist society had been constructed and justified. I've really enjoyed and also had a chance to read, after I wrote this paper, Charles Mills' work, and just seeing the unpacking what Trujillo called the century of confusion, I believe, of the so-called Enlightenment. Deeply versed in the ancient and modern thinkers and the actual facts of history, they must begin by confronting and refuting contentions like that by the revered German philosopher George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, that what we properly understand of Africa, of course, everybody knows this quote, is the unhistorical, undeveloped spirit still involved in the conditions of mere nature, and which had to be presented here only as on the threshold of the world's history. In this enterprise, Du Bois, Nkrumah, Morrison, and Jones heed author and activist James Baldwin's call that nothing can be changed until it is faced, or as Morrison describes, thus, Black philosophy seeks liberation by penetrating the structure of unacknowledged causality behind the phenomenon of racism. As someone passionately interested in paths to political, economic, and ideological liberation, and as a teacher of global history, covering units on industrialization, imperialism, global conflict and genocide, communist revolutions, and decolonization, for adolescents who have their own moral passions and misunderstandings, I'm personally intrigued by what these philosophers have to teach us. So just picking up on a few key quotes, we didn't read this in class, I believe, but I'd earlier come across Du Bois in his African Roots of War. In the minds of yellow, brown, and Black men, the brutal truth is clearing. A white man is privileged to go to any land where advantage beckons and behave as he pleases. The Black or colored man is being more and more confined to those parts of the world where life for climatic, historical, economic, and political reasons is most difficult to live and most easily dominated by Europe for Europe's gain. So, basic historical facts that that require being unpacked in this tradition. And we discussed in class and in my paper, Du Bois' anticipating Afrocentrism and vindicationist movements of scholarship that emerged decades later. Du Bois extols the unique role and potential of Black educational institutions, which does not consist simply of trying to parallel the history of white folk with similar boasting about Black and brown folk, but rather an honest evaluation of human effort and accomplishment, without colorblindness and without transforming history into a record of dynasties and prodigies. And of course, Nkrumah and Du Bois intersected, with Nkrumah inviting the relocation and repatriation of Du Bois in the final years of Du Bois' life, in the first years of the state of the nation of Ghana. I was pretty blown away to read Nkrumah's really detailed and just blindingly erudite unpacking of basically the whole of Western political historical thought in what we've read from Conscientism. And it's, as I mentioned, it's something I've been, as an ongoing project in me, bringing to my students who in 9th grade studied the Enlightenment as, leading to the French and Haitian revolutions. But before I was able to bring new insights into the curriculum, hadn't learned about Montesquieu or Locke's ownership in the slave trade or investments, Voltaire's real kind of whimsical musings on race, people who were so attached to reason and rationality, and just really got pretty wild and loose with their theories on non-white people. And that's, certainly, since I'm running short on time, something that Roy D. Morrison really spends time with, saying that Western philosophy has the tendency to formulate and perpetuate non-empirical solutions for empirical problems and to violate objective historicity if it interferes with a preferred interpretation of reality. But, Morrison very much in the same, and Nkrumah doing this sort of unpacking of, what is the tradition that I know so well, that I've been trained at in American and European universities, that is really not rigorous. Okay, so I'm gonna try and sort of really summarize because of time. So Nkrumah works through a multitude of Greek and European philosophers in his work, bringing in his countrymen Amo and Karl Marx as well. And also, looks at religion as a social fact that must be understood before it can be tackled. And also, critiquing the historical alignment of the Christian church with feudalism and capitalism, but also looking at, the strains in African philosophy that don't separate spiritual, metaphysical realms with life on earth as much as the European traditions put, what Nkrumah is saying is kind of an artificial barrier. I'm feeling, my own time pressure, as well as wanting to respect the other students presenting. A quick nod to, I think, Professor O'Neill's favorite, the late Dr. Jones, who, is really right there in line with Morrison, Nkrumah, and Dubois, of just let's really unpack the extent to which the Black dimension has been systematically excluded, and the necessity of a Black philosophy that is critiquing white philosophy and recognizing a greater utility and vitality of philosophy as a tool for better life and more justice. So like Nkrumah, Jones references European history, critiques of the church, and draws upon the theological tradition in his iconic work, Is God a White Racist? But really looking to the practical and the intersection of history, humanism, philosophy, religion, and justice. I'm gonna open up the chat and see if I missed some questions. I think these are previous references. But if anything I can speak to, I'm sorry if I'm jumping around and 10 minutes is tough.
That was fantastic, Jen. I know you
Thank
do have
you.
a short time frame, but I think you did a great job at connecting these four key philosophers, both in kind of a historical sense, and then, Jones and Morrison having a more contemporary idea of not only the objective of a Black philosophy, but how we can connect it to a prescriptive account of possible solutions and ultimately the yes, the solutions of Black liberation. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. O'Neill and everyone. And it's been wonderful to be part of this. I'm very honored.
Yes, no, and you're on your way to, you know, your graduate study. So we all see the rigor, and hopefully you will be back next year. And I don't know where you are in your degree work, but I'm sure you're coming close to finishing a master's degree, I believe, correct?
Tipping away. My job requires 4 a.m. alarms just to grade and prepare lessons. And I have 2 kids, and I'm rushing off to help coach a flag football game. That's my big appointment. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. And I always tell people that public school teachers are the real educators of this country. Professors, we just kind of sit in the ivory tower and you know, act like we're doing work. We just do this. This is what we do all day. You guys are putting in the real labor, right, Zay? Thank you, Jen. If you have to run, I understand. So next,
Yes, Brittany.
yes, right?
Yeah,
Shout
yes.
out to all of the public educators out there that are doing it from 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. and then come home and do a little bit more. So next, I want to bring Paul Ambrose to the stage. And Paul, I don't know if, let me take a look here. If you wanted to share the document that, let me see, or I can share it. I actually have it here from Dark Matter.
It's all right. You don't need to share.
Do you want to share it?
Huh? It's all right. I was going to read it. Unless.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I'll bring it up on the screen. That way people can follow along. But
Okay.
It may take me a second to find it. I just downloaded it. So here it is. Share screen. All right. It says I'm sharing my screen, but I don't see anything. Okay. Are you all able to see the screen here?
Yeah, I can see.
Yes. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. And I will scroll down to the narrative here.
Would you be able to go into the essay section?
Is this, do you see, is this the essay here, The Greedy Choke Puppy?
I want to share a different essay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which one are you going to be sharing?
Black to the Future by Walter Mosley.
Okay.
Yeah. It's on 5:15.
All right. 5:15. Okay.
Yeah,
Right
if you can
here.
come, yeah, right there.
All right, perfect.
Okay. This is about the power of speculative fiction and where it's going. It was written in 2000, and here we go. I've been reading fantasy and science fiction since I was a child, from Winnie the Pooh to Tom Swift and his Jet Marine, from Marvel Comics to Ray Bradbury to Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Any book that offers an alternative account for the way things are catches my attention, at least for a few chapters. This is because I believe that the world we live in is so much larger, has so many more possibilities than our simple science describes. Anything conceivable, I believe, is possible, from the creation of life itself to freedom. The ability to formulate ideas into words itself, humanity's greatest creation, opens the door for all that comes after. Science fiction and its relatives fantasy, horror, and speculative fiction, have been a main artery for recasting our imagination. There are a few concepts or inventions of the 20th century, from submarine to newspeak, that were not first fictional flights to fancy. We make up, and then we make real. The genre speaks most clearly to those who are satisfied with the way things are. Adolescents, post-adolescents, escapists, dreamers, and those who have been made to feel powerless. And this explains the appeal that science fiction holds for a great many African Americans. Black people have been cut off from their African ancestry by the site of slavery and from an American heritage by being excluded from history. For us, science fiction offers an alternative where that which deviates from the norm is the norm. Science fiction allows history to be rewritten or ignored. Science fiction promises a future full of possibility, alternative lives, and even regret. A Black child picks up a copy of Spider-Man and imagines himself swinging into a world beyond the limitations imposed by Harlem or Congress. In the series of Amber novels, Roger Delancey offers us the key to an endless multitude of new dimensions. Through science fiction, you can have a Black president, a Black world, or simply a say in the way things are. This power to imagine is the first step in changing the world. It is a step taken every day by young and not so young Black readers who crave a vision that will shout down the realism imprisoning us behind the wall of alienating culture. In science fiction, we have a literary genre made to rail against the status quo. All we need now are the Black science fiction writers to realize these ends. But where are they? There are only a handful of mainstream Black science fiction writers working today. There are two major voices, Octavia E. Butler, winner of the coveted MacArthur Genius Grant, and Samuel R. Delany, a monumental voice in the field since the 60s. There are also flashes of the genre in some respected writers as Toni Morrison and Derek Bell. But after these notables, the silence washes in pretty quickly. One reason for this absence is that Black writers have only recently entered the popular genre in force. Our writers have historically been regarded as a footnote, best suited to address the nature of our own chains. So if Black writers wanted to branch out past the realism of racism and race, that they were curtailed by their own desire to document the crimes of America. A further deterrent was the white literary establishment's desire for Blacks to write about being Black in a white world, a limitation imposed upon a limitation. Other factors that I believe have limited Black participation in science fiction are the uses of play in our American paradise. Through make-believe, a child can imagine anything, being big like his father, flying to the moon on an eagle's back. Children use the images they see and the ones they are shown. Imagine whiteness, white presidents, white soldiers, the whitest teeth on a blonde, blue-eyed model. Media images of policemen, artists, and scientists before the mid-60s were almost all white. Now imagine Blackness. There you will find powerlessness, ignorance, servitude, children who have forgotten how to play, or you will simply not find anything at all. Absence. These are the images that have made war on the imagination of Black America. It is only within the last 30 years that Blackness has begun appearing in even the slightest way in the media, in history books, and in America's sense of the globe. And just this small acknowledgement, there has been an outpouring of dreamers, writers, actors, scientists, lawyers, and even an angel or two have appeared in our media. Lovers and cowboys, detectives and kings have come out of the fertile imagination of Black America. The last hurdle is science fiction. The power of science fiction is that it can tear down the walls and windows, the artifice and laws by changing the logic, empowering the disenfranchised, or simply by asking, what if? This bold logic is not easy to attain. The destroyer creator must first be able to imagine a world beyond his mental prison. The hardest thing to do is to break the chains of reality and go beyond into a world of your own creation. So, where are the Black science fiction writers? Everywhere I go, I meet young Black poets and novelists who are working on science fiction manuscripts. Within the next 5 years, I predict that there will be an explosion of science fiction from the Black community. When I tell Black audiences that I've written a novel in this genre, they applaud. And following this explosion will be the beginning of a new autonomy created out of the desires to scrap 500 years of intellectual imperialism. This literary movement itself would make a good story. The tale could unfold in a world where power is based upon uses of the imagination, where the strongest voices rise to control the destiny, the nation, and the world. Maybe in this make-believe world, a group is being held back by limits placed on their ability to imagine. Their dreams have been infiltrated by the dominant group, making even the idea of dissent impossible. The metaphor of this speculative and revolutionary tale could be language as power. The hero, a disembodied choir that disrupts the status quo. Jazz in the Machine could be the title. Black letters on a white page would suffice for the jacket design. And there was one more essay. Do I have time?
Why don't we hold off? I want to make sure that everyone has a moment to, a space to give their viewpoint. But I really appreciated that essay because it brought to light this open space that we are filling, right? Because you said this essay was published back in 2000, and it could not, I couldn't help but think about the foundation of the Harlem Renaissance nearly 100 years ago, right? Because it was that same necessity, that same urge to write our own stories, whether that was from a fictive account or a nonfiction, more historical account. And I see with Afrofuturism, because again, this is something that's new to myself, that we are at the stage of opening this up to a larger audience. And I like how that the author mentioned the powers of white supremacy to not only the material, economic, social, and political oppression that we face, but also the oppression on the imagination and how we can think outside of the box. What does, someone had to imagine a Black Panther, right? And they imagine that within a world that historically has disregarded and devalued the Black community. And we see that through speculative writing and media, that this image is now being presented as something real to that young kid sitting at home watching TV or whatnot. But I'm going to stop talking because I want to ask Damion to present one of your students that, I want to kind of, make it an equal balance. So if you would like one of your students, I know Babel, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing their name right, but she had a comment in the box earlier, in the chat box earlier, that I feel like would be a nice segue.
Yeah, I mean, Babel's pronouns are they, no problem. But they will be speaking, I believe, as you saw in the chat room, on Afrofuturistic perspective, Brazilian Afrofuturistic perspective. Excuse me, long day. Now, I don't know though. Maisha, would you prefer to go first? Babel, Maisha, talk to me. I had it kind of thought that maybe Maisha, you might want to go first, but if you want to go after Babel, just let me know very quickly. All right.
And does anyone need to share the screen?
Yeah, Maisha, Babel, come on.
I don't
I'm
need
happy.
to share the screen, but oh yeah,
And
you
I don't
can.
need to, oh, sorry, Maisha.
It's all right. You can go ahead if you'd like to.
Okay, Babel, that's fine.
I'll chat a bit. I don't have a formal presentation or anything that I need to share.
I'm actually like in the middle of a move. I just got back from Brazil. I was there for like, I don't know, like 5 months.
Wow, huh?
You know, so everything has been remote. I've been there for a while now. And I just got back to New York. And, you know, Ray was talking about some things earlier that had me thinking about like my experience there. And yeah, I mean, this is going to be a bit informal, but I think it'll be fun to share. I think a lot of times when people think about Brazil, they're thinking about like Rio, Bahia, things like that, places where are more metropolitan, and Black people think of themselves as Black and think of it maybe regularly. Where my family's from is a state called Minas Gerais, and they're from a city that actually has the largest population of Brazilians in the United States, or Brazilians have lived in the United States and come back. Like, there's like a joke, a running joke that like, if you're from Valadares, you have to have a family member here or have lived here, and you have to have a bicycle in your garage. So it's funny because while I was there, I was thinking a lot about, you know, it's a smaller city, and like my parents live a little bit on the outside of it. And, you know, agriculture is what's really moving things there, and dollars. So it's an interesting place. So, you know, there's not really much industry, or, you know, it's kind of a sleepy town with kind of a lot of weird things going on there. And one thing I was thinking about, like in regards to Afrofuturism while I was there, is like, who gets to be involved in these conversations, and how do we imagine Afrofuturism in Brazil because of miscegenation? You know, you have a lot of Black people who aren't thinking about themselves as Black, or you have people like me who have, like, you know, my dad's Black, and maybe in other parts of the world I wouldn't be considered that, but racial democracy really did a number on Brazil and like how people think about Blackness. And so what does that mean for us, like thinking about Blackness in the future? How do we exist in the future, and what does that mean? So I was thinking a lot about that, and thinking a lot about like that contextually, like with New York, for example. I don't think this was last semester. Professor, was it last semester that was your Afrofuturism class? No. Whenever I did take that class, I think it's maybe two semesters ago. Whenever I did take that class, I was really moved by the piece that we read in Afrofuturism 2.0 by Tobias Van Veen, and the idea about Armageddon and Black people being post-human.
And a chronopolitical.
And I was thinking, and I was thinking a lot about, you know, that in the idea of like, because, you know, where my family's from, there's a lot of Black people. And a lot of them are like cowboys and like farmers, and they're into like, you know, country music. There's like a big kind of, it's essentially like a trap country movement like going on there. So it's a really interesting place. And I was thinking a lot about, when I think about New York, sorry if I'm offending anyone, I think about it in a really dystopic way. Like, you know, to me, it's nothing like where I'm from and like what I'm used to. So I think a lot about post-humanism, and does that apply to Black people everywhere, or Black people in metropolitan areas? And I was thinking a lot about how if people who are like from a place like New York City, Black people from New York City, go to somewhere like where my family's from in Brazil, could we consider that something as Afrofuturistic, you know, and inviting new technologies to a rural place and reimagining connection with Black people and the earth from another perspective? So really, I just had a lot of questions, and, you know, this is fresh on my mind. I just got here like 5 days ago, so I haven't really been able to formulate, you know, how I felt about everything, amongst other things that were going on. But yeah, I think miscegenation really has guided a lot of my thoughts on Afrofuturism in Brazil, and how do we see that? Because there are a lot of like different tropes and you know, the idea of the mulata in Brazil and darker skinned Black Brazilians, and how, in essence, we're not all the same like how we are, for example, like in the US. So I was thinking a lot about those identities being new, I don't know what to call it, kind of brackets for like Afrofuturism and like post-humanism, and new markers where we can like identify people. Because, you know, I remember Tobias was mentioning about like Jimi Hendrix, and I think it was Sun Ra, like the Cosmic Traveler and things like that, like these different kinds of like Afrofuturistic roles that like people play. And I was thinking a lot about, you know, the hypersexualized mulata and all these other things, and like post-human, or like Black people returning to agrarian lives. This is very, I'm so sorry, I kind of rambled, but yeah, just fresh thoughts in my mind about miscegenation in Brazil and Afrofuturism, and how a lot of the stuff that, you know, we talk about here doesn't make sense there. So I'm trying to think about like new things and like how I can envision Afrofuturism back home. So yeah, I'm sure y'all might have some questions, but you know, just a lot floating around. And that's really what I had to say. I want to keep it short.
Thank you so much, Mabel. Appreciate that. Absolutely. It's really cool. And next, Maisha Thompson.
Sure. So I think we took the African American philosophy class last semester in spring, and I remember we went over a bunch of different people from Appia all the way to Patricia Hill Collins and McGarry. And some of the papers that we wrote about were just discussing exactly what entails race. Is it biologically real? Is it socially real? Is it a socio-political construct? Is it just psychological or genetic, and so forth? And we did discuss Afrofuturism to a certain extent. I remember we went over The Comet by Du Bois, and that was it was a science fiction story about the relationship between Jim Davis, who was a Black man, and this white woman, Julia, after a comet hit New York, and there was a post-apocalyptic sort of situation, a dystopia of sorts, and it brought to light some of the racial issues and tensions that existed during the time period. And also, I remember we read this a couple of papers on Afrofuturism and its comparison to Black futurism, and I think I'd like to speak a little bit more on that. I remember, I think it was Mark Derry in his essay Flame Wars, he defined Afrofuturism as sort of the sections of thought that, and not just thought, but also works of literature and art that give rise to the cultural aesthetic movement. And one of the reasons that Afrofuturism is important is because it speaks about African American specific themes and addresses African American concerns in the context of the 20th century techno culture that we sort of have. And but then that kind of brings into the question, if we have a sort of modern techno scientific progress that's happening in our society, and like how does it connect to racialized experiences of African American people? Like what makes it Afro, right? And then an issue with the Black futurism is that, well, first it implies a universal Black consciousness. So what does that mean, and how do we determine that? And then it also brings into issue semantic problems, for example, the color spectrum terms that are used, and whether it applies in different geographical locations, so non-Western countries versus Western countries. What does it mean to have, what does it mean to be Black, right? And then, but it's still meaningful. Afrofuturism is still important and meaningful to learn about because it actually talks about, I think, the historical and socioeconomic situations that affect people. And I think like already we already have examples of Afrofuturism in history. So we have, I think, Uncle Tom's Cabin can count as one in some sense of the word. It is science fiction because it does talk about sort of a possible future where it's free of slavery in comparison to like the Southern antebellum. And so because of that, it's essential, it's important in having these discussions about Afrofuturism and Black futurism and determining sort of the context to which they apply. And because in some sense of the word, it can be a little broad. But it's good to determine exactly what you're addressing, because how will you make truth claims about future or futurism or historicity and socio-political situations without having it specified. And I think in general, that there's a lot of comments in the chat that I haven't looked through, but I will look to that later. And I think that there's a couple of different issues also that arise with Black futurism, and that is, I think, the racial categorizations and in terms of whether it is engaging in the realities of marginalized people. But I think that it is essential to learn about and for it to grow. And I think there was this one book that was shared. I think Professor Ronaldo was a part of it, and it was The Rise of Astro Blackness. We went over that a little bit in class. And that's mainly what we talked about with regards to Afrofuturism that I remember. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you so much, Mahesh. Excellent, excellent both of you.
All right, thank you for that, Maisha. Again, all of the responses have been emulating and have brought up more questions for us to discuss within these last couple hours that we have together. So the next person that I want to, I will actually ask Christopher and Melek. Anyone want to volunteer to, offer their a paper that, we talked about before, or any other?
Yes,
comment?
I can share my
Yes.
screen if you would like.
Yeah, I think I have to give you some permissions for that. So give me one moment. You should have abilities to share your screen now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Can you see it?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I took Dr. O'Neill's Introduction to African American Studies class, which was really eye-opening. For my research paper, I discussed colorism among the Black community, which I will be sharing with you all today. A person's skin tone has a clear yet significant impact towards their experiences, which is completely unfair. Colorism has affected people with darker skin complexions due to the fact that those with lighter skin tones received privileged and more rights because they had their light-skinned privilege. Colorism occurs a lot more than you think. It takes place within workplaces, schools, social media, the film and beauty industry, courts, and sadly among the Black community itself. There was definitely tension within the community due to the light skin receiving opportunities and advantages that the dark skinned people could not because of the color of their skin, which is completely unacceptable. Colorism only makes a negative impact and spreads toxicity. Slavery was the beginning of colorism. Slave owners sometimes raped their light-skinned slaves, and in some situations, they had light-skinned children. Slave owners offered the lighter-skinned slaves special treatment. The slaves with lighter skin were given household duties. Meanwhile, those with darker skin were required to do labor outdoors in the fields, doing even more difficult tasks. The occurrence of colorism made Black individuals feel the need to change the beautiful skin that they were born in. It is absolutely disappointing that anti-Blackness was ingrained in some African Americans' upbringings to the point that it was normalized. Lighter skin was preferred and favored. There were Black people who craved the privilege that they would have if they were lighter complexion, which made them willing to do anything to reach their goal. There were whitening products such as lotions, soaps, masks, etc., that were constantly advertised. Skin bleaching products are sold in countries and areas where the majority is Blacks and people of color. Young girls witness the unhealthy addiction their mothers had with skin whitening products, which will result in them feeling the need to participate in. In the Shades of Black series, Stephanie Yeboah claimed that her toxic love affair with skin bleaching began when she was only 14 years old. She inherited this toxic routine from the woman in her Afro-Caribbean family. Her mother got addicted to skin bleaching and did it to her entire body. Yeboah witnessed this and followed in her mother's footsteps. Yeboah's usual purchase at her local Black beauty shop was 2 bottles of skin bleaching cream, which she considered her creamy crack. The cream that she was using was absolutely dangerous, considering the fact that the ingredient consists of hydroquinone, a chemical that has been banned in Europe, Australia, and Japan since 2001, due to the high levels of mercury. When she used that unsafe product, she described it smelling like a chemical lab. She gave up on her goal to lighten her skin because she realized her natural pigment was coming back. Later on, Yeboah went to Harlem, New York, from the UK, and was amazed when men complimented her on her natural skin color. She felt appreciated and more confident due to the fact that people back home in the UK, men her own skin color, did not want her, which was ridiculous. It was unfortunate that Yeboah did not know how beautiful her deep complexion was until she was poured with compliments by men in New York. She truly regrets ever doing that to her skin and saw the beauty in her true skin color. Darker skinned people were upset that people with a lighter complexion received more opportunities and had more success. This simply created friction in the Black community and led to toxic mindsets, as it seemed that those of lighter complexion were ahead of the game and had accomplished more. This particular topic is discussed in the article Shades of Black, when the author states, "Have you ever noticed that women of colors writers who are championed as geniuses are almost always light-skinned?" She goes on to say, "What makes this also hard to talk about is the internalized white supremacy." If white people disappeared from the planet tomorrow, colorism will still exist in our communities, and that this is maybe the most painful part. Why would people rather say it isn't real? Which shows that a Black person herself, she is clearly aware of the injustice perpetrated by people of her own race, considering the fact that they are already discriminated against by whites. For instance, white people were paid more than Black people. However, darker-skinned Black people were paid less than Black people with a lighter complexion. Within the Black community, the light skins were way more privileged. They had better employment, schooling, prosperity, and overall opportunities than African Americans with darker skin. Colorism has a bigger impact than you think. Black people with a darker complexion were approached differently in situations compared to a Black person with a lighter complexion. In the New York Times, the article Shades of Prejudice by Shankar Vedanam discusses the colorism among Black people that took place in trials. It is stated that darker-skinned African American defendants are more than twice as likely to receive the death penalty as a lighter-skinned African American defendants for crimes of equivalent seriousness involving white victims, which shows how cruel and unfair someone was treated based on their complexion in such extreme ways. Also, according to statistics, Black women with darker skin are sentenced to jail for longer periods of time compared to Black lighter skinned women in the same situation. African Americans with lighter skin tones were often treated better, whereas those with darker complexions faced prejudice. It dehumanizes blacks with a darker complexion and is overall vicious. Color was seen as a major factor, but they must set that mindset aside and unite as a community to avoid colorism from dividing them. People within the Black community may both intentionally and unintentionally uphold discrimination, and they must analyze their prejudice as well as their anti-Blackness in particular situations. For example, during slavery, the slaves of a lighter complexion got slightly favorable treatment, which made the other slaves despise them. It is important that they explore and analyze their correlations with one another as well as their own prejudice, because it will lead them to a step closer to put an end to discrimination and bitterness against one another, all caused by colorism. Colorism is a harmful trait that has been passed down over generations. It is 2021 and colorism is still a huge issue. Nowadays, people still use the labels light-skinned or dark-skinned to refer to one another. The practice of colorism is entirely offensive. You can see this occur through commercials, films, within the beauty industry, etc. All Black men and women are humans that have emotions, and we must treat one another equally and look past the person's skin color. Lighter skinned people should not be treated better than someone with a darker skin. Colorism is certainly toxic. Everybody should be able to feel comfortable in their skin that they were born in, and colorism must come to an end.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your contribution, Malak. I see that we can connect this with the other presentations. Babel, they were talking about Brazil, right? And what's happening down there with not only miscegenation, but a lot of times the renditions or the implications of miscegenation, which is light skin and dark skin as this kind of conflict. And from what I've learned from this conference is Afrofuturism through speculative fiction and, imagining the world in a different presentation means that, we can, within our own community, challenge what is being presented about us by being in charge of that representation, and having characters and having people that, hold positions of power, whether it be in a real world or it be in an imaginative scenario. So thank you for that. And Christopher Wu, are you here?
Yes,
I remember yes, I remember your paper, even though it was almost a year ago. And I believe it was on Black radical thinkers.
Like African Americans, like connection to the Communist Party, communism.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, do you need to share your screen?
No, I just have notes. I'm just gonna more of a casual. So before Perfect. I get into that, I'm gonna explain kind of like why I chose this topic. So in Dr. O'Neill's class, kind of we were learning about like Black history. I always kind of saw like communism and the Communist Party kept connecting to the experiences of Black people in America. I kind of want to investigate kind of more into that. This is why I chose it. Also, I have a personal connection. My high school U.S. history teacher, he was a Black communist, and while I was in his class, he kept trying to start a communist club at the school, but they wouldn't allow him to. So he had to change his name to like the Workers' Party or like the Workers' Union and kind of go from there. Okay, so and now I'm just gonna do my topic. So the Communist Party and communism wasn't a political organization to African Americanisms as we traditionally think it is. They didn't vote on electing communists to Congress or anything like that, but it was a social and activism organization that worked to help improve marginalized workers, especially in the areas in the South like Birmingham, Alabama, which I'm gonna go into. And for others, for Black philosophers, it was guiding philosophy and framework to kind of explain their place in American society and how they can improve from there. And so in Birmingham, Alabama, the Communist Party arrived in 1929, but before that, I kind of explain kind of why they chose Birmingham, Alabama. So it was a deeply segregated city where African Americanism made up more than 90% of the unskilled labor force, working mostly in the steel industry at TCI, that's the Tennessee Coal and Iron Railroad Company, and they were still being sharecroppers around that Birmingham area. And 80% of the workers earned less than $500 per year, while the 1% earned over $35,000 every year. That's more than 70 times more. And the Black parts of the city were highly segregated, as was lacking essential city services such as paved roads, streetlights, and working sewage systems. So it was very archaic and kind of leaned towards one side of the city. And in 1928, the Communist Party actually recognized African Americans in the Black Belt counties in Deep South were an oppressed nation. So they sought to relieve that. So, and there was no union, no collaboration among workers. It's kind of they're all on their own. They all had to suffer together. But when the Communist Party did arrive, they did hear stories about communism and the party and kind of these crazy stories of bloodshed and from Russia, and it's kind of like how they only sought to create problems, not solve them. But during this time, it was a depression. So the choice was to either join the Communist Party and attempt to survive, or was to starve and die off. And from day one, there met resistance. One of the members' houses was firebombed, and he had to lie low for a couple of months. And there was constant clashes with the police, including shootouts and even executions from the police. And so one of the main targets of the Communist Party was the TCI's unemployment program. We call it unemployment program, but it's more of a credit system where workers would get money from unemployment benefit, receive unemployment benefits, but they would have to pay it back at a later date. So pay it back at a later date. TCI also provided houses for workers to live in, but if they didn't pay the rent, at correct time, they would cut water, heat, and electricity to their homes. It's kind of a crazy situation there. They also combated the unemployment system the city provided. So the city provided 1,200 jobs, but only paid $6 a week. And the communists wanted to up that to $10 a week and free coal, free rides for the workers, and a minimum of $20 per week for city reliefs, and kind of prevent people from getting evicted and utility shut off. Is kind of what we see right now. So the party was a way for African Americans to organize and voice their opinions. Some of these other efforts included flooding landlords with mail to prevent them from evicting people, preventing social workers from inspecting people's houses, and determining if they really needed the aid, kind of like what Malcolm X had in his situation. And so I wanted another place where the Communist Party could be felt and seen was in the Scottsboro case. So the Communist Party had a legal branch called the ILD, the International Labor Defense, and they were the only ones who provided help to the Scottsboro case in 1931. The other leading organization was the Black organization, the NAACP, refused to help, and the secretary, Walter White, and his boards of white progressives did not want to risk the PR loss if they were going to win. And so, and going back to the ILD, their plan was to kind of drum up media attention and kind of outrage across the nation to kind of force the judge's hand on to release these innocent boys. So their plan was to change public opinion and kind of make sure that it was seen as a cultural event. And after this case, in Birmingham, the popularity of the Communist Party exploded, and it attracted local leaders. It was like the leaders of the Communist Party in Birmingham weren't outside forces; they were local leaders with ties to Black community there, and that had limited education, so they really know how to appeal to the people. And another place we worked was the sharecroppers. So sharecroppers then they couldn't sell to outside forces, or they only sold it to the landlords who provided the land, and they were often undercut them by over 50 cents per ton, by over 50 cents per 100 pounds. And so after that, prices were up to 55 cents, and even areas where the Communist Party didn't have members in, the local workers started to come together to organize on their own. So even before,
he's gonna be in the car. Who cares?
And then, so relating to philosophy,
No, what you should
the communist philosophy was a vessel to self-questioning, and a way for African Americans to think critically about their situation. And one of these people that inspired was Hubert Harrison, kind of leader of the Harlem radicalism group. So I'm drinking some water right now. So Harrison, coming from the West Indies, knew about international history and kind of events and kind of how integral white supremacy was to capitalism in the United States. Sorry. He also founded the first organization and newspaper, The Voice, of the militant New Negro movement. And he kind of used philosophy, use a communism as a guiding force and kind of framework to see that Black people were treated as cheap labor, and kind of trick and kind of see that the higher ups, the people with power, you're tricking poor white people into thinking that African Americans were their enemies rather than people with all the power and the money. And he laid the ground for other Black militant leaders such as Marcus Garvey and A. Philip Randolph. And it's kind of seeing that instead of that, seeing how different what the Communist Party meant to different people. For some, it was a guiding framework, it was a force, it was a philosophy that impacted their thoughts, and others, it was a grassroots organization that helped them improve their daily lives. And yeah, that's about it.
Great job, Christopher. I'm glad you were able to incorporate Black radical thought into our discussion. And too bad Jeffrey Perry is not here, who is the leading scholar on Hubert Harrison. He was a mainstay to this conference for several years, presenting his work on Hubert Harrison. But you did a great job, and I appreciate all of the student presentations. And I think we have a few minutes for conversation and for questions. If we have any comments from the audience. Yes, Zay.
Fantastic,
I would
fantastic,
just-
fantastic.
Yeah, I just have to commend the students. I think they were just powerful. They were just really fantastic. I felt that they covered a lot of issues like what I contend with, which I maintain that probably because my feet are on the ground. I'm not in up there. Well, let me see. My feet are on the ground, and so I meet with it. I have a completely different perspective, the real reality of colorism that we face, and also the point of religion, which I cannot understand why we never raise this issue when America is a Christian, 90% very religious country, when African Americans are very, very religious, but yet, and this is something in my daily work and meeting with people, members of my family, religion, often, and I hate to use the word trumps, but religion trumps raise everything. And I really, I'm very, very grateful to the students for pointing out and raising the issues that to me are so pertinent to our community.
Thank you for that.
Good job.
Yes, thank you for that, Zay. Ronaldo, you have your hand up. You want to go ahead and voice your comment?
I have a question for Bebel. Bebel, I think next month I'm supposed to talk to our Afro-Brazilian collective, our local organizer down there. I don't know, is Zaika dos Santos. And I'm trying to think of, you have the manifesto and the Black Angel document. And I'm trying, you just had me think of, because Zaika told me that the collective for Afro-Brazil is scattered around the country. So I'm trying to think when I address them, what kind of nuance I should use to talk about communicating certain ideas or concepts. Because I know a lot, what I try to do in countries that don't speak English, I try to have my work, even my presentation, even in the local language. And so what concepts, I think are you going to work on the Black Angel document, right? Which concepts have you had a chance to look at it? Which concepts you haven't, okay. But what you can remember from 2.0, which ones you think will translate better than others? Because I'm aware of that kind of spectrum of identity amongst Afro-Brazil. So I just want to make sure I don't, step on any landmines and like try to talk to everyone like they're from Bahia, so.
Yeah, I think that's really important to acknowledge. I will say though, like Tobias's piece in that book was my favorite. I think it would be one of the hardest ones to make sense of in Portuguese. I mean, there's just so many things in English that just like don't make sense at all, like in our language and like, for our people. And I am.
Can I comment on Tobias's piece? The central piece now that we're talking about, where he deals with chronopolitics. We're moving away from chronopolitics as a Greek term about time, chronos as a measure. We're dealing much more with Sankofa, in terms of talking about time. And I know some of the Afro-Brazilians, like I guess the guy's name is Fabio Cabral, is talking about this time as aspect of Afrofuturismo, drawing upon Yoruba epistemologies and cosmologies to make sense of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, like, when people are talking about Brazil and Black people in Brazil are writing about things, it's almost always, it's like this, it's always coming from Bahia and that sort of like background with like Yoruba and things like that. And like the reality is that most people in Brazil like don't rock with that. They have negative things to say about Afro religions, which is sad. But I'm just curious about how we can start shifting the narrative to where like other people in Brazil can be involved, because there is this sort of like domination of like Blackness in Brazil coming from Bahia, and like, them being the only ones who like hold on to the dialogue. But I'm going to take a look. I just was like, I was unpacking. I just like had the book, like it's right behind me. I'm going to take a look at that and like tell you more about, what I think that would be best would make more sense to Brazilian people to help, because yeah, I mean, race is complicated anywhere, but especially there.
And we're also running into like the movement where there's a group that white Brazilians now are actively trying to control the dialogue of Afrofuturismo. And so we're being very intentional about creating space for the Afro-Brazilians to say what they got to say. And so that's I think what's going to probably in the Brazilian context, which is going to probably emerge over the next 18 months in terms of how the North America looks at the Afro-Latin experience around this information, because until recently, Latin scholars used to say, oh, we don't have racism in South America. And now they stopped saying that, and so now they're trying to do, and we also in Africology have a critique of this idea of the hybrid, which we kind of, like, I don't particularly care for Glissant's work either. So I know that's going to also be a thing about this thing of hybridity and representation in terms of how the Blacks from around the diaspora, even Africa, receive Afrofuturismo. And so that from Ghana to Angola and in North America are curious to see what's going to come out of Afro-Brazil in terms of this dialogue. So thank you for sharing that insight. Say we can't act like all Brazil is Bahia. So.
All right, so it looks like we're about at time. So I want to thank the student panelists, I should say, both from City College and from Lehman College and Hunter College. I think you all represented your respective schools tremendously well. And to follow Zay's comment, you are all engaging in theories and ideas and concepts that are applicable and important to the Black community today and the Black community in the future as we move forward. So congratulations to all of you. And make sure when you do your CV and resume that you add you are a presenter at this conference, because that only, you know, is the truth, but it also will show your academic rigor. And if you're applying to graduate school or any of those good things, it always helps to outshine your colleagues. Even though we are a collective, it still at times can be a competitive game.
Dr.
I'm sorry, I think that did Shaila, did she have her hand up?
Oh,
Shayla,
did you have your hand up? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't see her name.
No, sorry, I was clapping.
Okay.
Dr. O'Neill, I want to encourage applications to our doctoral program. I am the graduate director for Temple now, and I want smart people to apply for our doctoral program. So I encourage you to get your applications in over the next several weeks.
There you go. You heard it straight from the source.
Do you have an age limit?
No, there are no age limits. We even have a gentleman, I believe that's around 60 years old, that'll be back with us this year. I just care whether they're smart or not.
Yep, and if they have the discipline to get the work done, you know. So again, thank you. As we continue with the program, I am the next presenter. So it's just going to be a very informal discussion looking at axiology and the Black intellectual tradition, an examination of Joyce Mitchell Cook and Charles W. Mills. And this kind of comes in light of the recent passing of Dr. Mills as an instrumental element, not only in philosophy in general, but in Black philosophy, and then even narrowing the field even more, Black women philosophers. We understand if you have to go, moving is no fun. No one likes moving, but you have been in Brazil for 5 months, so I can't feel too sorry for you. So take care. But I was thinking about this in the sense of contracts and liberalism and values, and how, you know, we've been talking about values in explicit ways, but also implicitly in the ways that society views African and African Americans on a scale of inclusion and being ostracized or excluded from our society. So I do have a very basic PowerPoint that I will share with you all. And sharing on an iPad is nowhere as user-friendly as it is on a full computer. So give me one moment. And I believe I have to click back. All right. So hopefully you can kind of just see this blank page with a title. And before I get started, because one of the things that we see from Charles Mills is a critique of racial liberalism. I have a definition of here of structural liberalism that kind of occupies a similar space in the sense of trying to divide society based upon, in a sense, a value system. So I'll read that here. Structural liberalism, the separation of family, market, state, and civil society into separate and independent spheres, which should in principle be governed differently. So we already have at the basis a notion of separation in this notion of a uniqueness within the society at large. And it's a commitment to the ideal of a self-governing subject, through which individuals and groups deemed incapable of self-government may be subjected to kinds of regulation that would otherwise be deemed incompatible with liberty. And I think when we look at our society and even expanding this out to the diaspora, because of the political influence of the United States on, not necessarily through a notion of colonialism, but imperialism may be a better word to use, we see that society has essentially been broken down into two groups. And it's based upon a sense of value, whether that value be in the sense of dollar signs and the amount that people are paid for their labor or their compensation, or whether it be the idea of self-governing. So a community or a part of community that follows what we may call the status quo, or the notions of what are viewed as a normative social standard, are viewed as self-governing. They do not require an independent or an overarching governor to determine what is and what cannot be. And with that being said, when we look at liberalism, I'm going to read what Charles Mills has to say in it was an interview about one of his most recent books, Black Rights and White Wrongs. So Mills, in response to this question about Black radical liberalism, which is what we see Mills trying to present through this notion of a racial contract, that there's an agreement between two groups of people. But we see that in the society we live in, that the language or the rhetoric used in the United States supports and undergirds a white supremacy. So how do we engage with a white supremacist capitalist system, all the while trying to understand and to incorporate our own notions of self-determination and liberation? So Mills, in response to a question, could you describe for us what Black radical liberalism is and its ramifications for Black politics and activism in the age of Trump? Mills responds, Black radical liberalism is a liberalism that takes the history of white supremacy seriously in a way that mainstream liberalism, whether white or Black, does not. That's what makes it radical. Drawing on Black nationalism and Black Marxism, the two radical streams of Afro-modern political thought usually counterposed to Black liberalism. It recognizes that the US has historically been a white supremacist polity, that races are social entities that need to be incorporated into a liberal apparatus rather than evaded in the name of individualism, that the society has historically been founded on racial exploitation and the unjust transfer of opportunities, wealth, and resources from people of color to whites, and that the capitalism that has prevailed in modernity has for the most part been racial capitalism, white supremacist capitalism, not the abstract ideal capitalism of white political theory, conservatism, or Marxism, and that this fundamentally shapes the perceived group interest and moral psychology of the white working class. One of the great virtues of the advent of the age of Trump is, if nothing else, epistemic, the potential for greater clarity about the actual racial dynamics of the United States, and the discrediting of the ludicrous claims that Obama's 2008 election of a post-racial society. My hope is that the Black radical liberalism would be better positioned theoretically to guide a future political activism that, in order to be successful, will need to combine the struggles against the plutocracy with the struggle against white supremacy, and negotiate the tricky mix of conflicting and potentially converging group interests involved. And so we see with liberalism as a whole, it's focused on a basis of a white supremacist capitalist society. And when we begin to discuss the notions of how, contractarianism has been used to label our society, we see that although we have a kind of a Black radical liberalism that Mills is presenting, it's still grounded in a sense of capitalism that requires the exploitation of one group or another. And this brings me to, that not only do we see Charles Mills critiquing liberalism, but we also see that Joyce Mitchell Cook, who, if you're not familiar with Joyce Mitchell Cook, I will bring up her, a picture of her here. So Joyce Mitchell Cook was the first African-American woman to receive a PhD in philosophy in 1965. One of the statistics of that decade of the 1960s, that there were only 4 African-Americans to earn a PhD in philosophy over the entirety of that entire decade, Joyce Mitchell Cook being the first African-American woman to celebrate that honor. But we see that they are both critiquing liberalism in their own ways. Joyce Mitchell Cook was critiquing liberalism from the position of publications such as the Bell Curve, and we can even set it back a little before with the Moynihan Report, the ways that liberal society has viewed the Black community. And Zay, you actually brought this up, I believe earlier, about the notion of an innate inferiority, right? So the Bell Curve was this presentation that suggested, the entire title is The Bell Curve: Intelligence and Class Structure in American Life. And the goal was to explain the variations of intelligence in American society. And the conclusion was, well, African Americans are essentially scoring lower on IQ tests than white students. So therefore, the conclusion of the Bell Curve in a nutshell was that African Americans, regardless of additional resources, are still performing well below what was considered or what white students were performing. And we see that Joyce Mitchell Cook brings into her discussion what we would consider, value theory. And she actually says, value theory, if she could coin a term, she said in an interview with George Yancey, moral integrity is all you can have that is inalienable, right? So the discussion of value in the way that we view and value certain people has a direct implication on the opportunities and the ability of self-determination. And I think this has been brought up throughout our conference proceedings when we talk about how students of various ages, right? As they just mentioned, is there a cutoff for a doctoral degree at Temple University, right? I believe that as a community of scholars, there is no age limit on learning. And so when we talk about students in this notion that they are naturally or innately inferior, specifically when it comes to IQ, we see that Joyce Mitchell Cook brings to our attention that the lack of nurturing within the community or the lack of valuing certain students has been the impetus that
leads to scoring low on IQ. And as a, I guess a disclaimer, Joyce Mitchell Cook also brings up the lack of validity of IQ tests as a whole, but she's bringing the discussion of IQ to engage in this question of how certain groups have not been valued. And I think this lends to a critique of not only liberalism as a whole, but also the foundations of liberalism through a conversation of natural kinds. And I think this can go back to, Aristotle in looking at those that count and those that do not count. Because as we know, our country was founded on this precept of, all men are created equal. Yet we see when we break down our society that not everyone is given equal opportunity nor equal ability to govern themselves. It's, and we see this in kind of, day to day. I'm trying to get back. I need to mute someone. Oh, I think they may have done it. So we see that hold on. I'm sorry. Give me one moment. I'm going to actually have to make myself, okay, sorry. So I had to mute someone and I have to go all the way out of the screen to do that. So please bear with me. And so when we look at the formation of a liberal mindset, we see that it is based upon an early notion of a plutocracy in a sense, right? So only essentially white educated men. Once it transferred to the United States, we can add white land owning, educated slave owning men to that, that category. But when it comes to the problem of a innateness, it means that there's never an opportunity or a ability of change. And so that's where Richard Herrnstein and Charles Murray, the authors of the Bell Curve, that was essentially their context. They were responding to Lyndon Baines Johnson's The Great Society, which was essentially the cornerstone of liberal public policy or social programs in the 1960s. And what we see is that as part of the Great Society, the formation or the establishment of Head Start. So I know there's some, most people in the room are probably familiar with Head Start. Some of the younger people in the room, Head Start was a educational program for children before they went to public education in first grade. And Head Start was essentially a place for children to meet the necessary requirements and skills to ready them for public school as a way to balance out or to correct an imbalance between white children and Black children. And so because there was not a applicable change in the imbalance of white and Black students, the bell curve as it concludes was that, well, even throwing additional money and resources to the Black community did not fix or quote unquote fix this problem. It must be something innate within the Black community. Very similar to the way that the Moynihan report suggested that the plight of the Black community was based on a pathology within the Black community based upon single motherhood. And so both of these kind of generic notions of a pathology or something innate was problematic because it did not take into account the context of Black, anti-Black racism and other forms of systematic oppression. that we find in the Black community. So if you're not familiar with Joyce Mitchell Cook, I strongly suggest that you connect with her work. And that leads me to, again, showing some key points of Charles Mills, who recently passed away. Charles Mills was a distinguished professor of philosophy at the Graduate Center at the City University of New York. Previously, he was at the University of Chicago. And a few of his most notable books is probably The Racial Contract. I actually remember reading mine back in graduate school. And when I had the opportunity to meet Dr. Mills, he so graciously signed my copy. And I must say that Dr. Mills was also integral in organizing not only Africana philosophy conferences, but also conferences specifically dedicated to Black women. And actually, Mary, it's interesting that you mentioned the auditorium from the first Pratt conference where we had the artistic expression and the music. It was during this Black Women's Philosophers Conference, which was the last time that I was in the auditorium back in 2019, before the pandemic. And hopefully in the future, we can be back in that beautiful space where we can engage with each other's energies. And one of the other things that came up during our discussion was from Bailey's or Professor Thomas's conversation to open up our conference this day about insidious ignorance and the ways that the larger white community is unaware or they lack the knowledge of the historical context and the descriptive account of Black Americans. And this made me think about the question that was asked about reasonable knowledge. Like, what is expected for people to know? And living in New York City and dealing with people on a day-to-day basis, I began to, and this sounds awful, to not have very much faith, not in someone's intellectual capabilities, but their sense of compassion and wanting to know about other people. And whether this is someone blocking your way when you're walking down the sidewalk, or just kind of these more, lame sort of day-to-day activities. But it made me think, it made me connect with Roy D. Morrison. And I'm glad that my previous student, Jen, brought up Roy D. Morrison in this notion of false knowledge, right? Because Roy D. Morrison, and I actually, hopefully during the question and answer period that's coming in here in a few minutes, maybe one of the people that's well versed in Afrofuturism can talk about the problem with the empirical nature of the future. So Roy D. Morrison does not engage with the future. When he talks about time and space, he's talking about it in a historical and a present sense. He feels that the future, because it's not empirically real, we should not put too much emphasis or power within the future, very similar to the way that Martin Luther King challenged and critiqued liberals for telling him to wait, right? They told him, right now is not the right time, just wait for the future. And I'm starting to get just from our conversation that the point of departure is what makes Afrofuturism its unique field, right? So the problem with, the liberals that Martin Luther King was dealing with is that there was the liberal telling them to wait for the future. Similar to the pie in the sky theology, right, Zay? The ways that, oh, well, if you suffer now, yeah, I know it's bad, but just wait until the future and things will get better. And what I'm getting from Afrofuturism is that the waiting is not the problem per se, but having control of the future and the representations that are put forth is where Afrofuturism shines. and has a position to essentially take control. But it does bring me back to Roy D. Morrison, who outside of this notion of insidious ignorance would also claim that, and this is actually a quote from one of his articles, the Instrument of Black Liberation or something of that sort, where he says that white people have claimed to know more than they can possibly know, right? So I think it's not just about this kind of willful ignorance in a sense, or them not wanting to challenge their own thinking or framework, but it's also about just essentially spreading news that they know nothing about. Like, oh, well, this is the will of God. How can you know what the will of God is? You're claiming to know something that you cannot know. And I think that, it goes outside of my discussion of value, but I did want to, bring that up because Dr. Thomas's presentation today made me think about the ways that knowledge and production is not just about the ways that it is produced, but rather the ways that it is used in a subversive way to devalue certain communities. And so to sign off, I'm going to play, I believe it's about a 5-minute clip from, now I gotta find my timestamps. Oh, right here, yes. So about a 7-minute clip from Charles Mills's talk that he gave, I believe in 2020. I could be misquoting that, at the University of Michigan. So here we are. I hope all of the audio and sound works. Oh, so that didn't work for me. Sorry, tech problem. One moment, and I will get it going here. And what was my time code? 1510. I'm afraid it's going to make us watch a commercial.
Writing's not that easy, but Grammarly can help. This sentence is grammatically correct, but it's
Okay, guys, so section 1, illiberal liberalism. So our starting point is the political philosophy of liberalism.
And just real quick, you're able to see and hear? A verbal confirmation would be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
To clarify that I'm using the word as a term of art, the way political philosophers and political theorists do. So liberalism does not refer just to the left wing of the Democratic Party, which we saw in action in, just last night. Rather, its reference is the political ideology that develops over the 17th to 19th centuries in Western Europe in opposition to the doctrines of monarchical absolutism, natural social estates, ascriptive social hierarchy, and inherited status. Associated with John Locke, Adam Smith, Thomas Paine, Thomas Jefferson, Immanuel Kant, Jeremy Bentham, John Stuart Mill, and others, liberalism becomes the philosophy of the new social order, indeed of modernity itself. The rule of law, limited government, democratic consent, individual equality, equal rights, all become the slogans of the revolt against the Ancien regime. Hence the American Revolution's famous opening statement of the Declaration, penned by Jefferson, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. And the liberty, equality, fraternity of the French Revolution. Being a liberal commits you to these broad principles. So from this perspective, we have liberals on the right who insist on market solutions, and liberals on the left who argue for a state that intervenes on behalf of the disadvantaged. But by these minimal criteria, both groups count as liberals. Hence, conservatives' characterization of themselves sometimes as classical liberals. So we're the real liberals, you guys have usurped the title, you're really socialists. So liberalism can then be seen as the most important political ideology of the last few hundred years. The ideology that, especially after the 1989-1991 collapse of the East Bloc, had seemingly emerged triumphant over all its challenges. As I don't have to tell you, the celebratory moment was pretty brief. We are now in a period when liberalism is under assault by right-wing populism and authoritarian ethno-nationalism, and there are no guarantees who will be the eventual victor. But certainly we have to hope that liberalism will survive and eventually prevail, given the attractiveness of its ideals and the corresponding ugliness of those of its opponents. So in the official story then, liberalism has historically faced foes both on the right and on the left, and has historically maintained a principled opposition to reactionary pre-modern ideologies, ideologies that denied people individual status and equal rights, and entitlement to government by consent. It's a great story, an inspiring story, but the problem is it happens to be untrue. Or at least the extent to which it is true is severely qualified. Far from being in principled combat from the start against anti-egalitarian beliefs and systems of ascriptive hierarchy, liberalism has been complicit with many of them until comparatively recently, and some critics would say it is in effect, if no longer overtly, still thus complicit today. Liberalism as ideal turns out to be illiberalism in actuality. Consider, for example, gender. From the first wave of feminism onward, for example, the British Mary Wollstonecraft's A Vindication of the Rights of Woman, the French Olympe de Gouges' Rights of Women, the US's own Abigail Adams. From the first wave, feminist theorists have pointed out that the promise of liberalism was not extended to women, a challenge that would, of course, be greatly deepened and expanded in the second wave and later waves. Denied equal rights, unable to own property or run for political office or even vote, their legal identities subsumed into their husbands under the doctrine of coverture, women are clearly not ranked among the free and equal individuals liberated by this new political philosophy of government by consent. Rather, their status seems to be a kind of gender estate analogous to those subordinated in the feudal hierarchy. But women of all races constitute half the population to begin with. This is not a minor exclusion, but a huge one. Then think of race. Though this history is now marginalized in the official liberal story, we need to remember that most of the Western European states, now uncontroversially considered part of the liberal West, at one time or another had empires, British, French, Dutch, Spanish, Portuguese, Belgian, in which non-Europeans, indigenous peoples, and in some cases African slaves, were systemically subordinated. Together, these Western countries ruled undemocratically over the vast majority of humanity. Indeed, this global racial inequality was so firmly entrenched as a norm, so taken for granted. I've given this historical episode at numerous talks I've given. I sometimes ask the audience, how many of you have heard of this? And usually it's very few hands that grow. 1919, so a bit more than a century ago, we're in the post-World War I Versailles Conference in Paris to set up the League of Nations. Just had this horrible war, the Great War. We want to make sure this never happens again. But we all know how successful they were at that. Most of the world is colonized. Most of the world is under the rule of the European powers. One of the few independent nations of color is Japan. The Japanese delegation says, hey, we need a racial equality clause in the covenant of the League of Nations so as to make sure that we have a world that's racially equitable. Nothing controversial about equality. After all, as I just said earlier, equality is supposed to be one of the watchwords of liberal modernity. And we are now deep into liberal modernity. I mean, for God's sake, it's the 20th century. And this proposal by the Japanese was unequivocally rejected by the 6 Anglo-Saxon nations, as they were then called. And who, you might ask, were they? Britain, the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. So let me ask you guys, how many of you have ever heard of this historical episode? A handful. This in a prestigious, very well-known University of Michigan, and has not been part of your education. And you need to ask yourself why that is, what that says about the educational system that you were inculcated with, and what that says about the sort of broader history of imperialism and colonialism that has now been covered up.
So I am going to stop there, but I hope you all got something out of this conversation. But we can see the ways that education as a whole has been used by the groups in power to further propagate their ideas of what constitutes a liberal education and what constitutes a liberal framework when it comes to discussing Black politics within a philosophical perspective. So that is all I have for you today. So I will open it up for questions and any comments that you may have, or if you have any insights.
Dr. O'Neill, that was really good.
Thank you.
I'm gonna start easing up on the liberals for a little while.
I mean, no, they need to get it hard. They need to get it hard because if I don't. My own philosophical perspective is much different than that of Charles Mills and others that follow kind of a contractarian sort of outline, but I do think it adds to our conversation of what we're told to believe in and what we're told our society is based on, as opposed to the realities coming from the lens of a person of African descent. And one of the reasons why Dr. William R. Jones is my favorite philosopher, Roy D. Morrison, he's up there as well. But the idea of having, if we don't write our own philosophies, we essentially forge our own chains.
Well, and that's why I was thinking, because one of the people, Harold Cruz said in the mid-60s, Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, that basically a lot of our history was an argument between liberals and nationalists. And one of the things I had concluded the last several years is that the liberals by the Obama administration have lost a lot of credibility in the community. But there was not a sophisticated counter argument from the nationalist tradition to counter that. So it sounds like what Mills is doing is trying to resuscitate it and put it on life support for a little while longer, whatever. And that's why, based upon all this quantifiable stuff people are talking about, the liberal people, a lot of people just don't want to hear from the Black liberals anymore.
And, it could be partly because of what they're projecting doesn't meet to be true, or it is further subjugating the Black community. Because we know, right, the Black community is not monolithic, nor is Black leadership. So when we talk about the formation of Black studies back in the late 1960s, we see, yes, like you mentioned, this dialogue between the liberal side and then the growing nationalist side, but we also see a Marxist and a materialist conversation that really got pushed to the wayside. Like, no one knows about Antioch College in Yellow Springs, Ohio, who had one of the first African Center programs, because we always talk about San Francisco State University and Nathan Hare, and and I'm not discounting that history at all, but to know that the Black community has always came twofold. And I'm glad my student brought up Hubert Harrison, right? Because Hubert Harrison was kind of that radical voice that people discounted. Oh, well, he's just a postal worker, or, he's just a community activist. But we see the community activists know what the community wants because they're in the community, as opposed to, the people at the top, whether that be a Walter White or any of the other leaders of, as Marcus Garvey would say, the National Association for the Advancement of Certain People, right? So we know, so we know that what the Black leadership has been projecting does not always resonate with as I'm going to say, the Black masses, right? The larger Black community that are mostly working class, and just trying to live life, right?
Do you think there are maybe because of that, those are regional variations? Because I know this talk came out when Kamala Harris was running. I know when you talk about Black politics, that's usually a North-South dialogue. We kind of look at Black people on the West Coast as to a certain extent, it's like the Black South decides the Democratic primary, but the Black North decides the outcome of the general election. And so you have this North-South dialogue, and the recent record enrollments at HBCUs, now this young kind of resurgent form of nationalism that's growing on HBCU campuses at the moment, and how that's playing out at the moment, and in terms of what types of adults that they'll listen to around areas of philosophy. Because now, since I was born, now the majority of our population now lives in the old Confederacy now. And that's a much different type of politics than what you would see out in the Bay Area or Massachusetts or something like that. So, I mean, that's why I was thinking of what you were talking about. I was like, oh, that was what you and Dr. Thomas and what you're talking about sound like viable programs, but I'm wondering, where is the political will to kind of promote that kind of perspective? So,
and is it going to be accepted by these institutions? Because that's what we've seen in the past. Those that have kind of abided by the rules, they're the ones that get the funding. They're the ones that get the money to keep their programs afloat. Whereas if you have a more radical position, you are essentially penalized for, by restriction of funds or of positions, of opportunities. So we're not 100%, as long as we're bound to the institution, which most of us are, because we've spent our lives in academia, which I tell my students all the time is a business. It's an institution. They're taking money from you. They're taking their surplus profits, and then they give their faculty and administrators the trickle down. So not all perspectives are going to be accepted. They may be appreciated, but appreciation does not lead into acceptance. All right, well, that brings us to 5 o'clock. So Bailey, I see there has been a couple comments. So Shayla, you mentioned that Mills said somewhere that the reason he was working so hard to resurrect liberalism is that it is the only system that is capable of self-correction. Although you say you're not sure if you agree, I agree with your lack of agreement, because again, the notion of self-correction within the system itself is geared towards those that are valued as being able to self-govern and to self-correct. And historically, the Black community has been pushed outside of that realm into a position or a population that needs to be regulated. And, you can see this through, affordable housing and housing projects. So not only are you restricted in who you can have live with you, but you are also required to show someone how much money you make, right? I mean, outside of the federal government, most of the times we don't have to tell others how much money we make, right? Except by April 15th of every year, right? But if you lived in affordable housing, you need to show proof that you're not making too much money, which again is an irony living in a capitalist society. So again, it's not always open to everyone in an equal way. And then there was another comment by Dr. Thomas. Speaking for myself, much of my work is actually rooted in the destruction of current systems and frameworks. So I would agree, my work and proposals wouldn't be accepted. That said, given my aims, I'm not too worried about that, right? You can't be, you can't be thin-skinned in this game, right? You always have to not only hold your own views, but yeah, so that's one of the reasons that Dr. Jones is my favorite philosopher, because he talks about essentially, in order to rebuild this foundation, we have to surgically remove those parts that are crippled with a virus. But first we have to correctly identify what the virus is in order to apply an appropriate vaccine. And I think that's applicable given the pandemic, because we see that, you know, if we weren't able to appropriately diagnose what was happening and we just start handing out Tylenol and things to people, we're going to see that we're not going to have the fix. We're not going to have the solution that we need, right? So yeah, I think sometimes we have to break things down in order to rebuild them, as long as we're aware of what tools and instruments are necessary for that rebuilding project. Shayla responded exactly. Internal and external contradictions can act as correctives as well, right? So giving people the agency to find their own. And so Afrofuturism is a new concept to me. I've heard it kind of in, you know, out in space in a sense, but I'm beginning to connect the idea of a representation of a corrective. And I think it was Professor Anderson that you mentioned, oh, my train of thought just went away, but you mentioned something about, it'll come back to me. It'll come back.
About the internal part versus the external part?
It was, but it was also about like reimagining our own future.
Well, yeah, I mean, it comes down to, like, for instance, I would say internally around the imagination piece. Like, for instance, I would not say the work of Octavia Butler is a global solution for Black people. You know, I mean, her work primarily I look at as a domestic Black American project primarily, you know, and that there are other works related to that, because I know some people, depending on which kind of academic silo they're a product of, like say if they're a product of a feminist position or a nationalist position, they'll identify with certain pieces of work that to try and use that to illustrate what they're trying to say. And so the part when you talked about the idea of the racial contract, what I'm working with now is this idea that I'm actually looking at Neil Stephenson's work and another gentleman's work in terms of what does that mean when it comes to IPs and intellectual properties? Because what does racial contract have to say about intellectual properties, knowing the acceleration of technology that's occurring and how during this Web 3.0 era, people are monetizing aspects of their identity. Like for instance, one of the artists we have, I think it's Keith Opadiki, put together a piece of art and was trying to auction off his blackness as a kind of a a satirical thing. I think it got up to a bidding, I can't remember, was it $25 or something like that? But that kind of thing, that's where this look at the relationship between IPs. I'm gonna get into racial contract, intellectual property, and monetizing aspects of your identity in relation to this, where we are with technology, and see if the work of Mills can be extended to look at that. And which is why I think that while I think it's noble what he was advocating, I think it's going to probably collapse under the weight of too many contradictory impulses of what he's trying to build to make work, because of as Mark alluded to it earlier, the savagery of the Dark Enlightenment assault that I think that Mills is trying to articulate what he's trying to do, which I think is a noble one, but ultimately I don't know. I'm not too sure, but it's one of the best arguments I've heard in a long time, which is why the piece, and Damion's aware of the piece that's in Critical Black Futures. I was looking at a way of reviving a certain type of nationalism to address what's coming here in the very near future.
Thank you. Damion, you want to go ahead?
Absolutely. And on Ray's point, or Ray's comment just now, it's really bittersweet to think of Charles. If you were here yesterday and heard me present on the chapter, or if you read the chapter, whichever, you would see that I referred to Charles's work, and I very specifically referred to Charles's notion of a dark ontology in my chapter, Black Futurism, Afrofuturism, some ontological and semantic considerations. And I have a story about that. And I have a second quick anecdote that I think all of us would enjoy, or all of you would like to hear, given the context about Professor Mills. I was invited as an MA student 2014 to give a talk on a conference on critical race theory, or the philosophy of race, at UNC Charlotte. And the MA student, adjunct thing, as I still do today, and barely any budget, got myself together, got a bus ticket, went down to North Carolina, and Charles Mills was a headliner. I'm the warm-up act, and Charles was a headliner. I first met Charles in 1998 as an undergraduate at NYU at the Rutgers Summer Institute for Underrepresented People in Philosophy, Minorities in Philosophy was called. And he was one of the guest speakers at the Institute, and Howard McGarry had invited him. And we hit it off right away, young then. And, we bonded, especially obviously with a Caribbean background or Jamaican background. So we talked about that a lot. And I saw Charles several times over the years at a couple conferences. We weren't like tight or anything, but, on occasion, hello, Professor Mills, how are you? So let me get to the point of the story. All right, so I'm writing this thing up, and I had dark ontology this and all this stuff up. I'm giving my talk, this and that. And when I'm finished, I sit down, and Charles says, good job, young brother. A little bit all over the place, but good job. And thank you, appreciate that, Charles, all right? And then I realized, wait a second. I used Professor Mills' notion of our dark ontology right in front of him, and I did not cite it. It's one of these situations where, you just pick up a phrase and I forget exactly, and I didn't cite it. I was like, oh my gosh. And for the next 2 years, I worried that the great Charles Mills would be thinking, damn, that adjunct up at City College, Damion, who I met way back, who mysteriously returned to philosophy after 12 years. Yes, I took a 12-year break, right? Came back in my late 30s. He used a phrase of mine and didn't even credit me. So the next time I saw Charles, I tried to go up to him and tell him, hey, look, I'm sorry, when at UNC Charlotte, when I gave the talk, I didn't cite the thing. And he was really, really busy, and I had to catch a train at Stony Brook, and I couldn't speak with him. So it was on my mind for another year, right? So finally, I emailed Charles when the book chapter is coming out, and when Philip Butler told us everything is fine, we're going to press, here we go. I emailed Charles, and the book comes out, and Charles responds in an hour, a couple hours later. Damion, no problem. I read your chapter at the proof chapter. Someone had already given it to him. All right. I read your chapter and 3 exclamation marks. Good job. That was enough for me. That was the kind of guy he was. You know, he didn't need to make no trouble about that, no fuss about that. He was so incredibly generous with his time, incredibly generous dealing, you know, with anybody who obviously were not only his students, but anybody in the field. And the final thing that I think many of you would like to know, there was a virtual memorial service for Professor Mills a few days after he passed. And, you know, many of us spoke at it, and I spoke at it as well. I mentioned that. And you know what? Charles loved science fiction. Charles wrote a science fiction short story, right? As I believe a teenager in his 20s. And Linda Alcoff at CUNY, who many of you know, all right, at Hunter and at the Graduate Center, Linda Alcoff, and I believe one of Charles's grad students from Northwestern or even Chicago is now Wheatley College, something like that. They were there in his last moments taking care of him. And Linda had promised me, Damion, when we find the short story, we're going to get it to you, and especially the Afrofuturistic community, right? So I'm waiting for the story, and I'm very looking forward to being able to share it with everyone. But Charles loved his sci-fi. He loved his Afrofuturism, and he was just a lovely human being. I miss him dearly.
Thank you for that, Damion. I appreciate the personal anecdote. Yes. So I think that will bring us to a kind of our formal remembrance of Dr. Mills. And I think it may be nice to go around the room, and if you've had any engagement with Dr. Mills, what you remember about him as a person, as a intellectual, as a theoretician, and yeah. So I don't know if anyone has anything to say. I just remember the racial contract being, I have like 3 copies of it, but I did mention I had him so graciously sign this copy. And once he actually came to New York, I was able to participate in many of the events. I only got to speak with him, you know, once or twice. So unfortunately, it was not as personable as Damion's interactions and conversations, but I would love to hear anyone else's thoughts on Dr. Mills and if they connect their work with his work.
Well, I can make a quick comment. I just had a brief interaction with Dr. Mills at the CUNY Graduate Center, and he was so subtle in his irony and his humor. I just really think I take that away from him in purposefully or not, just as, you know, what the clip that you may, those of you who haven't seen the rest of the clip that Brittany was talking about, Mills' talk is just so brilliant. And when I encourage my students to watch this program, you know, this talk, you know, he was so fast and so, but they got his jokes. And I thought that was very interesting. So I just admire his irony, his insight, his wit, and his very piercing critique of philosophy. I thought was brilliant. So I just admire that so much. And I too miss him. I was so shocked to learn that he had passed. It's, you know, I didn't know anything personal about his family or his life or his health. And it is just astonishingly huge gap that so rapidly appeared in my life.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Anthony.
Yeah, I would like to say something. Yeah, so Charles was always joking around. All right, so over the years, I've seen him in different conferences and different things like that. Real laid back dude. Matter of fact, so it makes me think of last year, Leonard Harris had a, it was an online Zoom event, and he was talking about a book that he has coming out, and Charles was there. And so you see Charles, and he responds to something that Leonard says. But when you look at Charles is laying back on the couch like this. basically almost laying flat, right, but real comfortable, right, and engaging everybody. And it's just fun just to see how casual he was, and just the way in which he took, I think that was a laid back approach to life on some levels, but he took it very seriously, right? The balance that he had was something to be modeled in a variety of different ways. That being said, I saw him, well, I'm here at SUNY New Paltz, upstate New York a little bit, what we call it. I mean, a lot of people call it upstate, just about an hour outside of the city. At the second oldest Black Studies department on the planet, right? 1969 established. And so I'm a vice chair of what we established last year called the SUNY Black Faculty and Staff Collective. So all SUNY members, we basically try to represent all Black folk, faculty members and students throughout SUNY. We established that last year, and we had our first annual conference last year. And we invited Charles, and Charles was there. And so he gave a nice, talk and stuff like that. And I'm sad that I can't remember what exactly my question was, right? And I need to go back and look at it so I can pull it up and also write it down and commit it to memory. But it was an issue, understanding Charles' work on a social contract and stuff like that. And I said something to the effect of, what's the importance of history? Of culture. Me being an Afrocentrist, and throughout the years, I've always asked him different similar questions. And he said, at the end of the day, when we start speaking about trying to create change and at the level of culture and looking at culture as a valuable entity with respect to, just changing our social spheres in a variety of different ways. He said that at the end of the day, the political will doesn't exist, right? And you know how this stuff is, you can't do but so much back and forth and different things like that. So I let it go, right? And I just thought at the end, I said, well, you know what? I don't think that you see the same thing I see, right? And that's something that I wanted to tell him. And then a few months later, he transitioned, right? So I say that to say that it made me, and throughout COVID, I've lost 18 loved ones throughout COVID in 18 months, right? But at the end of the day, I love everybody, right? But 18 people that I was close to, right? That have transitioned, that were either because of COVID or either COVID impacted. So they had been in the hospital previously, but now during COVID, when they go in the hospital, they don't come out. Right. And I've always tended to walk through life and celebrate my elders in a variety of different ways. And I was just trying to think about different ways of celebrating our elders as we move forward. That is the reason why I had this up when I came in today. That man right there. That was a way for me to also celebrate him and the way in which I followed him and also value the contributions that he has made in our world. And I would literally, because of the transition of Dr. Mills, it made me think about just different ways of just doing things as we move forward. So I want not only to honor Dr. Mills in this space, but also honor Dr. Green in this space. I really appreciate y'all.
And I think we would all agree that we can give Professor Green a round of applause for all of his hard work and dedication during these last 8 years at the minimum, but I know he's been part of the struggle well beyond, and he will continue to be a pillar of our community. And Zay, the same goes for you. I know Everet has like the image that stands out, that striking image, but we know that you're the backbone behind the whole enterprise. Even though you sit off to the side of the camera, we can't really see you, we know that you're the key behind holding everything together.
Dr. Mills' work was also important during the Ferguson Rebellion on my campus, because I was an advisor to a student group at the time. And when I had read the racial contract for the first time, probably a couple of years before I had already consumed it, but that August, Michael Brown's uncle was in my class that fall. So when all of this stuff broke out, and I remember a lot of the ideas from the racial contract I adopted when I was asked by my president, who was just coming in, when we had to put together the town hall portion of the meeting in terms of who should be there. And then I was one of the few people invited in the room when they first put together the ideas of the Ferguson Commission. And I remember it was one of the things that I absorbed from Charles's work, which made me tell the local business establishment why I declined to participate in the commission, because the commission based its ideas, what came out of the town hall and what they were trying to absorb from the 1968 report on the civil unrest of the 60s. And the thing was, Charles Mills's work helped me guide the students on the campus to sort out the politics and ideas from the different groups that were coming into town that really didn't have any concrete philosophies. And to, because most people understand the rebellion really centered around the unjust laws around traffic stops and how municipalities were financing their budgets based upon how many people they arrested. And so, and that was where, like you could say, the Black middle class and Black poor both were kind of united against the police. And some of the ideas that I knew they hadn't read Charles' books, but I would just share little, nuggets from the book to make sense of why the law wasn't working in their interest. And that's when, I mean, within weeks after that, I know some of the young people from St. Louis were furious when people showed up, were trying to talk about intersectionality and other stuff. And they would say, Dr. Anderson, I thought we were fighting the police. And so, because you had communists there, you had all these other groups there. And I think Charles's language of it had been brought to the fore more, would have helped the local community figure out some things better in terms of what they were attempting to reform around the local municipalities in the St. Louis area. So yeah, I'll never, that little thin book I had marked it was very indispensable. And when people approach me about the young people, and I'd have to turn them down, cite a quote from there, because I said I did not want to be the advisor if something of one of my kids got shot, who had to explain to our parents, Dr. Anderson, why is my kid in the hospital or whatever. So how to intelligently, his book really intelligently helps you break down systems. Yeah, wish I'd have got a chance to meet it.
Well, his work, it's sad that of the passing of the person, but his intellectual property, as we were just talking about, is his memory. That's his legacy, that we will all be able to connect not only to our past work, but with the future of our intellectual tradition.
Well, you all are like Black unicorns. I tried to hire a Black philosopher while I was chair, but they are so damn hard to find.
And to please, that's the hard one.
I mean, I try to, it's really hard as hell. So, yeah.
Everett, do you have any remarks you would like to make? Are you falling asleep over there? I know it's been a long 2 days. You're on mute.
I just want to go back to your two favorite philosophers, because that's why a gathering like this is so important. Because it was like in the 1992, I think, when I decided to have, I guess, the first conference on the philosophy born of struggle at Rockland County. Because I recognized then that there were these two giants, Roy D. Morrison and William R. Jones, that most Black philosophers have not heard of. William R. Jones was well known in theology, but not in philosophical circles. And so I invited Roy D. Morrison to speak at that first gathering at Rockland County. And he was relatively ill at the time. And consequently, he could not travel on the plane. and did not attend that conference. And I think in a year, he had made his transition. So, as a matter of fact, I am the only student from Roy D. Morrison that actually have been in philosophy, period, that I know, because it was primarily in theology, and it was impossible at that time, in those days, for him to get a job in any philosophy department. And so I just want to go back to that history, which I guess most of us have no idea about. About Roy D. Morrison, particularly. People have heard of Jones. Roy D. Morrison and William R. Jones were very close. It was Roy D. Morrison that introduced me to Bill Jones, and particularly to Is God a White Racist, which was at the time earth-shaking book. I always refer to the fact that here was an incident when it was published about 9 and this the scale, you know, for earthquake. 9 out of 10, and hardly anybody outside of the circle of theology, and some people in the Black churches have heard of him. So we want to go back and talk about reverence for ancestors. If it was not for Roy D. Morrison, I would not be sitting in this chair at this moment today. He was the one who I had looked at Kant already, but he awakened me to Kant in a completely different way and invited me to introduce me to William R. Jones and to a number of other people, and not only in the African American tradition. He was the one that introduced me to Black Erik here in a way. So there he was introduced me to other cultures, because it was a philosophy of religion, scientific method, and of Black culture. So I want to go back to that history, that we don't want to, this eraser of history with those who have gone before. And these are two people, many might be acquainted with William R. Jones, but certainly not with Roy D. Morrison. So when you mention those two as your favorite philosophers, I just want to give a background and to why they are that important. And I also introduced him to your John McClendon. John McClendon, I was the one who introduced, certainly, William R. Jones to John McClendon, that most of you know as one of the chief Marxist philosophers coming out of the African American experience there. And so we need to, as we reminisce about Charles Mills, I just want to go back a little further there. And that there are others too that we need to, remember. We need to revere. Charles certainly was a tower in philosophy, and in philosophy general, and in let's say African-American philosophy, African-American philosophy. But there are others, giants, on whose shoulders we stand, and there are many, many more. I would also mention, you mentioned Harold Cruz, but I would also mention somebody who died in abject poverty in Washington, D.C., who have contributed so much, Chancellor Williams, one of those who have made a great contribution to the intellectual development of the African American experience. I would also mention that was it yesterday, Amos Wilson, who also died in abject poverty in Harlem with his shoes, pair of shoes, walking down. Amos Wilson there, by the name Black Power and Black Power and something, yeah, that book, which is a seminal text that you all should look at. And so there is a long tradition of people who have made a contribution to the African American experience. We talk about women, and they talk about Joyce Michelle Cook, but one of the earlier women among the women in philosophy is Blanche Radford Curry. That we need to lift her up to as one of those pioneer in women in African American philosophy there that most of us might not know of, and who is a staunch support of our yearly conference, Philosophy and Religion in the Africana Traditions. And so as we continue to celebrate the life of Charles Mill, it is imperative that we go back even further. And Dr. O'Neill, your two famous philosophers, those are, I want to give this background there. Roy Morrison, I just want to say something, make a reference to Roy Morrison. Roy Morrison got his PhD from the University of Chicago. And was it Charles Long? I can't remember who it was, but there's somebody else. When they were designated by the dean of the department to teach a course in philosophy, primarily African American philosophy and history. And when word got around to the Department of Philosophy and the Department of Religion, because they were all related, Department of Theology, the course was immediately dropped from the curriculum. And you talk about strange fruit here, strange fruit. And so this is the kind of problematic, the type of exclusion that existed at the time when people like Roy Morrison graduated from the University of Chicago and others too, and could never ever get a job in philosophy there. I would invite you to Roy Morrison text, which is actually in the Western tradition. And Roy Morrison was not even, I would even say that he was particularly progressive in certain instances, but he was, in terms of intellectually, I would take the liberty to say there are, you can name all the big wigs that some of the names have gone here today. But I would take the liberty that many of those could not tie the shoelace of Rodney Morrison. And I say that without any reservation there. And so as we celebrate Charles Mills, let us lift up the past and those who have walked the walk as they talk the talk. I guess we're going to be, this is a way to, I have the liberty to continue to close off here. Anybody have a word to say? And then I will get back to it because we are coming close to 6 o'clock.
Yes, we are. But I would strongly continue to engage with Morrison's work as well as William R. Jones. And just a quick story about my students and Roy D. Morrison and kind of the obscurity of his work. So I always include a question on Roy D. Morrison, and my students Google him but there's not any information about him, not a lot of information. So I can always tell the students that are not well prepared, because the response to Roy Morrison is usually about a white philosopher that some, where else or whatever, because of, unfortunately, his canon is not well understood. But he was also engaging with, Einstein's theories of whatever, because they all go over my head. But to go on Everett's point, that Roy D. Morrison was not only a premier Black philosopher.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Brittany. Yes, it was Einstein's theory of relativity, both general and special.
Exactly. See, that's just too much for me. That's too much for me. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is that I was actually invited to participate in an edited volume that will be coming out on Dr. Jones later next year, that is being edited by Anthony Pinn. And if you're familiar with Anthony Pinn, who's now at Rice University, he's one of the leading humanist, African-American humanist scholars, although the humanism of Dr. Jones and Anthony Pinn, it is diverging. They don't see eye to eye on their theoretical approach, but yet the work of these profound philosophers are making their way into the mainstream canon, in a sense. So please, Everet, I know, Damion, you wanted to say something before Everet closes off.
It is only appropriate that Everet closes the conference. So I would just like to jump in quickly. I'm breaking down, 2 long days and the jet lag, and the pain will start to flare up. So I would just like to say, before I literally can't talk any longer, I would like to thank everyone, and I would like to very specifically, thank new friends that I've met. Shayla, for example, it's been fantastic being correspondence. Anton, I'm looking forward to our correspondence. A lot of people, Mary Taylor, thank you again. It's good to see you, every few years at these conferences. And specifically to my fellow Critical Black Future compendium authors. The few people here left would be Raisa, obviously Professor Anderson, Ray, and of course, Mark, being inspirational to all of our scholarship. And then I would also like to thank my students. Babel's gone, but Maisha, again, appreciate it. You may be very proud and very humble to have had you for a student. Erik, once again, you've proven why you're one of my favorite Afrofuturist musical scholars around. And again, everyone, thank you so much. And I'm so glad that we could come together over the course of these last 2 days. I was blown away by the scope and the rigor and the profundity and the insight and the wisdom of the presentations of my fellow contributors. And I was humbled by the reception to my piece, and I'm very grateful for the critical comments that I've received. So again, before I literally pass out over here, I'm going to get some food with a friend and try to take it easy and deal with this pain. I thank all of you, and I'm looking forward. And of course, Zay and Everet Green, every year you make it special, and we thank you deeply. And remember Charles Mills, as we say, go on easy, brethren. All right. So I like to sign off and thank all of you, and take care, and see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, I would also like to acknowledge, especially Anthony Danridge and others who have, expressed kind words on my behalf, Zay's behalf. I know Anthony for many, many years, and he has been a very faithful brother in this intellectual journey. And so great appreciation, and to others who have spoken in very generously there. I would just like to go back to, Damion mentioned a number of people already, but I would like to reemphasize some of the things that you mentioned. Before I forget, let me say that this, as you can see, this gathering here is sponsored by the Graduate Center of Place, Culture, Politics there. Dr. Taylor is a major mover, shaker in that department. And it is out of her generosity that we are able to have this conference over these 8 years. And you can, her presence here today for the 2 days is part of that generosity, part of that forbearance with philosophers and others who engage in all kind of rhetorical flourishes that sometimes tax the intellect. And so, Dr. Taylor, thank you very much for all that you have been doing over this past 2 years, 8 years with regard to this conference. Thank you very much. And while I'm at that, I would like to do this at the very beginning, that for next year, I've been musing over the topic of climate change and social justice. And because now we're talking about Afrofuturism, but maybe if we don't address this problem, only the cockroaches will survive us. And so when we're talking about Afrofuturism, maybe we are talking about the cockroaches. We don't want that to be. And so if you have any ideas, you can send it to Brittany, you can send it to Damion and or myself, and we can see if we can put together something on climate change and social justice. Now, of course, this would not be possible without Dr. O'Neill, who has been so consistent in her support with gentle nudges from time to time for us to go forward. And so Dr. O'Neill, who is indefatigable in her motivation and in her commitment to make this conference possible every year, and to always bring her student, which is, without the student, some of us would be on the unemployment line, getting a welfare check, if that is even possible for some of us from time to time. So much appreciation for bringing your student from time to time at all our conferences, and to your tremendous support all over the years with the conference. Going back to Philosophy Born of Struggle, it is not only with this, but going back maybe 10, 12, who knows, maybe even 15 years when you were a student. And so much appreciation to you for that there. And certainly, let me just go through Professor Damion Scott. Is he now, is he still on this? Oh, is he still here? I hope so, because he said it's a year ago. I can't even remember when I asked him that. I was reading some articles and Afrofuturism, and I certainly believe in let 1,000 flowers bloom, irrespective of the political ideology of Professor Anderson was talking about a particular philosophy when he mentioned Afrofuturism and the rest, and what came up out of the discussion. Well, my way of thinking is to let 1,000 flowers bloom. And so this is a part of the gathering when I mentioned to Professor Scott to let's do something. And Afrofuturism, he was very kind to consent and went forward to contact people and to arrange this program today. And so much appreciation for your work and for your continual devotion to the intellectual enterprise. And from your presentation about methodological and epistemic clarification, and I continue on that line. That is part of making 1,000 flowers bloom. And so continue in that plane for clarification, and that because that is very necessary in terms both of our theory and our practice. And certainly, let me, Professor Joy Sanchez-Taylor, and I'm just trying to bring back to memory some of the things that when we leave here today, we'll have to go to the recording, but I just want us to, when we go to the recording, some of these things we can look at. The whole question of the next presentation by Professor Taylor about the power of the Orishas, and what I would like to, the power of the local gods, and the power and the potency of the dance, the power of the local gods and the potency of the dance coming out of the African tradition. You can see why now the Haitian were able to defeat the greatest army in the world. It was the power of that cultural coming out of the ancestors here, coming out of slavery, the potency of the dance, and the deep connection to the people in a cosmic way, that they were able to summon the energy to defeat the army of Napoleon. And then we go on to Erik and the transforming power of music, and going beyond the Western conception of music, and how it is central to both liberation and political struggle. And certainly we go to Professor Philip Butler, who were talking about the technology and the culture of repression, new ways of imagine the future here using technological development. And while he was talking, the only thing that came to my mind is the whole idea of quantum physics. The past is the present, and the present is the past. And you can go back in time and speak speak personally to your great grandmother. Yeah, that's part of the power of the quantum field, where you can imagine with and bring into being a certain level of potency. And so that was pretty interesting in that development. And then we moved to, was it Professor Simpson talking about the, but we're back to it now. Again, the transforming power of the dance. That's another thing that, and so the whole idea of culture and of the arts and how these, everything that we do, I consider it part of the artistic imagination in every time, whether it is in science, in philosophy, you name it, is part of this artistic imagination to bring into being what we imagine and what we cherish most. And so the idea of the dance, the idea of the move is fundamental to the sustenance of the people and the continuation of this monumental struggle with white supremacy and white oppression. And so then we go to Professor Lily Liu under the heaven and the many colors of imperialism. And so under the heaven that put in the Chinese idea is either under the reciprocity, complementarity, but at the same time practice what we call national socialism, which is another name for rabid capitalism. And so you can use all kind of euphemism in terms of expression. And so she raised a question about under the heavens, and then the mandate of heaven, how the ruler must rule with justice. That's why I refer to the whole question of the chun su and the when. I didn't talk about the te, but I should have, but that's okay. So that was part of our discussion yesterday. And then today, we move to Professor Thomas and the whole question of epistemic ignorance, ethical and moral consequences involved in epistemic ignorance and moral responsibility and epistemic resistance. And so I like that concept about moral responsibility and epistemic resistance. Break down the wall of the European concept of reality, of that they used to talk about of morality, and bring into being a new way of resistance, a new way of understanding the world, and a new way of struggle. And so Professor Thomas, who have been here today too, and much appreciation for staying the whole day with us. And we hope to see you back here next year along with everybody else. And of course, Professor, Dr. Ronaldo Anderson, when I mentioned his name to a colleague of mine, Professor Kimani Nahishi, and he said, this is the guy you must get. He said, this is the guy. This is the guy you can get. You want to shake up the establishment. This is the guy you must get. And so,